Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends.
What's this?
This is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You can even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah, you can even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah. It's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. Because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
we're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of like patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come. And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around as well? Like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as a attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attend an event, like, or do they ask you like, hey, give me some, tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
I mean, they do sometimes, but it's all more of like a joke. So
can I have an extra play, man?
That's like no. Then win. win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any biasness.
Yeah. And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at the point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special sub-event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
it will be very rigid.
Yeah.
But not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
so that's why I really like.
And because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
So what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time, you can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay. Yeah, because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
There's no way you can foresee. Everything.
There will never be a perfect event.
Like you want everything to be done at this time, everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? If there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
In Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like, I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So cheers to a good World Finals 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you are going to this coming January's World Final.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll see you
I'll see
there.
you there. See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So, from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event is not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like why do you feel alone when you're doing that event?
I think because I didn't before this, I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, things won't go as wrong, because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person.
Wow.
That's so deep. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story.
Oh,
yeah, because one wouldn't expect, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah. So I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah.
It's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like just saying, complimenting everybody. It's just that, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work.
Yeah.
Every day.
And I think this aspect of understand building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. We have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes it's not something that you can run away from. Yeah. And also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example like storage boxes or something like that. Yeah, we need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
Yeah. So it's not just planning, you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. Yeah. So I guess, because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about kind of like your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. And actually we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new shioko. As in, we will ask we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right? Yeah. So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes. Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, if her face is different, then she's not Shioko.
Yeah. I think all the Shioko fans out there will notice. So,
I suppose. Yeah.
All the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. No. And then I guess after that, we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to, use for the circuit, like participation. We have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Like now the new Buddy Fight live counter.
Live counter.
I think that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see like from my idea it became like actual thing.
Yeah, from how it came from your idea and then it materialized
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again. Has that live counter been given out yet?
Yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a.
Yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. Yeah, so I hope they use it.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Wow! I mean, I like it also.
Yeah. I'm sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events. But I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK. And I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something.
Yeah. Actually, I think there were a few people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me, and I do remember them also because before that I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything. Yeah, so I personally talked to them, and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this, BSF. I really like it. It's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event, and then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a very warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's like, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold. Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive. And some like countries outside, of Singapore, they are more, they like events because it brings people together. So some people, they like BSF, like Team League. And then some people, they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have two different circuits. So we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to World Final. So I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they traveled all the way to UK,
Cardiff.
you know, with their friends and then
Yeah.
just join and then they have fun whether they win or they lose. Yeah, and at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, you know, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves.
Yeah.
Fiona,
Yes.
what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of, like I said, you know, like they need to be up for a challenge. Yeah. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. Yeah, I think just trying your best at anything and everything, that's already a one step further. Yeah, than not just, you know, just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major.
Oh.
So, you know, it's very weird, like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now.
Yeah.
So people will be like,
Yeah.
At first I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what, I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, you know, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. Yeah, like so. That's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, you know, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then, you know, there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, you know, so in a nutshell, stay calm, and plan.
Yes.
Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, you know, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Yeah, just you know, before, like I said, you know, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that, you know, it's very nice, you know, BSF, you get to form teams, you get to like brainstorm, you know, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually, you know, play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, you know, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, you know, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship, like, hey, if I won, you know, we won this together, or, you know, my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's why I really like BSF. Or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players,
Yeah.
yeah. Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how you get together with friends and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals, I think it was last year's one. And then all the top three, they said almost the same thing. Like, when I ask them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, you know, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that's very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other because, you know, we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, you know, coming out, connecting with friends over a couple of games, you know, having some tea, I think that's really nice. And I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just, you know, like meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, you know, I have two people. I another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, but anyway, for those who are scared of joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game. You know.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have like kind of supported us through our events, I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, like participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. My job has a purpose. Or, if you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with two friends or just one friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have one good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
Yeah, it may become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah, and I feel that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time. There's a way for you to make friends. Yeah, it's like a frenemy. Like your rival. So. At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, you require two people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes, more
coffee.
Tea, more tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Welcome to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. We are now in the last week of such an amazing event. 3 weeks of Vanguard, and now we finish it with the most literal definition of an anime card game. Weiss Schwarz, and boy do I love anime. My name is Toku, aka Tony, and you may know me as the bozo who loves to bash on brainstorms, and I am joined by...
Hey everybody, I'm Connor. You might know me as Boats Don't Sink.
And on my left...
Hey guys, it's Randall here, aka She's a Cats.
And we will be your commentators for this action-packed weekend to experience the heat of card games. In days past, long ago in a faraway land known as the early internet, arguments of my waifu is better than yours would only be settled in text. But now, with Weiss Schwarz, we can definitely prove that my waifu is the best by beating down the rest in this weekend's Weiss Schwarz BRO 2021 event. Connor, why don't you break down the schedule and the format for this weekend?
Sure thing. So today, this is day one of the tournament. We'll be looking at Swiss rounds. We'll be having all of our players play through 7 rounds today. And at the end of the day, we'll have 8 standing above the rest by having hopefully undefeated records or only 1 loss. And those players will get to play it out tomorrow on day 2 with our top 8 cut, and they'll be fighting for the prizes at the very top. Randall, why don't you show us those prizes that they're fighting for?
Sure thing. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So for our top 4, all of our top 4 players are going to be getting that certificate, the proof of their achievement on this weekend. And moving up from there, the prizing only increases in 3rd place and up. They are going to be getting 1 booster display of the upcoming Rent-A-Girlfriend set, as well as copies of the Level 0 Lai Ren PR, hot stamped with the congratulations for this event. And those are going to be given out based on the placing. So for 3rd place, you're going to be getting 1 copy of the Lai Ren. For 2nd place, you're going to be getting 2 copies. And for 1st place, you're going to be getting a full playset of that lovely PR card. So, with the format and the pricing out of the way, we're going to head it over to the video on how to play Weiss Schwarz. Just a quick video for those of you who are unfamiliar with the game and want to get a quick look at how the game is played, just so you guys aren't completely in the dark as we go over all of the hot action that's going to be happening in this weekend's games.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack. No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack. 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose one among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
And we are back. Thank you, Bushiroad, for that very, very insightful video on how to play Weiss Schwarz. But Weiss Schwarz is not just that surface deep. There's a lot more very intricate things that happen between different card interactions between different decks. And that's why we come up with something called a metagame. Randall, why don't you talk to us about what the metagame is kind of shaping up to look like for the English side of Weiss Schwarz today?
Sure. So we've had some pretty unique deck distributions across the 3 regions. You guys have already seen some of the stuff out of the AO region as well as the EU. As far as the deck distribution for NA and LA, we're going to be looking at mostly Data Live and Ruby. There's actually so much Ruby compared to the other 2 regions, making up almost a 1/6 of, between Data Live and Ruby, each taking up around a 1/6 of the total deck distribution. And other very popular decks is going to be the usual expected ones, decks like Kaguya-sama Love is War, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, and actually a pretty surprising, at least in my opinion, Fate series is actually quite a popular series in the NA region as well.
All right, good to hear about. Now, obviously, all 3 of us, we do play Weiss in some form or manner, and we've all got our biases and we've all got our predictions. Connor, going into this tournament, knowing that we have a lot of Ruby, knowing that we have a lot of Data Live regardless, what kind of decks are you expecting to see come out on top after Swiss? And what is your personal bias that you want to see come out on top?
So I think looking at especially what we've seen in the other regions, Data Live is definitely what I think everyone is expecting to come out on top. Data Live and Kaguya both, if you follow the Japanese side of the game, recently got restrictions, so they're at full power. People are just expecting them to do a lot of work. But something that they don't have in Japanese that we have here, like you said, Ruby. We have English originals. Ruby just came out less than a month ago, and it has a lot of strong cards. And I think that maybe that's going to be able to catch some people off guard that weren't quite prepared for it. So I'm personally hoping we see Ruby do well. I'm also hoping that we see some of the cooler, lower rep sets that don't get talked about as much. Beaufry, I would love to see some results from Beaufry. Or even Sword Art Online, I think, has fallen off a bit recently. So I'd like to see some work put in from that set.
What about you, Randall? What are you expecting to see come out of this weekend?
So, obviously, we do have Data Live as the big contender. Back in May of last year, when we had the BSFO tournament, we did see Data Live performing extremely well in that tournament. And since then, there have been around 7 or 8 months since then, and there have been a lot of new sets introduced into the game, as well as increased support for previous sets. So a lot of new stuff like Kaguya-sama, as well as the English exclusive sets like Ruby that Connor just mentioned, as well as Seven Deadly Sins, as well as support for older decks like that time I got reincarnated as a slime. So hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of diversity. And another thing is that Data Live themselves, although they were already a strong force with just their first set, they did get the expansion of Data Bullet, which doesn't help the existing 8 standby build, probably the most popular build of Data Live. Doesn't help out that build too much, but we do have the new yellow and green builds. And for those of you who have been keeping track of some of the content that I've been putting out, I'm a big fan of that mono yellow Data Bullet build, where you get a lot of clock manipulation, and there's a very, very high skill ceiling with that deck. And personally, that's a deck that I would love to see popping up in the ranks today.
And personally, with my bias, one of my favorite decks in Weiss Schwarz at the moment is the quintessential quintuplets. I think one of the coolest things about this set is that because of how wide the set goes, having decks that go into each one of our heroines separately, but then you're able to also mix and match to make your own flavor of deck. Like personally, one of my favorite decks that I've seen is the Treasure Level 1 combo into the Ichika Choice combo. Just two very strong, generically strong cards that not only go into each of the girls' own waifu deck, so to say, but mesh very well just because of their effects to kind of put a well-oiled machine together. As for what I'm expecting to come out on top today, I'm thinking just based on representation, with more Dao decks, with more Ruby decks in the tournament, it's just probably likely that we'll see Dao and Ruby in the top decks. Dao being what we'll call the beatdown, like the deck to beat. Everyone knows about Data Live, everyone knows about the 8 standby deck, everyone knows about the very strong offensive boards that they're able to put out with that tri-modal finisher. But Ruby as well, a new upcoming aggressor in the format as well. Something you don't see in the Japanese meta a lot, because Ruby is, like we said, one of those English original sets that we as the English community are able to kind of pioneer deck builds for. We see very high offensive power lines, almost stronger than all of these 1/1 standbys that we see, a lot stronger than these 2/2 bodies that we see. And it almost seems as if Ruby is the counter to the Data Live that we will see going into this tournament a lot. Do you guys have anything to comment about that, Connor?
Yeah, I think it's a big thing you brought up about being able to pioneer these deck ideas, because the English originals do seem, even historically, we've got 6 of them out now. They have some very targeted cards, even if not the entire set, that answer some of the problems, or not problems, but big threats in the English meta, the things that you would want to be able to deal with. And pioneering these deck builds is something that English players don't get to do super often, because usually the Japanese side is getting these sets 6 to 9 months before us. But recently we've had all these English originals, and even upcoming we have both Tokyo Revengers and Attack on Titan final season that'll be releasing either as English originals or simultaneous releases with Japan. And I think that gives a huge opportunity to the English players to build their own sort of deck and figure out the issues that they need to solve in the meta and how to answer them. And I think it's really great for the game.
I love that you brought up Attack on Titan Season 3 coming out to Weiss Schwarz as well. Now, we do know that in the English side of the game, Attack on Titan has been a force to be reckoned with as of like a lot of history. We'll see a lot of Attack on Titan representation in Worlds. We see a lot of Attack on Titan representation in Springfest, Tops. But lately, we've kind of seen that trend go downwards. Randall, what do you think Attack on Titan Set 3 should bring to the set in general to try and like pick them back up to where they once sat on the throne?
So, as far as the most popular Attack on Titan build in the West, that has pretty much always been the level 1 Wind Eren into the level 3 Mikasa with the split 2k1 climax. And moving forward, at least recently, Attack on Titan has been on the decline substantially, mostly due to its matchup against Standby. As Standby becomes more prevalent, the level 1 Eren combo just is not able to have quite the same impact that it once had, especially with the lack of really just like level 1 combos don't really care too much about him anymore, not only in Standby, but also in like more recent 1k1 decks. That being said, I think that the thing that would really allow AOT to take off, and this is something that I know a lot of AOT players are wondering if it's going to be in the set, is actually AOT getting a Standby itself. There are definitely a lot of extremely strong cards that can be brought out via Standby in the pre-existing Attack on Titan sets. Things like the 2-1 Armin Changer going into the 3-2 support. Being able to bring that out early would be absolutely insane for that deck. As well as the Mikasa Changer being able to go into that 3-2 healer field swapper. It's just, there's so much potential there if they even get just one Standby climax. That's definitely the thing that people are waiting for the most. But apart from that, there's really just, there's so much room for new support to all the pre-existing stuff. There's so much design space for them to come up with something really, really fresh and really, really new. So I think a lot of people are just looking forward to seeing what AOT will hold for the future.
Yeah, I think especially Standby is one side that a lot of people are super excited for, and I agree, I'd love to see a Standby and Attack on Titan to make all these insane plays with. But the other thing that Attack on Titan has focused on, going back to, pioneering decks, Attack on Titan Set 1 released in English before Japanese, and Set 2 released simultaneously. And they had a pretty unique focus that I don't think we've really seen in any other sets, which was cards moving during the attack phase and getting lots of bonuses from it. And I think it'd be really cool for them to go even deeper into that theme as well.
I think that would be something very cool to see as well. Because just like Randall said, Attack on Titan brought in new design space that wasn't explored in Weiss Schwarz previously, just like what you said, Connor, being able to move your board around during the battle phase. And with how dynamic just Attack on Titan is, with all of our characters on their 3D movement gear, moving all around the battlefield, I think that is also something I would like to see be represented in Set 3 as well. And with Set 3 being the finale of Attack on Titan, I think I want to see something epic, something that is very, very, very definitive of what Attack on Titan is. Something like maybe a lot of, instead, like, small spoilers here if you haven't seen Attack on Titan, I think it'd be really cool to see a finisher based on Eren turning into the Titan. Not just like the Attack Titan, but the Titan that we hopefully know about. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think this is just like the huge, like, it's like the climactic finale. They can just blow it out of the water here, lots of big stuff. Randall, what do you have?
Yeah, I think that there's just I think the biggest thing for me coming out of final season is definitely going to be the huge cast of characters that we have at this point. So we're going to be able to get a lot of really neat cards, hopefully, for all of these new characters that have been introduced in the final season, as well as all the, the new Titans and whatnot. Not gonna try to spoil too much, but there's definitely a lot of really neat new stuff that you just don't get out of the first two sets that I think people are really excited to see in card form coming into the final season's Weiss Schwarz set.
Great discussion. Now, I do want to bring up another topic of discussion here before we get into the matches, and that is English Weiss Schwarz as a whole is still fairly young compared to the Japanese side of the games, but we have seen a lot of sets come out in Japanese and very shortly after get imported to the English side of things. Do you guys have any sets in the Japanese side of the game that you would love to see come over to the English side? You guys in chat as well, sound out in chat, what do you guys want to see in the English side of this amazing card game known as Weiss Schwarz? Connor, take us off.
Thankfully, I've gotten pretty lucky with most of the things that I've wanted to come over making it. But one of the big ones for me, the Project Diva Extra Booster, a huge Project Diva fan, and I was really hoping we'd get that support in English, but unfortunately, we did not. As far as set like titles completely that don't exist in English, I'd love to see Steins Gate come to English. I think that's a super popular anime and a pretty good set that a lot of people would love to play.
What about you, Randall? What are you hoping to see swing on over to the English side of the game?
So, for those of you that are familiar with me and like what I do, I'm not really too much of an English player. I'm mostly sticking on the Japanese side of things. But that being said, as far as sets that I would love to see come to English, I think sets that, like Connor said, just some sets that are just lacking some support that would really just like boost them into a bit more viability. Ones that have been kind of left to the wayside. I think having those sets be reintroduced into Weiss Schwarz with an English release would be nice. Obviously, some of those sets are, even with the support that they are missing, would be on the weaker side, but I do think that there are a lot of fans of those respective series that would love to see those JP sets get imported so that they could play their decks at full power.
I think that very much hits very close to home for myself as well. As someone who kind of got into Weiss because of Contai Collection, been playing it through in set 1, very excited to see set 2, very excited for the Abyssals, very excited for set 3. And now that we have the European fleet, I believe, in the Japanese side, that is something I would love to see on the English side of things as well. It presents...
European fleet is that's actually the most recent release in English. The one that we're missing in English is Fifth Fleet.
Fifth Fleet, yes. So Fifth Fleet brings a lot of new options to content that they never had before that I would love to see brought over to the English side. A lot more different level 1 combos to explore into, and a lot of level 3 combos to look towards as well, and a lot of technology options as well. So I think, having said that, like that's a lot of like stuff to talk about as well. Do you guys have any particular topics you want to bring up? Randall?
I think I'm pretty good right now. I think we're just getting ready to go into our game soon. I'm looking forward to a lot of really hype Weiss Schwarz action. I hope you guys all in the chat are really ready for today's action as well. Connor, do you have anything you want to say?
I just hope we see some really cool and unique deck builds out here today. I know a lot of people, obviously we've said like a billion times, Data Live it's the boogeyman, and we've got Kaguya and Ruby and all, but well, Ruby especially, we don't know what people are going to be playing for Ruby. But I'd love to just see some really cool deck builds and strategies out here.
Oh yeah, you bring up a great point about Ruby as well that we never got to mention, is that Ruby, just like we said, being one of the English originals, having us, the English community of Weiss Schwarz player, be the pioneers for these deck builds, something that we've never had to experience many times in the past before. We see a lot of builds pop up. We've seen the 8 standby variant of Ruby. We've seen the Gate standby variant of Ruby. We've seen the Gate variant of Ruby. We've seen the Gate Arc variant of Ruby. We've seen Choice Gate Door Ruby. There's just so many really strong options for Ruby that, like, I don't know how to say this, but it feels like we are spoiled for choice. Connor, what is like your personal favorite Ruby build at the moment?
I think what I've enjoyed the most so far is actually the Jean and Pyrrha deck. Now with the choice trigger at level 1 and standby at level like 2 and 3, where you can bring out the Pyrrha early and shuffle cards back into your opponent's deck, and then just make your board huge and try to win out that way.
Okay, and what about you, Randall? What kind of Ruby builds are you like tending towards?
So I'm obviously more of a 1k1 player myself, so I don't have any particular build that I would consider like my pet deck as far as Ruby goes, but definitely been exploring a a lot of the 1k1 options. I'm really satisfied with the card quality of just like overall the cards in the set. They have some really nice level 1 and 3 combos, and like really strong level 0 lines. I know Connor and I have been doing a lot of discussion amongst ourselves as far as what we feel is like optimal level 0 choices, and there's just so much good stuff that it's really hard to come up with what we feel is the absolute best.
Yeah, I have to add on to that as well. Like, I had a chance to finally actually take a very deep look into the Ruby card pool, and the level zeros, they're just very strong. There's so many options there. There's a lot of doubling up on effects that, like, it really trims your level 0 line to a smaller amount, and you're able to get a lot of good effects out of a smaller card pool, which then lets you put a lot more options into the later stages of your deck building process in your level 1s, in your level 2s, and your level 3s. Like, I had a chance to finally take a good look at the John choice combo and finally realize that it's incredibly strong, that if you have multiple copies of that card or multiple copies of the choice climax, you can put the Johns in the back row, play the climax down, get the effects off, and in the next turn, you can promote the Johns from the back row up to the front again, and once again, reuse that climax combo. And it's just a lot of really strong recursion that you're able to get in conjunction with being able to play it alongside the Arca climax combo to just pick up more copies of the choice, to just keep going, and just reiterate and recursion on being able to search for cards, play set cards down, to be able to eventually scope your hand until you're ready for your very strong level 2 game, I might add, and then into whatever choice of finisher you look towards.
Yeah, the high power lines in the deck at pretty much every level, really, the deck can just hit really high numbers on offense. And that works, really well with the Jean combo, my personal preference, since it gives any one of your characters on reverse search. But just in general, the meta, we've got lots of standby right now, lots of decks trying to win board. And when you have that much offensive power, you can really threaten all these decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that does have one thing in common with another deck that's actually going to be coming out in English soon, which is Danmachi. For those of you who have been following the JP side of the game, Danmachi upcoming English release has been out in Japan for a little bit. That is a deck that is another one that is another 1k1 deck, so running 1k1 climaxes like Gate and Pants, that is able to like really wall break into these standby boards that are so prevalent right now. So if you're looking for a deck in the future that is going to be able to really combat those really high power standby boards, definitely look into Danmachi as well.
I love that term you use, wall breaker. Just like we said, in a lot of these like 8 standby decks, they very rely on having those really big bodies stay alive. Those 1/1/7/5s with encores, those 2/2/10/5s with encores, maybe not even encore, and with like certain tech abilities like we see in Data Live with the 2/2 Toka, having the ability to rearrange the top 2 of your deck after it reverses the opponent. Now, like we see, because of the prevalence of like these 8 standby decks that just bring out these really strong characters early, a lot of decks are tending towards like certain tech choices, like the 1/1 reversey boys, as we like to call them, just being able to spot remove said big bodies on the board before they're able to accumulate value. Because truth be told, playing standby, if you guys agree with me, is fairly a low tempo play. You're not getting the bonus soul out of it, and you are requiring them, your opponent, to actually crash into your oversized characters. That way, on your direct attack, you're able to accumulate the damage that you lost by playing the standby over a 1k1. Randall, like, what do you think about this like kind of paradigm between the 1k1s and the 8 standby kind of war we see in Weiss Schwarz at the moment?
All right, so I've been getting a little bit more experience into playing standby as of late. As I mentioned earlier, I do consider myself more of a 1k1 kind of player. But a couple things that I do really recognize about 8 standby is that you have a lot of different play style as far as like your goals in the game and what you're able to do, and like what limits you're able to go to. So like one really big thing that I found is that at least in 1k1 decks, you really want to get that first refresh before you hit level 2. Whereas in standby, I feel like that's really not as important. You can sort of take the game as it comes, because if you do hit level 2 early, that does potentially enable like an early standby into a level 3, and that potentially allows you to snowball the game back into your favor. You also have, in a lot of standby decks, because you're going to be holding board down a lot, standby decks really like to go into these very powerful endgame counters. And I think that these endgame counters, things like anti-damage or minus soul, really help standby to play into a sort of playstyle where you don't need to be as active about like paying out your stock or cleaning out your stock, things like that, because you do have these defensive options in the late game that can supplement for climaxes not going really cleanly back into your deck. So there's a lot of these playstyle nuances that I've been getting into with practicing 8 standby a little bit more. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see in future sets that do get access to 8 standby, what sort of these options that they will have as well. What sort of level 3s will they be able to bring out early to get back into an advantageous situation? What sort of defensive options will they have? Because in my eyes, those are the sort of things that really make one 8 standby deck unique from another. And it's just allows you to keep 8 standby quite fresh, as most of the time I feel like a lot of players are really just associating 8 standby with like, oh, bring out big 1/1, bring out big 2/2 herder, and like yeah. So hopefully there's a lot of cool new stuff coming up.
All right, Connor, what about you? What's like what's your thoughts on like the 1k1 versus standby paradigm?
I think it's pretty interesting. The 1k1 decks obviously are typically outside of a few decks, like we've mentioned, Ruby and all, probably going to be losing board against these standby decks. So you have to be really efficient with your characters if you're a 1k1 deck, where you're able to refill your hand and play new characters every turn so that you can keep attacking. Whereas the standby decks, they are, like you said, making the slower, lower tempo play early. They're probably going to be going lower on hand count. They're not going to be dealing as much damage early, but their goal is to snowball throughout the game. So the way to beat them, obviously, is just to stop that snowball as early as possible. But if they get it going, it's pretty hard to stop them. So it's definitely, I think the early game is a lot more meaningful than people might realize when you're playing 1k1 versus standby.
Hey, great insight from both of you. Now, it does sound like we're about ready to head into round 1. So don't forget to tweet out your favorite hashtag BRO2021 moments on Twitter, and we might just read them out loud on stream for you. But like I said, it does sound like our contestants are about ready to throw hands. I'm going to take a step back and let the 2 Weiss Schwarz experts handle the commentary for the first 2 rounds. Let's take a look at what our first contender will be representing.
All right, getting a look at our first deck here. We have Nicholas Banville on Kaguya-sama. This is looking like a pretty typical build. We've got the standby level 1 into the gate level 3. I think one notable ratio, at least for me, is the 2 copies of the level 1 Shirogane. There are 2 main options that players will typically go to for a level 1 Shirogane slot. One of them is he himself is like a big character, while this one is a level 2 killer. Do you have any thoughts on this list, Connor?
This list, honestly, I really like. It looks pretty similar to what I'm used to playing. I do like a lot of the options here. The blue level 0 Kaguya is one you don't really see very often. That's going to give the deck a little bit of additional deck speed, and opens up some cool level zone manipulation plays, since we do have experience 4 requirement on the Shirogane level 3. So we'll see if that comes up throughout the game. Notably, though, I believe Nicholas Banville actually top 8'd the AO already. So we have a pretty experienced player with the deck on our hands here as well.
Yeah, and I think one other very interesting thing to note about this particular list is the 2 copies of the Ishigami 2/2. Usually you see like 3 or 4 copies of the of 2/2 standby targets in Kaguya lists, but I feel like by playing only 2 copies, he is making room for these 2 copies of the level 3 Vice President Kaguya, which usually is like a 0 to 1 of. So it, at least to me, feels like he's going to be putting a lot of emphasis into standbying those out at level 2, and then taking control of the game from there using her ability to give a field-wide 1500 buff.
For sure, definitely a strategy that we'll see if he goes for. But let's take a look at what his opponent's playing to see how that's going to match up. Looks like we have
GGO.
Alex Destroyer here. GGO, wow. That's a deck that we haven't seen very often.
GGO, a deck typically known for its early play game. It has a plethora of strong early play options that you can bring out. And looks like this deck is going to be doing exactly that. We look at this level 3 line. It is absolutely filled to the brim with characters. We've got, what is this? 8 plus 14 level 3 characters. I believe it does have an experience requirement for one of its early plays to be specific level 3s in your level zone. So we're going to be looking to level some of those and put all the rest of them onto the board starting at level 2, basically.
Yeah, definitely something GGO is known for is the high level 3 count. So we'll see if that messes him up at all, but the soul triggers are going to be pretty good for pushing damage, making Kaguya play the game a bit faster.
Absolutely. And he's going to be looking to use those 8 gate climaxes to keep his hand size high throughout the game. And then one more notable card in GGO that we can take a look at is the level 2 Fukujiro that he is running. That card does have potentially an anti-burn effect. In this particular matchup, this could actually be useful as it only prevents burn of 1 or less, but we do have burns of 1 in Kaguya-sama with the level 3 Kaguya combo, as well as potentially the Vice President Kaguya using her mill bottom 3 effect. If that does only end up hitting exactly 1 climax and this anti-burn effect is active, it could be shutting down some damage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be, I think, a key role player here in this game. I believe our players are ready, though, so let's get right into it and see how this plays out.
All right, let's get into the game. All right, I am really excited to get into today's games. This is our first game of BRO NA LA. How excited are you, Connor? And how excited is everyone in chat?
I'm very excited. I'm pretty glad we get to see a sort of a fringe deck in round 1 as well. And not just a fringe deck, a deck that people used to think was like a really big player in the meta, but unfortunately maybe didn't get quite as much time in the spotlight as it should have, and it gets to play against one of today's top dogs.
Mm-hmm. Looks like starting here with the GGO player, and
we've got a just brainstorm to the back, runner to the front. So he's got a pretty good start there. Going to be able to deny the K clean cut if his opponent plays it.
Of course, the K clean cut, one of the strongest assets for Kaguya-sama, being able to not only move out of the way of danger herself, but also use her other ability, that clean cut, to rescue one of your other characters and move that to safety as well as opening up slots for herself to run around in.
Oh, and we do see the Kaguya player, Nicholas, did have the K. So good denial here, stopping one of Kaguya's strongest turn 1 plays. However, the standby trigger is going to get some good value turn 1.
Being able to standby out that level 1 Shirogane to the back row. It's way too early for its ability to be really useful, but bringing out anything with a standby is pretty advantageous into this early game. He could potentially use it as an attacker to just guarantee killing an opponent's character if both of them stay at level 1 for an extended amount of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, GGO is not going to be playing any level 2 characters to the front row, most likely. So I don't think it'll be getting much value out of its effect, but that's a free +1 to board, so he's going to get it as an attacker that he can use just to clean things up later.
That's kind of the decision that you make in the deck building process as a Kaguya player between this level 1 Shirogane, which is intended to beat over like standby level 2s, versus the other Shirogane that we mentioned earlier, which is a 1-0-6-5. He becomes a 2-0-6-5, I believe. So he's intended to be just a big body on the board himself, whereas this one is specifically designed to be killing some level 2 characters.
Yeah, I am usually a pretty big proponent of this level 1 that gets really big against level 2 characters due to the prevalence of standby in the meta. But funnily enough, in this matchup, the other one would be really good. Since it goes up to level 2, GGO's main level 1 combo that they're playing in this case is a level 1 reverser. So they would have a perfect way to just deny that if he was playing the other 1-0. But alas, he's gone with the one that is probably better against more of the field currently.
All right, so taking a look at the GGO player, we did have the Pitahui Summon Ricky, who is going to be using her effect, putting the top card of his stock into his clock, and he's going to be summoning a cost 0 character with level equal or lower than his level, which currently is 0. So he's going to be bringing out his level 0 level swap assist. It's a global 500 assist that can rest 2 of his characters to choose a card from his waiting room and swap it with a card in his level zone. This is going to be integral to his early play game plan, being able to get those specific level 3s into his level zone to turn on his condition. And interestingly, moving the Brainstorm into the front row on this one, supposedly just to further threaten this K, as he will be able to get high enough power on all 3 lanes to threaten it with the help of the 500 global that he just summoned.
So he's actually, I don't think he's big enough in the Pito Hui lane. I think she's only at 1500 right now.
Oh, actually,
so
you're right.
interesting that that's the one facing it before the run. So we do see even with the K succeeding in her mill is probably just going to stay right in the same spot.
Oh, it looks like he just slammed one of those sideways cards. So she is going to get to that 2500 power, and this K is in danger in this upcoming battle phase.
Yep, that is definitely it. So trying to push some damage, make up for a little bit of the damage gap here, and we'll see if that works out.
Looks like we are waiting on some decision here from Nicholas, perhaps, going into this attack phase, whether he should mill or not, perhaps.
So he did mill. He milled the Kaguya level 3.
Oh, okay.
I think we're waiting to see maybe if he's going to run, or we're checking on some cards.
I think the main decision
here.
I think the main decision here would be whether or not to stay in front of the Pituhui. As her secondary ability is Twin Drive, there is potential to have some increased damage off of the multiple triggers there.
Yeah, if you're going to, get run over in every lane, maybe trying to manipulate the damage as much as possible. Though being on first deck, we do see this Pitohui swinging for bigger numbers might not be favorable. It's a bit of a coin toss there. It's hard to decide whether you want to take the direct attack with the most possible soul, or try to deny it and even out the soul across all the lanes. One card that we didn't mention a whole lot that he did bring out off that Pitohui, the level swapper, you said. Both of these decks need experience for completely different reasons, really. But experience is something that we don't see in every set. So it's interesting that we got 2 experience decks matched up against each other here.
Right. And for those of you who are unaware, experience is it's basically a condition where you have specific cards or specific levels of cards in your level zone. So this is a little bit of a more advanced mechanic. It requires a bit of nuanced deck building as well. So not for every deck, not for every player necessarily, but definitely has some strong payoffs. And so going into the attack phase here, we are going to see an immediate trigger of a gate, unfortunately with nothing in his waiting room to salvage. And not going with the Pito Hui here. He could pay out that climax with the Twin Drive.
Yeah, that is something, one of the notable plays for Pito Hui is being able to keep your stock clean. But we also see one of the downsides of her search effect, putting your stock into clock, is that he has no waiting room from potentially paying 1 stock there.
Right.
He does get to win board, though, so we'll have to see how Kaguya responds to that.
Yeah. So, considering that Nicholas only went with the K runner on turn 1, I'm curious to know what other 0 options he has in his hand, if any, because right now he's staring down a field of 3 characters, and while he does have that level 1 Shirogane that can freely just beat over any one of these, if he doesn't have enough to deal with the full board, this could be potentially problematic for him, because he did get stuck at level 0 here.
It definitely could be. I think, though, if we see if he has the Chica level 0, Kaguya's other big player at level 0, he could get to search another K even, and get 3 attacks, and save one of them to back row. And he just has the K anyway.
Yep.
Pretty good. So we'll definitely, he'll get his reverse there, and get to save one of his characters for next turn. Pumping like 1,000 power off of his Brainstorm. Not sure where. I
Looks like it
assume
went to middle.
into the blue Kaguya, I'm assuming. But he's definitely over in every lane, so sending GGO to level 1 here. And it looks like they did get their Fuka 3-2 experience target.
1/2 of the experience requirement for the early play.
And
he's gonna be
unfortunately
looking to
another
get that.
Fuka into clock there.
He's going to be looking to get that other half of the experience requirement either within the cards that he can get into his clock over the next few cards in clock, or just using his level swapper once he hits level 2 in order to just get that very easily into his level zone.
Yeah, the level swapper for sure will pretty much just guarantee that he gets it. And he clocks it for turn, so he will have his early play condition online as soon as he hits level 2. He's just going to A, need some stock, and B, need to refill hand, which it looks like he has every intention of doing here.
So looking at this K clean cut, he did decide to clean cut the 1-0 Shirogane to back row. What are your thoughts on clean cutting that back as opposed to the level 0 Kaguya? Because if you bring the blue Kaguya back to the back row, you do preserve the potential utility out of the K1 sack it to top 4 check ability.
I agree with that. I think personally, I probably would have saved the Kaguya. Maybe he has plans for using the 1-0's 65. Even though it won't gain the extra 6,000, Kaguya has a lot of power pumps. So maybe he plans on trying to get it up to 10k plus to try to contest early plays at some point.
I do think that it could potentially actually be problematic here, considering that the level 1 game for our GGO player is reversers. And these reversers are going to be able to get over Nicholas's board, and then they're going to stick around for the turn after. So if Nicholas wants to try to beat over these on the upcoming turn, he's going to have to basically get 2-for-1 on every single one of these reversers.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. This is definitely a matchup where I think Nicholas would have wanted to hit level 1 first and try to get any number of level 2s into play to sort of wall these off when he had the chance. But unfortunately, that's not going to be happening here.
So our level 1 Len combo here, she does have the Climax combo with the Gate Climax on attack. You reveal the top card of your deck, and if it's an avatar or net character, you add it to your hand. So it does not give you selective advantage, but he is going to be getting, hopefully, a lot of selective advantage off of a lot of gate triggers throughout the game, which will allow him to keep specific cards in his hand, whereas right now he's basically just getting random cards off the top.
Yeah, and notably, the selective advantage from his triggers, since Len only adds characters to hand, if he does top check a climax, it'll stay there and he'll get to trigger it for selective advantage. And if he top checks not a climax, it'll go to his hand. So he gets to dig even deeper to try to find those climaxes to get his selective advantage.
Nicholas going to 1-0 here. He's been canceling extremely well so far this game, but we need to see what that means for the rest of his deck. He does have the spammable Brainstorm here in his back row already, that level 0 Kaguya PR. So potentially using some of this stock to get out of his current deck state. Or depending on what he has in his hand, he might go for other options. Nope, is going for the spammable Brainstorm. So I believe he was out 6 climaxes already, and that is a 7.
Yep, there's one more climax coming out.
So he will be able to salvage one character and discard a character as being a spammable Brainstorm. For the most part, spammable Brainstorms, they do not allow you to go plus. There are some really, really old ones that have some wonky costs that do allow you to plus, but this one is just the usual. He's going to be grabbing the Chica Ricky off of that.
Yep, he definitely has some leeway with his damage to work with, so definitely not afraid to clock himself here to get some cards, especially knowing he's most likely going to be losing his board here. Thankfully, though, the Gun Gale level 1 combo is only 3,500 currently due to the plus 500 global in the backstage. So it's probably pretty possible for him even to get reverses with level 0s here and not risk, losing important characters. Though if he has the standby in hand, he's going to want to go for his level 1 combo.
Right. Does not look like he has it, though.
It does not look like it.
For this Hayasaka.
I'm curious to see if now that he's searched for the drop searcher, if he's going to play out the 1-1 assist and start using the resonate to get some cards. We know he leveled one copy, so he probably plans on having access to other copies, which he's only playing 2, so...
So leveling the first
Nicholas
copy...
better know where that other one is.
Yeah, so leveling the first copy of this this Kaguya assist here, that is basically just going into his experience game plan where you want to hit experience 4 by level 2, and ideally you have one of those be red and one of those be green, as those are your 2 main colors. And looking at his clock, he's got his experience in the bag already. He's got the level 1 Kaguya plus the level 3 K that's eventually probably going to be going to the level zone as well to fulfill his total of 4.
Yep, and we see him just throwing the Miyukis away here. He knows they're going to get reversed. They're not important in this matchup.
What happened here on this Chica lane, though? Because when he used the on-play buff ability, it looked like he motioned toward his center lane, and he could have used the Chica buff on herself with the buff from the Brainstorm in order to get a reverse onto one of these combos.
That is what I was thinking as well. He could have gone for 3 reverses here, which I think is pretty important in this matchup. You don't want GGO to be able to loop this combo for multiple turns, because at this point they still don't really have exactly enough stock to do their early play package one time, but they can't really do anything beyond that. So I think it would actually be in GGO's best interest to be able to generate some more advantage if possible. And he has left that one Len on board.
But in exchange for that, he does just hit Alex Destroyer straight to level 2. So we might be seeing some of these early plays coming out.
Yeah, definitely looking in Nicholas's favor on damage. But we'll see. Interestingly, right, Kaguya is the standby deck here, but he's put himself in a position where he might be the one struggling to fight for board, just due to Gungale's early plays getting to come down so early against him.
So as far as the early plays for GGO, we do have a couple options here. One of them is the Fukujiro that did end up in level. It requires both herself and that level 3 Len that did go to level. As long as both of those are in the level zone, you do get to early play, and then Fukujiro gets to summon the Len with her on-play effect, I believe?
Yes, that is correct. Similar to the Love Live Sunshine package. Once you early play one, you can pay one to bring the other out of waiting room.
And I believe we are seeing the level 2 anti-burn assist here. It's a pretty unique card.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid play, especially with Kaguya's board being completely open right now. Rather than going for early plays and swinging for a ton of damage that way, you don't have enough stock to play the early plays and the assist to protect them. So get the assist down this turn, and next turn we can offensively play the early plays, remove anything that we need to on Kaguya's board, and maybe have a little better of a chance of protecting them.
Yeah, and with this Len staying on the board, we do see another Climax combo coming out, able to generate a little bit more advantage. Nicholas getting a very fortunate cancel on 4 there with the last Climax in his deck, going back with all 8.
For sure. For sure. We'll see if these next 2 attacks stick. It could possibly catch up in damage anyway, but it doesn't look like it.
Wow. Another cancel right off the top. Will we see the famed triple cancel, the legendary triple cancel? Twin Drive coming out here, looking to get some extra damage possibly, and it is going to end up being a triple cancel.
Unfortunate. This is one of those hindsight moments, right, where it turns out if you had just played both of the Gungale early plays out, like, Kaguya couldn't have contested them because they triple canceled and they just have 0s and 1s to play down now. Yeah. But if you had played them and stuck 3 attacks, then oh no, you're staring down, early plays and things like that are going to be able to remove your stuff easier. So it's hard to make those decisions sometimes on whether you want to go for board or not when your opponent might level up.
That being said, I do think this is a bit of a predicament for Nicholas moving forward, especially if he does not acquire his level 1 combo. Without hitting any standbys, he basically has no guaranteed way to contest into these potential early plays that are going to be coming out. And he's also basically guaranteed to lose another body swinging into this copy of the level 1 Len that has stuck around. that card potentially going to get a 3-for-1 here, some insane value.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking too great on the board state side of things, and I'm not sure everything that's in Nicholas's waiting room right now, but hitting a standby here might not even actually help him out a ton. I know we see that level 1 combo sitting on the waiting room there, and I believe some level 3s, but I don't know, playing only 2 copies of the 2/2, I don't know that they're going to have any available.
Right. So he is using the drop search Hayasaka here to go into a clean cut. I think that makes his intentions clear for his turn, as for GGO's side, we do have some pretty small level 0s that are pretty free kills for this K. He might be able to get some clean cut value, but no, actually, interesting. Developing level 1 combo. I feel like if he had the intention to play the K, he would be playing it as his 4th character, leaving an empty slot open, moving one of those back row up in order to allow K to use her clean cut ability to move to back row, but instead going for a different plan. Interesting.
Very interesting. My thought as well would have been to maybe push. He's going to get since he has the climax, he's going to get the open spot anyway. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
I was thinking without a climax play, I would have pushed up the brainstorm, but we love that drop search, getting to bounce back there.
Using her drop search, using her secondary ability, when a climax is placed, you can bounce her back to hand to buff one of your characters by 2k power until end of turn. Normally, very useful for opening up the spot for a standby target, but in this case, it's going to be opening up that spot for the clean cut to move something to the back row. And unfortunately, not getting the correct climax here. He is getting a gate climax and not a standby, but Alex Stroyer is just going to keep eating the damage.
Lots of early plays in the clock there, too. Another attack for 3 here.
Wow, well, you gotta wonder where all the climaxes are. He's been playing one every turn. I wonder if just a bunch of them are just trapped in his hand right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't see, with GGO being a little older, we don't see as many of the plentiful discard outs that are as powerful as some of the more recent sets. Really, the only ones in the deck are the Karen that's on his board currently, discard 1 to clock swap, and then like the drop salvage, which I don't think we've seen him play down yet, but would be a pretty good card in this matchup. Probably actually one of the ideal plays for him last turn if he had it. Just because when your opponent plays a climax, it can go to stock, and that would help him build resources for the early plays and also deny the standby level 1 combo if Nicholas had gotten it.
So Nicholas, assuming that Alex Stroyer is going to be going into some of those early plays here, it's going to be hard for Nicholas to contest these. He doesn't have a 2/2 developed onto the board, and his deck is not in a position to be able to early play either his Shirogane early play or his K early play healer. In addition, a bunch of them are just not in places that he can get to them right now, as he did just trigger a couple. There's one in clock that's probably going to be going to level, and it's entirely possible that he's just not ready for these potential plays, but by pushing so much damage, he may not have to worry about it too much, to be honest.
Yeah, when you're ahead this far in damage, sometimes just playing 3 characters and trying to keep hand is all you really have to do.
I think keeping hand is going to be potentially a hard part here, though, as he is basically only plussing off of his K clean cut, hasn't been getting any triggers of note, hasn't been getting any well, there's no plussing brainstorm in this list. There usually isn't a plussing brainstorm in Kaguya list, usually going with the 1/1 Kaguya level assist in order to get your advantage, using her resonance ability. But we do not see that on the board either. So basically just going for whatever he can really get here.
Just relying on clean cuts and climax triggers to get that card advantage. Now I'm curious, though, if we're going to see Gun Gale start early play. They should have enough stock for it, and we know they at least have the Fuka in hand. Though 1 copy of Lin in level and 2 in clock might mean that they don't have the target to pull out. So they're going for the other Lin early play instead.
So this is the other early play. While one of them has an experience condition, this one has a clock condition. So when you have the level 0 Pitahui Summon Ricky in your clock, you are able to bring this out at level 2. Very, very strong early play condition. And she does have an on-play heal to stock by discarding a card. And it does heal from the bottom of the clock, which is very important for maintaining the Pitahui in your clock so that you can have early play condition for multiple copies of the Len. And we are going to see the other early play package coming into play here, the double early play Fukujiro plus Len. That is going to allow him to really dominate the board from here on out. He's just got these really, really high power cards at level 2, backed up by that support, and he is going to be going in here with another Climax. We might see some big damage this turn.
Yeah, this is definitely, now that we saw those cancels last turn, going for making up every bit of damage difference here.
We are seeing a gate trigger. We'll be able to secure some more advantage.
Yeah, potentially even grabbing the anti-change back up here, I would think, just to protect the early plays as a backup, or if you hit Kaguya to level 2 and they get to early play here, you have even more protection.
The first attack going through, and oh boy,
second attack going through.
It is time to catch up.
Yep, definitely making up ground here, and I don't know that Nicholas actually has early play condition for either of his early plays, but even if they just play a standby from hand, we could maybe see the anti-change counter come out.
Currently, for sure, he does not have early play condition. The early play condition for both of Kaguya's level 3s that can come down at level 2 is 2 or less climaxes in waiting room, and he does have, I believe, 4 climaxes as he canceled twice into playing 1 into canceling with 1 just now.
Yeah, so definitely no early play condition there. But since this is a standby deck, things coming out early are it's always a possibility.
Outside of triggering standbys, though, it does look like we are going to see the good old Krish Crash Splish Splash here from Nicholas.
Yep, it looks like it. Unfortunately, with the low count of 2/2s and not playing anything like the Kaguya 2/1 that can resonate for 6,000 power, doesn't look like there's going to be many answers to this board state.
So I think one thing that we should look at here is if Nicholas does trigger a standby. I'm not sure if he has the 1/1 support in his waiting room, but should a standby be triggered, do you think he should be bringing out level 3s to prepare for the level 3 game? Or do you think bringing out the 1/1 might be the order here? Because the 1/1 could potentially generate advantage over multiple turns. And staring down this already developed board of level 3s on GGO side, standbying out a level 3 just might not be enough to get the job done. It might even just get instantly removed within the turn or so after being placed onto the board via the standby.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you stand by a level 3, I think you have to do it to the backstage here just to keep it safe for a turn cycle. We do get to see the drop searcher bounce back to hand. So if he does get the 1/1 here, he'll have the resonate target for it. But we see the trial deck 3/2 instead. So he's going for sacrificing board this turn and having a huge board next turn, it looks like.
As far as the power lines, we do actually have one lane beating over, or actually tying here, with the level 1 Kaguya, the one that has the die on it. That one is buffed by not only the Chica, but also by the Hayasaka Drop Search and the Brainstorm in the back row, bringing it up to 10k power, which is enough to tie the Fukujiro across from it. So he will be able to get one search, although he is still forfeiting his board here. Alex Troyer may want to use his counter to defend that lane.
I was about to say, unfortunately, that backup is public knowledge right now and can easily shut this play down. And for one stock, I think keeping your early play around is pretty worthwhile, especially since you can back up here and even discard the 2 to get rid of that 3/2 in the back row if you wanted.
Yeah, that could definitely be a play here. Really make a statement. Try to lock Nicholas out of the game if he tries to use the anti-change backup. It's
Yeah,
not like he needs to hand too much going into this late game. His board is already just it's all here.
right. He's not going to have to play any new characters on the next turn because all 3 of his characters are surviving. And it looks like he's deciding what to discard here. Yep, discards 2, goes down to 0 hand, I think. But
Even despite that, I love the play.
yeah, such a good board state here. And it's not like GGO's top end really needs much hand anyway. Their like finisher climax combo is just on attack deal 1, so you don't need extra hand for that. And if you can just maintain board, keep Nicholas in a position where Nicholas can't answer the board, he'll regain a hand over a couple turns anyhow. And with the back row assist, the 2-1, it's also very possible that he just has protection from any sort of blowout turns of, drawing the Kaguya combo and the climax and dealing 1 a bunch of times. So there's that safety net as well.
So he is out, I believe, 6 climaxes, the 4 from earlier, the one he played and the one that he triggered for turns. So we are seeing some incoming damage here. I do think that Nicholas may be holding on to a gate potentially for his level 3 line. But
I would think so, yes. It's typically pretty difficult to get the climaxes to hand in Kaguya.
That would mean that he had 1 climax left in his deck, and it is a climax. So the thing here for Alex Stroyer is that while he does have complete control of the board currently, he is basically playing off of top decks, and that does mean that he's not going to have access to further heals. So whatever damage Nicholas is able to stick, it's going to stick.
Yes, that is true.
Oh wow,
we see 3-5. So I think as long as Alex Stroyer survives this turn, they're in a pretty solid position to close out the game.
I think now is a perfect time to revisit the level 2 Fukujiro that Alex Stroyer has in his back row. She does have that deploy a smokescreen effect. At the start of the opponent's attack phase, the opponent mills the top card of their deck, and if that card is level 1 or higher, the opponent can no longer deal burn 1s with auto abilities until the end of the turn. That's going to completely shut off this 3-2 Kaguya if this ends up happening.
Yep, and unfortunately, I believe Nicholas is going to have the Kaguya climax swap to control the top card of deck to try to get around that. Otherwise, just leaving it up to chance.
Yeah, this could be the point where this mill just changes the entire game. Because that's the difference between 4 ping 1s and no ping 1s.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's a 0!
It is a 0. All right, we're entering the danger zone here. This is very, very much lethal on board.
Yeah, there's 2 damage, and then these 2 Kaguyas are going to be threatening 1-3-1 and 1-3-1 between the 2 of them. This is a lot of incoming damage, and it looks like his deck's low as well. Getting near refresh point, this is extremely dangerous.
Yep, with only 3 cards, it could very well be over here. We're going to have to see some 1s canceled.
He can only afford to take a single ping 1 here.
All right, we do see the backup. And that is the game.
That is it.
Yep, with Kaguya as our winner. Coming back from a pretty rough start. It looked like Kaguya was behind almost the entire game, but that powerful finisher turn, and combined with being able to just keep up damage throughout the game, even though they weren't able to win board, they were able to keep the damage going and finish it out with the ever so powerful Kaguya level 3 combo.
It did seem throughout the game that Alex Stroyer did have some issues regarding his climax locations. It did seem like he had a lot of them in hand. Playing 1 as early as turn 2, playing 1 like every single turn afterwards, and just the cancels just were not in his favor this game.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like he was taking damage a lot faster than Kaguya was. And that ultimately, combined with missing the mill on that last turn, cost him the game, unfortunately.
What I think is really interesting about this particular game is that typically when you play against Kaguya, you don't expect their damage output to be very high at level 1 because they usually go into that standby combo. Standby obviously not giving you any extra damage output, but in this case, the game did take an interesting turn where he did not get his standby combo at level 1 and instead just going for a gate climax. And that's not the sort of thing that you really prepare for Kaguya to do incoming damage wise to you. And like obviously the Kaguya player is not expecting that either. But in this case, this just happened to work out in Kaguya's favor, being able to push a lot of damage, get GGO to a very early level 2.
Right. I think Alex Roy was definitely planning on having at least one additional turn at level 1 to generate some more stock in order to play the early plays and the assist on the same turn. Maybe the first turn at level 2 and be able to win board a little easier that way rather than having to spend the one extra turn just playing zeros and swinging. And that might have cost him a little bit in the long run, especially on hand size, since we did see hand get very low near the end, going back down to 0 or 1 and having to hit climax triggers to get any back. But I think overall we did see some of GGO's strengths in that game. The level 1 combo Len being a reverser sort of showed off how good reversers can be against some of these decks that aren't putting level 2s on board. Even though Kaguya might have wanted to, we did see the lower count of 2/2s in that list anyway, and the reversers were able to sort of punish that a bit better.
Yeah, this is a trend that we've seen previously in another very popular Weiss Schwarz deck, which was Love Live Sunshine, which had Reverser as their level 1 combo as well, the Chica Reverser. And the common theme between these like reversing level 1 combos is that when you're able to hit level 1 before your opponent, you can get extreme value out of these reversers because they get to basically beat over your opponent's like random level 0s for free. You can get advantage that way over your opponent. And then if your opponent is not able to field something that has either like a level +1 or something like that, whatever they're swinging into these reversers are also going to get wiped off the board. So we saw that in this game, those Len reversers able to basically get 2-for-1s, or even in the case of that one copy that got stuck around for an additional turn, a 3-for-1 off of just beating over some characters, and then finally, as she left the field, getting value off of that reverser effect.
Yeah, they definitely make, especially standby players, think twice about playing down their 1/1s, since stock investment into something that's going to get reversed that easily is a bit of a questionable move.
That being said, level 1 reversers are really like just a rarity these days. There's not too many reversers running around, mostly just because I feel like a lot of people are speccing into level 1 options that provide more like tangible utility for yourself, whereas a reverser is more of an like interactive card with the opponent.
Yeah, definitely more interaction. We see a lot of decks even just playing 4 level 1s and maybe a backup. It's just their combo that they're using for card advantage. Whereas any additional spots they're playing are typically just utility spots. We see a lot of the effects like on play, mill 2, if there's a climax, discard salvage, just stuff like that. But reversers give a pretty good power play against a lot of the decks trying to win board at level 1. And even decks that aren't, it sort of just negates advantage from climax combos, where your opponent's going to play down their 1-0 combo, check top 4, add 1, but then they lose their character. So, you're basically playing against standby anyway there, right?
So on the topic of these level 1 utility for yourself profiles, as you mentioned, there is the potential to run cards that have on play mill 2. If you hit a climax, you can discard 1 to salvage 1 or things like that. Do you have any particular level 1 side profiles that you enjoy putting in your decks?
As far as utility, I can't really think of many that I find myself playing super often. I actually tend to, at least in the current meta, prefer my secondary level 1s, if I play any, to be very high burst power. I especially like cards like the Miyuki that we saw that gain a lot of power against level 2s, or even just cards. Ruby, I play the 1/1 Glinda. It's just a 1/1 that attacks for like 10,000 power and then defends at 6,000. And I like that burst power a lot, especially against standby decks.
Yeah, burst power definitely really prevalent. The profiles that I personally had in mind are, for those of you Bang Dream players, you might be familiar with the 1/0 Kokoro Twin Drive. Profiles like that, where you have like you said, really really high offensive power on the turn you play them, or just like during your turn, combined with an extra utility effect on top, I think make for really really strong secondary level 1 profiles.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, so with that, I think we have pretty much wrapped it up here for our endgame discussion on this game that you guys just saw, the Kage-sama versus GGO. We're going to go ahead and throw it to break right now, and we'll be back with more Weiss Schwarz action after the break. Keep watching, guys. And we're back, everybody, with more live coverage for the NALA Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 Weiss Schwarz. And we just saw a Kaguya matchup versus Gungale Online. Gungale Online, definitely not one of the most popular decks. In fact, that was the only GGO player in the tournament. We do actually have a lot of one-of decks throughout this NA tournament. Ones that you guys probably don't see every day, like Kill la Kill, Gurren Lagann, and actually a surprising one of in today's tournament is the ever popular Attack on Titan. Do you have any thoughts on that, Connor?
Yeah, it's definitely quite a fall from grace that we only have one in the tournament, but it is very interesting just to see all the players that I assume, brought their favorite set out just to rep their series and try to make it as far as possible with it. And as we saw last round, GGO put up quite a good fight against Kaguya, almost pulling it out in the end.
Yeah, I think had the game gone more smoothly, he definitely had a lot of really good counter mechanics to Kaguya being able to develop that early board, especially given the circumstances of that game where our Kaguya player was not able to really develop much of a board at level 2, and instead they just kind of went for damage. In addition, that 2-1 Fukujiro, which unfortunately on that last turn did not end up getting that anti-burn effect, but definitely a lot of really nice counterplay coming out of this GGO deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved the anti-change play with the counter to both win lane against the combo and get rid of the back row. And I think that, one or two more cancels combined with maybe hitting that mill on the Fuka back row could have very easily swung that game in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I think a big thing to be said for his climax placements, though, as we did just see, just the climaxes were just not in the right places. He wasn't getting very many cancels. He did get a couple at level 2, I believe, but I think those might have been some of the only cancels that he had in the game. It seemed like a lot of the other climaxes were either in his hand, in his stock. Unfortunately, with that turn 2 play, did not go with the Itohui twin drive to be able to pay out that climax that he did trigger on the first attack.
Yeah, that could have also been quite helpful. Though I do think we saw a pretty solid early game as far as board state went from our GGO player, with opening the runner, being able to deny the K, and then getting on turn 2, the Pito Hui out, getting card advantage, having access to the twin drive. I think overall showed off a pretty strong level 0 game, which is one of the things that GGO was known for back when it released.
One card that I do want to take note of, the level 0 Brainstorm, which actually did make an appearance briefly in the early game, as he did play it on the first turn, but then decided to promote it as an attacker going into the next turn. What are your thoughts on using that as an attacker as opposed to just keeping it as a back row utility piece? Because he did want to threaten the K, obviously, in all 3 lanes by using it as one of the 3 attackers, but maybe that might have not been the best choice. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm a little iffy on pushing the Brainstorm up. I think it especially would have been good to help keep hand a little later in the game. One of the cards in that list that I'm personally a huge fan of, that I think would have been an awesome play there, is, as I said earlier, the Drop Salvage, that also has the ability when your opponent plays a climax, it can go to stock. He could have brought that out, gotten 3 attacks still, left the Brainstorm in the backstage, and then if his opponent does go to level 1 off of 3 attacks, can, send the Drop Salvage to stock to deny 1 combo lane, but also open up a spot for the runner to move to deny 2 lanes, basically, on the combo.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to use that combination to deny a combo, then like the runner would basically have to run to that now empty slot where the Drop Salvage was before, right? So it would still be potentially.
It just means that your opponent, they can't put the Kaguya combo across from the Drop Salvage or across from the runner, because they're gonna be able to dodge it either way. So they get their 1 reverse against the Pito Hui itself, and then end up losing both of their other combo lanes unless they have 3 copies. So I think probably a favorable play overall, though, you never know how it's going to play out. It's very possible that he went for the level swapper, not having either of the level 3s in hand available to clock, and thinking that it might come down to having to level swap to get his early play condition turned on. But we saw a lot of them hit clock naturally anyway, and it ended up not mattering. Again, just a hindsight thing. Decks that require some amount of setup like that, it can be hard to determine, how deep you need to go on doing it yourself versus it setting up naturally.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he wanted to place a lot of emphasis on developing the level swapper as early as possible, as he did only run one copy in the list, and he made it a point to prioritize bringing it out via the Pituhui Summon Riki. So that seems to be, as far as his game plan goes, a staple part of his early game.
Yeah, I was thinking at first it might have just been for the, the 500 global, put the Brainstorm at a point where it could tie the K, but playing the Climax anyway put that completely over in every lane. Though it did mean, I guess one thing was that the Pito Hui with the Climax and the global was 500 higher than the K, so you don't have to crash that lane. But I don't know that they would have searched out the 500 global just to make that line of play. This seems pretty all in for a, minor benefit in the long run, probably.
So on the Kaguya's player side, we did see a bit of an unfortunate game where they were not able to really get their level 1 standby combo off in a timely manner. They weren't able to really bring out any sort of board presence that could last multiple turns like Kaguya decks usually want to. No 2-2s, no early plays. So usually when that happens to Kaguya, usually it turns into a pretty awful time. What are your thoughts on Kaguya if it runs into that situation?
It definitely seemed like a pretty awful time most of that game. Struggling for hand and playables, really, just to be able to keep filling up the board, only to crash them into reversers. Was not something Kaguya wants to be doing a whole lot. And I think part of that, the issue comes down to, not drawing the standby for the level 1 combo, because that's going to get you a free 2-2 into play, hopefully. Not drawing the Climax swapper to be able to swap that. Just lots of different ways that could have gone better and gotten a board set up. And unfortunately, none of them really fell into place there. So I don't think it's something you have to worry about a whole lot with Kaguya. It's just very fringe scenarios like this where everything sort of falls apart, that it becomes an issue.
Right. I feel like in that sort of scenario, if you are a Kaguya player and you run into this sort of situation where you're not getting the right Climax, not hitting standbys, I feel like the card that you definitely want to prioritize in that situation would probably be the 1-1 assist. We did see in that last game, he did end up leveling one copy of those. What are your thoughts on potentially, in that case, I'm not 100% sure on what other options he had for leveling for experience, but what are your thoughts on potentially foregoing experience in order to keep more copies of that 1-1 available for you in case things go wrong like this?
I think in Kaguya, in general, experience is maybe a little bit overrated, but in this matchup specifically, I think it's justified to try to prioritize it just because you know that there's a chance you're going to be losing your burn ones, and maybe the clock kick ends up being your way to seal out the game more consistently. But at the same time, this deck is playing the level swapper, the blue level 0 Kaguya. So maybe you could have prioritized getting that 1-1 for card advantage, and later in the game, if you need the experience for because you still don't have it, you can use that Kaguya to swap one of the Miyuki level 1s into your level, because those cards were frankly pretty dead most of that matchup.
Right. So we did see, or rather we didn't see, the Shirogane level 3. As you mentioned, it does have that clock kick ability, which is very useful in the mid game for removing opponents early play boards, because being able to secure that reverse for sure, with the other effect getting plus 4,500 power and preventing your opponent from using backups, very, very useful for securing that reverse, combined with the clock shoot ability to get the removal. But do you think that the clock shoot, even if he was able to get experience, do you think it would have been relevant here going into level 2 game? Because I feel like these early plays from GGO is kind of just like you get rid of one and then another just kind of materializes.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been the most relevant line of text on the card in this matchup, just because, you know, it's like you get rid of one early play and two more come back in its spot. It's like,
Yeah.
why bother? But I think the no backup clause on that card could have been potentially pretty relevant. We did see the 2-1 anti-change backup hit GGO's hand multiple times during that game. I think that could have, being able to stop that could have opened up a lot better lines of play where maybe you're not getting anti-changed, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that anti-change in standby is definitely a very, it's a very strange interaction, because you could feel like your anti-change is getting a lot of value, but then at the same time you anti-change them, and then the next attack they trigger a standby, and then they just bring it back, and you're just sad.
Yeah, it's pretty hit or miss. Sometimes you anti-change one lane and they just get it right back anyway, and you feel like a big dummy. But other times, you know, they play their 2-2 down and they have a 3-2 and they have like an assist in the back row that they stand by out, and you can like back up, win your lane, and then anti-change their assist, and then it makes their other lane also smaller than you, and you just like 3-for-1 them out of nowhere. So like sometimes it just feels really broken against standby. But other times, you know, you feel like you discarded 3 and did nothing.
So with that being said, how do you feel about the way anti-change is positioned right now in the current state of the game? Because, or specifically anti-change counters, because I feel like a lot of players are vying for other counter options, things like memory kicks, especially with the prevalence of like standby with big encores. Anti-change still sometimes having that extra utility of being like a sack counter potentially in sets like quintessential quintuplets. Do you have any overall thoughts on how those are positioned right now?
I do think the sack counters have a good bit of extra utility that can be relevant even when you're not anti-changing. But I think in general, anti-change backups are pretty underrated right now. I think they're still anti-damage, right? Like even if your opponent is able to replace their character, you can very often deny a lane of damage for a fairly reasonable cost. Sometimes it's pay 1, discard 3. Sometimes it's pay 3, discard 1, and you lose a character. But overall, I think a lot of times, you know, being able to play the backup, win a lane, stop damage in a lane, and maybe get even more value than that is worth including like one copy at least in a lot of decks.
So on that note, memory kick counters definitely increasing in prevalence, I feel, recently. It not only has usage against like Encore, but it also has, incidentally, it stops end of attack finishers, right?
Right, we've definitely seen some finishers lately that get stopped by memory kick backups. Adventure Time, 8 Choice Slime, even Ruby has an off climax burn 2 at end of attack. And these all just sort of like randomly get stopped by memory kick backups. And obviously, you know, Slime is a big deck, it has Encore. And there are some standby decks that are just straight up willing to 3-stock Encore their 2/2s if you're able to reverse them. And the memory kick does get to stop all of those from happening. I'm still a little skeptical on how popular they've become, because I don't think the use cases are spread like super wide across a lot of matchups. And I don't think a lot of standby decks care if you memory kick their like one copy of their 2/2 Encore. I think they're probably going to be fine with that. So I'm still a little bit skeptical, but I know a lot of people really like the memory kick backups right now.
I think it also needs to be said that the memory kick backup does have, usually when you're playing like a 2-1 memory kick backup, right? It has that 3k backup, whereas other profiles like anti-change and refresh counter are only 2500, and sometimes that 500 extra power just makes a world of difference.
It definitely does sometimes, especially if your opponent is maybe planning around a 2500 backup, like a free fresh backup or an anti-change backup or something like that. The extra 500 could catch them off guard sometimes.
I think we're looking to get into our next game. You have one of our decks ready. We'll be taking a look at that in a sec. Are you excited for more of our upcoming games? We've seen already one of the rarer decks, GGO, Out of the other one-ofs, I don't know if you have the list open right now, but are there any of these one-of decks that you would like to see? If you don't have the list open, I can read them off for you.
I would love to see Persona 5 or Madoka, actually. I know there was a Madoka list that played in the AO event that was very spicy and unique. And I'd love to see what some other people are playing for Madoka.
Yeah, I definitely think Madoka has some very, very interesting cards between its two most recent Magia record sets. I think most notably, one card that a lot of people have their eyes on is that level 0 Kaoru. With her on-play ability, she can scry, as well as when she gets reversed. In addition, she can send herself to stock as a cost, which I think it's very unique and very rare effect throughout Weiss Schwarz, but being able to send yourself from the board to the stock as a cost for an ability, you don't even need to actually use the effect. You just convert a card from hand into stock, basically. Is very, very powerful utility to have.
Yeah, very, very strong effect. But let's see if we are looking at Madoka. Let's see what our players have for this round.
So you have deck 1 ready to go. We are going to be seeing Real Hours here playing Gurren Lagann, another one of our one-of decks. Let's go.
That's not Madoka, but that's definitely something cool to see.
Yeah.
Definitely like to see Gurren Lagann. This looks like a pretty typical build, what you would have seen on set release. He's playing the Trial Deck level 1 combo, which is on a stock soul, I believe. And that's just going to be on reverse salvage. And
I believe it was on attack, pay 1, give itself and another on reverse salvage, I believe.
Let's see, we can double check that very easily. When we look at the other combos here, or the other combo, we are playing the level 3 that deals 4 damage. That card is one of 2 top ends that the deck usually plays. Sometimes you see the Sunder package, which is like a huge 5-card package, though we do see most of the pieces for it in this list. But our player, Real Hours here, has decided just to go with the Burn 4 combo as his only combo at the top end.
Right. Oh, you are correct. It is on reverse salvage, my bad. I think I was thinking of it might have been the double R combo from the booster set, as far as the one that gives itself and another.
Yeah, that's the boomerang combo.
Right. We do, however, have in the top end, we do have that additional help for the finisher line in the 3-2 Yoko. I believe she can give on reverse pay 1, ditch 1 burn to another character, or to any character, I think.
Yeah, it gives a burn effect to any of your characters. Though I believe it might have to be other character. I don't know that she can give it to herself.
Okay.
But overall, this deck looks pretty solid. We've got the big 2-1s, big 1-0s, and even playing the Trial Deck level 3 just as an extra, healer that's big on offense, and getting up to 12k on attack works pretty well with the Yoko giving it on reverse burn.
Yeah, I definitely think that the standout card for me, just because I really think that profile is very, very fun, is that 2-1, where if it doesn't have a marker, it just loses like everything. But if it has a marker, it stands very, very strong on the board. Very, very high power attacker, and unable to be anti-change reversed or like anti-change removal by those sort of effects, because it is a level 2.
Yeah, definitely a great card. But let's see what our Gurren Lagann is up against this round.
We have, looks like 8 standby Sword Art Online. This looks like a fairly standard looking list, although we do have some interesting inclusions in the level 0 line. One that I don't think we see very often in that level 0 Silica one of. But other than that, it looks fairly standard to me. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the 8 standby Sword Art lists. I've been playing one quite a bit since the set Alicization Volume 2 came out. But that Silica is definitely going to be the unique card in the list, giving you a little bit of extra top check and mill early to try to hit your standby triggers, and potentially also just giving you card advantage on turn 1. Something that Sword Art lacks a little bit sometimes is the turn 1 advantage. Though we do see Roy has opted for runners as opposed to clean cuts. So he's going for good going first play as opposed to a good going second play.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes we actually even see lists that run both. What are your thoughts on that sort of strategy?
I think it's a little tight in the level 0 lineup, honestly. I'm personally a fan of the clean cut, giving the better going second play, just because you can pump it reasonably high on power a little bit into a few turns after that as well. Though the runner does give you the extra mill, since it is a mill runner, can fill your waiting room a little bit faster to give you some standby targets. So I think there's definitely benefits to both. But one thing to look at here is we see a pretty good number of cards that want to be in the backstage, right, at level 0. We have the Leafa 0 at 3 copies, the Silica Assist at 2 copies, and the Brainstorm all kind of want to be sitting in back row. And I think that the clean cut synergizes pretty well with that, because it lets you play a little more aggressively and try to maybe trigger standbys and then clean cut them to the backstage.
Right. So looking at our level 3 line here, this is very typical of these sort of 8 standby decks. As they're not running any climax combos, we do see a very nice toolbox of level 3s here. Lots of various numbers. We've got like a 2 of Asuna back row. We have the 1 of Leafa Clock Kick. We have like 2 copies of the Lisbeth Link Strike, which has the on-play salvage. Between the Lisbeth and the Asuna Assist, you do have a lot of flexibility on what sort of options you can go for, as you can salvage into a search, into a top check X, things like that.
Yeah, it definitely feels weird calling a lineup like this with 7 different level 3s, lots of like 1 and 2 ofs, like typical. But it does seem to be, maybe apart from a couple card counts, what most of the standby Sword Art players have settled on, with at least these specific level 3s, maybe in different quantities.
And before we get into game, one last thing that I feel needs to be said is that we do have the Yui stock swap here at 1 copy. And something that I've been noticing players doing moving into Alicization Volume 2 and gaining access to that second standby is some players have been potentially running a second copy, allowing you to standby 1 out, make use of that on-damage scry ability, while still having a second copy available to use that stock swap.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I'm a big fan of.
All right, so I believe our players are prepared and we can get into our round 2 game. So we'll go ahead and get into that right now. And I'm really excited to see what Gurren Lagann can come up with here, because they have some very, very interesting plays at 0. Things like the Lagann Impact, the one that cannot get reversed on the attack and gains a soul. I think that's a very, very interesting level 0 card for really pushing the tempo of the level 0 game.
Oh, my boy with the Sora playmat over here has some good taste. All right, so we see Sword Art starting it off, getting that 2/2 into clock immediately. So that's going to be a legal standby target as soon as they hit level 1. And the 1/1 is already in waiting room. So they're off to the races on turn 1, it looks like.
Or they just... I see them holding that card sideways. I don't know if they're... Okay, they are going to play their stage Silica into a standby, bringing out that 1/1 Silica immediately.
And honestly, something that I'm a big fan of in Sword Art is, like, you can just put that Silica in the front if you wanted. Like, it's not going to meet power condition for having 2 or more other characters, but it's still a 6k, and that's going to be hard for anything to get over at level 0.
Unfortunately, he was not able to open with the runner on this game, so that Silica is just going to get run over by this Drill Power Lagann. And as we went over in the previous game, the way you can get a lot of value with your reversers is if they're just able to beat over the opponent's character, and that is the case here. This Lagann potentially would be able to 2-for-1 if not for that 1/1 Silica that is just going to run it over and make it unable to use its reverser effect.
Yeah, I think the 1/1 is definitely going to put a damper on that plan. We see another 1/1 hit the waiting room on the brainstorm, though, so another standby here just gets even more value.
Mhm. So I think this might be a good situation to stand by that second one to the front row, right? Because if I remember correctly, Silica gains her condition for having two or more other characters, which is fulfilled here. So he could potentially just flood up the front row and make it harder for real hours to get much counterplay through extra damage.
That is definitely the case. I would be a little worried at this point because if the attack does stick, Gurren Lagann does have ways to clock itself at 0 and could go to 1 and potentially threaten them. And even though you can encore the 1/1s, that's still some hand that you're losing. So I think last turn would have been great to block up a lane, but I think this turn you have to weigh the consequences if you do hit your opponent to level 1.
Okay, so we are seeing two very unique cards out of Gurren Lagann here. We do have that Lagann impact that we talked about previously. So that card allows it to get a marker off the top deck, and then when it attacks, if it's alone, unfortunately it is not alone, so it won't be able to make use of this ability, but it would be able to get +1 soul, and it cannot become reversed. But it is going to become a 3/5 beater. And we are also going to see the level 0 Nia, which is a Riki profile that puts the top card of your stock into clock, very similar to the Pituhui that we just saw in the GGO game. And he is going to be using that to add a copy of his level 1 combo to him.
And funnily enough, this Nia, Sword Art actually received the exact same profile in their most recent release.
Oh, right. I believe it's an AG and Yuna, right?
Correct, yes. All right, and we also see the runner come out into the third lane for Gurren Lagann, going to have a little bit of space to move with the Nia crashing.
Did he trigger on the first attack? Because it doesn't get soul from.
That's a great question. I was looking at the Yoko, and I'm not sure what he triggered there.
Right. We are going to see Sword Art just getting hit straight to mid 1. That's not exactly what we want to see here, but being at 1 is going to allow him to start getting that level 2 Lisbeth potentially out onto the board. We're going to see clock here.
I think this is a deck that would definitely rather eat a little bit of damage early and then get its cancels later once it's winning the board, as opposed to maybe falling behind and letting Gurren Lagann get some reverses here, because it's definitely going to be able to clog up the board if one more standby gets a 2/2 into the front here. Gurren Lagann might just not be able to resolve any copies of its combo.
Right. That is the problem with reverse combos these days. I feel like in the modern state of Weiss, I feel like if you're against a standby, getting reverse combos is quite difficult. But I feel like in the 1k1 matchup these days, I feel like people are just giving away their reverses for free as long as they can maintain a good state for themselves.
All right, we see a hit on the brainstorm here. Getting a backup, so we're definitely going to be denying some combos next turn.
I believe this brainstorm is a fresh release as of Alicization Volume 2, and it is the first tap self advantage brainstorm that Avatar Net has gotten access to in English. In JP, we do have that anniversary Yuki brainstorm, but this is definitely a great asset for the Avatar Net deck. Funnily enough, the second ability, being able to pay a stock to give power, is extremely useful in standby because you're typically not having too many ways to pay out stock, and that just serves as an extra outlet.
Yeah, it's definitely something you can use, especially in standby mirror matches, to always scale over your opponent as well. And we do see he just overplays the Silica, gets the 2/2 out, sacrificing 2 damage there, but probably making up for it in the long run.
Yeah, ultimately the goal here was to hit a standby at some point in order to deny these on reversibilities, and I think that is a great play here by Roy to just stand by over the attacker. Even though he's missing out on the damage, he is going to be putting a damper on Real Hour's potential card economy in the upcoming turns.
Yeah, it is unfortunate being behind already a little bit that the standby was on the first attack, but you gotta take it when you get it. So I don't
Yeah.
believe there is really any feasible way for.
Oh, he doesn't have red. He doesn't have red.
Oh, that's not good.
Leveled yellow, and then Clocked Nia does not have red.
There we go. Yeah, realized that pretty quick. I don't know that even with red, Gurren Lagann has really any way to consistently answer this board. Even playing 1065s and the yellow 10 that can pump 500 times the number of other characters you have. Maybe get over one of the 1/1s, but that counter is going to be holding them back still a bit.
If anything, the inability to play red here is mostly going to impact his ability to deal damage. Although, as I say that, he gets that trigger, and this 2 is going to go in and send Sword Art straight to level 2.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where Sword Art is going to want to be making the most of these direct attacks on the next turn and catching up in damage. Something you see a lot with standby decks is they're going to fall behind in damage early due to not being able to play 1k1 climaxes, but the first turn that they get 3 direct attacks, that's when they just go in and hope they can make up the damage difference. Right. And if they do, then from that point, it's usually pretty smooth sailing.
The really nice thing about getting hit to level 2 early, as we mentioned earlier on, it is going to allow Roy to potentially just storm the board with some really big characters. I wonder if we could see like a 3-2 Asuna or even 3-2 Lifa here.
I think it's definitely going to be one or the other. I'm curious. I'm always curious on how people set these boards up. Right? Do you put the Asuna assist behind the 2 Elizabeths, or do you put it behind the Silica 1/1 to sort of even out your power lines instead of spiking 2 of them really high?
Right. Here it looks like he is deciding to go with putting them behind the Elizabeths, putting a lot of emphasis on letting those be big. And if the Silica gets run over, it's not the biggest deal. It's just going to be 1 lost lane, whereas your other ones are going to be very secure on your board.
Unfortunately, I don't think we got any damage through that turn, so catching up is not something that's going to be happening here.
You're seeing 2 copies of the level 1 combo in addition to the 1/0 Gurren Lagann, one of the many marker cards throughout Gurren Lagann. That's definitely one of the central themes is using markers, especially with like the fusion effects of the Gurren Lagann, and that central theme of the deck is reflected in the Brainstorm as well, giving 500 power globally to any of your characters that have a marker.
Yeah, so that is at a 7,000 power 1/0 currently. And this is one of those situations where I would be wondering if it's not better to put the assist behind the 1/1 just to try to protect it as well. But, with the counter, it might not even be possible for this 1/0 to scale over the Silica.
He did just grab, I believe, the 1/0 Zorthi off of that Brainstorm. Is going to use that with its Shimakai ability, as a lot of players tend to know it as, off of the Shimakaze Kai from Kantai Collection. And that is going to allow him to buff the copy of the 1/0 combo that he has on the board.
Unfortunately, still only high enough to tie the Silica. So with that counter, the combo is still going to get denied most likely. But it is a valiant effort to try to get that 1 card back to hand.
I think something that is very in the air between a lot of players is whether or not to try to force out a counter here, because getting that counter out of your opponent's hand, obviously, it means that they are defending what they have on the board, but it means they're going to be less able to defend boards later on in the game. So I think it's up to Roy to determine how important it is here to save this Silica and deny him the reverse. But it looks like he's going to give it to him.
Not very, apparently. That's interesting. I think I would have valued that pretty highly with Gurren Lagann's hand running as low as it is. I think denying them any source of advantage to keep going is probably pretty valuable here. But it's also possible that being on a new refreshed deck and having early play condition, Roy would rather just let the Silica go and start playing some early plays instead, and not waste that counter now.
Like a plan, he is with 2 climaxes in waiting room off of those 2 cancels, so he will be able to potentially put Elizabeth early play onto the board here.
Yeah, very well timed cancels there.
Yeah, I believe those were both last card cancels as well, right? A 2 and a 3.
Yep. So we're gonna see very possibly Elizabeth early play come out here, get a heal, and start clogging up this board even more. Get some big power numbers going.
Currently, these Lisbeths looking at a base 6/5. They gain 1,000 power for each of your other avatar or net characters on the stage. So with a full board, they are going to be going up to a beefy 10/5, although bolstered by the Asuna support in the back row, is going to be getting them up to 12/5. And looks like he's not going for Elizabeth early play here, as he did brainstorm and he did hit 1, so he did lose early play condition. But it's very exciting to see what he's going to grab here, as Sao does have many options for the late game.
Yeah, I would expect either grabbing the 1-0 accelerate Lisbeth just to have a relatively big front row attacker, or the other thing I was going to say was maybe grab a level 3 and just play a 0 to the board, but it appears that he has grabbed a 0 here anyhow. This card, this Lifa, is pretty great if you're playing a lot of counters. It gives plus 1,000 power to one of your characters when you use an act ability, which is your brainstorm, yes, but also includes backup. And that's going to let you get huge power and even split it up to 3 ways with the Asuna backup. And that could, even if he just puts it in the front row, it's going to lose its lane, but it protects the other 2 lanes very well.
So
it's also getting ill here.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think he went back into his refresh with not an optimal number of climaxes. I think he went back with 6 or 7. So maybe wanting to get through the deck here was the plan, using that Lifa's Amagi effect, try to mill through the deck a bit more.
Yeah, especially with having had the climax in hand to play here.
Yeah, because his alternative line, he could have actually just encored the Silica from the previous turn if he wanted a body on the board, but instead going for the utility here from the Lifa.
Looks like we might finally get some damage through this turn at least.
We're seeing the first refresh for Gurren Lagann here, and Gurren Lagann, I believe the Yoko level 3 is a early play with 2 or less climaxes. We might be able to see that come out.
It is pretty interesting. It'll be interesting to see if he triggers a standby on the 3rd attack here to play over the Lifa. Since Roy did leave the Asuna assist behind the Lifa, where it's not really doing a whole lot of good work there, as opposed to being behind the Lisbeths. So it'll be interesting to see if he can trigger a standby and turn that into a really valuable lane to defend.
Yeah. Definitely think that triggering a standby here... Well, actually, I'm not sure, because triggering a standby on this 3rd attack would have both benefits and demerits. The benefit, obviously, being that you get to replace that small level 0 Lifa with a really beefy level 3, but the demerit being you are losing another one of your climaxes. And given Roy's prior game plan, it does seem like he wanted to try to get out of unfavorable deck state here.
Yeah, I would definitely go against what he was trying to accomplish, but would at least not be the worst thing in the world to trigger it there, since you're going to get some more board state out of it. Definitely catching up on the damage this turn, it looks like, though.
Yeah, sent real hours to 1, lost 2 of his climaxes there. 1, thankfully, through a cancel, but the other one, unfortunately, through refresh point. That is just something that happens sometimes, and we're going to be looking to see what real hours can develop onto this board here. He does have 1 basically free lane off of that Lifa, but these 2/2 Lisbeths, even if he plays his some of his biggest potential plays at level 2, like his 2/1 Arch Gurren Lagann, it's just not going to be enough to seal the deal here.
And interestingly, the list is playing the Arch Gurren Lagann, but it is not playing the 2/1 that is able to pump extra soul into them. Instead, he's opted for the 2/1 Simon assist from it's an uncommon that powers up the trial deck level 3. We saw him search for that last turn.
And it looks like he's going to be putting that Simon onto the board now. It is a level assist and then also gives some specific buffs and I believe a finisher ability as well to that trial deck Kamina that you were referring
Yeah,
to.
so it gives the trial deck coming a plus 500 power and the ability once per turn when its damage is cancelled, you can pay 2 and discard 2 Team Daiguren characters to deal 4 damage.
That sounds pretty nice. So, taking a look at the board here, we do have the Yoko early play at 9-5 base being supported by that level assist up to 11k, so still not enough to get the job done against the center slot Lisbeth, right?
Yeah, that Lisbeth is going to be sitting at 12-5 pre-counter. So we'd be looking at as much as 15-5 post-counter.
Oh, we're
Definitely
seeing some really good cancels by Roy here.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely what we were talking about earlier with you want to take the damage early to get your board set up and then just cancel all through the later parts of the game. We do see a 3-stick, which is going to send him to level 3, or is he at 2-6 here?
Oh, the way he's looking through his
looks like level 3 there.
So what do you think was the idea behind crashing this Yoko here? Because if he put it on the right side supported by the level assist, it could actually get over the Lisbeth, as that Lisbeth is not being supported by Asuna, does go up to only 10-5 power, and the Yoko would be able to reach 11k. That being said, Roy does still have that counter in his hand that he did not use earlier.
Yeah, that counter is always sort of a looming threat, but I think you have to keep trying to force it out at some point so that when your reverse matters, you can get it.
But the thing is that oh, actually, no. Now that I think about it, so the level 3 Simon has an extra ability that allows him to gain additional power and prevent opponents from using backups, but I believe that requires using the level 1 Kamina Wind combo, if I'm not mistaken.
It does, which is not in this list, so he's not going to be able to do that at all. So yeah, definitely the backup is definitely going to be like causing problems constantly, I think, until it comes out of his hand.
These are some top tier cancels coming from Real Hours right now.
Real canceling hours out here.
There's a 3 sticking. Real Hours out quite a number of his climaxes right now. He did have a couple leaving his deck off of that refresh. He triggered one just now, a couple cancels here. Let's see what he can do with the rest of his deck. Additionally, we do have Roy going into a refresh, and it does not look like he has green. That is one really big benefit to running 8 standby is you get to use the Yuna money counter, the opposition by the shield. That is definitely a very, very strong defensive option, although it is in one of the rarer colors in this deck, that being green. So if he doesn't have it leveled, it might be a little bit tough to get.
Yeah, it definitely pretty much just comes down to leveling a copy of either the counter itself or the Lifa 0. Unfortunately, we see a standby come into the refresh point here. Definitely going to, maybe put another deck state where gonna have to get through it a little quicker. But
on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Roy ever did pay out that climax that he triggered on the first attack many turns ago.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Especially with this deck not having many ways to pay stock outside of just jamming the Brainstorm's power pump ability.
So here comes the 2-1 Arch Gurren Lagann. That is going to sit at a very comfortable 11k power, I believe. No, 10k power. And then it gets boosted by both the level assist as well as the level 0 Simon Brainstorm, which is going to give all characters that have a marker an additional 500 power, meaning that both of these are going to be boosted up to 11.5. It's not able to contest. Oh, just as I say that, he does play this level 0 Lagann, which I believe is a Shimakai in addition to the Other effect.
So this one is the one that's just a 35 with a marker.
This is not the reverser.
Yeah, the level 0 reverser is a Shimakai. But this is just going to be the +1 soul if it's alone. Which, unfortunately, in this case, it is not.
Ooh, even through that refresh point, he is going to get a cancel here. And I believe the center lane is actually tying at 12-5 with the Silica. Another cancel. Oh, man. So 2 cancels into an attack for 4 with a stock soul trigger on the last one. This could be potentially problematic. Doesn't look like any green. Looks like it's going to just have to be... Do we take it here?
And it is unfortunate when you have to pay stock for all of these characters and they're still not quite big enough to make much of a difference.
That tends to be the case against standby decks, though, especially when they're able to standby out supports like the 3-2 Asna. Being able to make your entire board really big is just a really good way to not only maintain card advantage, but also maintain your damage economy, because not having to replace board means not having to clock, right?
Right. And here we see the 2K backup come out to force a tie. And the cancel on 4. Wow.
What a fantastic turn of cancels. That being said, with this many climaxes out of his deck, he is going to want to find some way to get green, perhaps, so he can money counter.
Oh, we go fast. Yeah. And there's the Leaf 3-2 into the clock. Unfortunately, that means that he won't be able to heal and keep green up, which is unfortunate.
It's fine, though, because the money counter is essentially like healing for like 3 or 4 damage, depending on what you're using it on.
Right. We see the backup go straight back to the hand here. And getting another salvage. Get a healer.
Potentially for follow-up, I would imagine.
I guess so, but it looks like he might just be going for burn 1s and maybe try to close out the game here even. He has a huge hand, like plenty to discard. Yep, discarding 2 to deal 1. And then attack for 3. Cancels.
So Real Hours going back with, I believe, 6 climaxes, assuming that he's going back with all of the climaxes besides the one that he just canceled with and the one that he just triggered with that stock soul trigger.
Yep, and at this point, I think it makes sense to try to push, as much damage as possible. The higher you get your opponent, the less beneficial it is for them to clock. And with Real Hours only having what looks like maybe 1 card in hand here, clocking is something they're going to want to be doing. And worst case scenario, if you push all this damage and it cancels, that's fewer climaxes for the Brainstorm to hit to give Real Hours a chance to get hand back together.
Yeah, it would also mean less chance to draw into a climax for potential damage output.
Yeah, for sure. The last thing you want is that last card to be the level 3 Simon, and then draw the climax and deal 4 for game.
That being said, I do think that we should address the ever-looming threat of stock soul triggers. I know this is the bane of many players' existence when they think they got this game in the bag, and okay, we just see a lot of damage going in here.
2 standbys means that Roy might be in a rough position if this cancels. And we see it stick for the game. That is just a lot of damage output there.
Yikes. Just looking at how many cards he's flipping off the top, where are those climaxes? All in the bottom half of the deck.
Yeah, there were 6 climaxes in Real Hours deck. But that was the game, and Roy is our victor.
Okay. So if that wasn't a textbook example of standby, just like being able to hold board and then come back with that extra damage output through direct swings, then I don't know what is, because that is exactly what happened here. As soon as he was able to develop his 1/1s, the 1/1 Silicas from level 0, he basically just held control of the board for the entire game. There was like one instance where his 1/1 Silica was under threat from that copy of the level 1 combo, but he decided to give that one to his opponent, and then he came back stronger than before. So that pretty much just goes to show, pretty textbook example on how 8 standby operates, I feel.
Yeah, the only reverses that Real Hours was able to get were really the ones that Roy gave to them. So Sword Art gets to set up the board early, really played out exactly how that deck kind of wants it to, where you get pushed a bit ahead, set up the huge board, you're going to be getting direct attacks all day long, which lets you hold up counters easily. And as long as you can get some cancels, which Roy did, you can pull out the victory.
Yeah, so on top of the cancels that Roy did get, he did have some pretty unfavorable standby triggers, but as we mentioned earlier on in the stream, standby decks, typically you want those really nice defensive options, such as in this case the opposition the Yuna money counter. Cards like that really enable you to go into these more dangerous, more risky deck states like Roy just had right now, where he had one climax stuck at the bottom of clock, or at the bottom of stock rather, as well as 2 that he just triggered, and still remain relatively safe just because you have that defensive option.
Yeah, it's definitely, we saw a lot of unfavorable triggers, lots of needing to get through the deck fast, which is one of Sword Art 8 Standby's weaknesses, I feel like. You know, a lot of your deck speed is tied to either A, the Brainstorm, or B, having a climax to play for the Lifa. And both of those cost you stock, both of those are fighting for back row spots with a lot of other cards that you also want in your back row, the Silica assist, the Asuna assist, maybe even the Lifa 3-2 if you're standbying something out. So it can be rough when you get in those bad deck states with Sword Art to actually fix them. But in this matchup, it looked like Roy was able to do so. It might not have worked out too well on that last turn after triggering 2 standby, but with him taking the victory when he didn't have to worry about it.
Right. One thing that I do want to note that you said about like the deck speed, something that I feel that 8 standby decks typically tend to gravitate towards, rather than a plussing brainstorm, where with plussing brainstorms you are able to get that plus, but you're not able to use it multiple times to generate more mill. You do sometimes tend to see one of 2 profiles, either a pay 1, sack itself to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, choose a character among them, add it to hand, or you will see a spammable brainstorm. So in the previous game that you guys saw for Kaguya-sama, we did see the Kaguya level 0 PR, which is a spammable brainstorm, able to use stock as needed to get out of unfavorable deck states. And actually in this 8 standby deck as well, the Sword Art Online, we do see a 1 copy of the Kazuto level 0 from Ordinal Scale. This is a card that has popped up relatively recently, and it is able to use that pay 1, sack himself to waiting room effect, check through the top 4, grab a card, in order to help the deck get a little bit more deck speed.
Yeah, it is a really cool card for that, and has a fairly interesting secondary ability. It's a bond effect to the Asuna assist, which you might be saying, oh, why would you want that in your hand? You always just want to stand by it out. But a lot of times you're hitting level 2 right after your refresh. And if you play Kazuto, you can bond the Asuna to your hand in order to discard it or clock it or something like that to get it into your waiting room post-refresh, which lets you have better access to it for your standby triggers. So the Kazuto overall is just a really cool card to have in this deck.
Yeah, and you even have very easy ways to get that Asuna into the waiting room post-refresh. Typically, your game plan is including putting Elizabeth early play onto the board, which does have that heal to stock ability that has discarding a card as the cost for that effect. So if you refresh and then you just have Elizabeth and Asuna ready to go, you just put her down on the board, discard the Asuna, and then either play or trigger a standby, and then suddenly you have this very, very powerful 2k assist in your back row that's going to just bolster your board to become really huge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it allows for some pretty great sequencing.
So out of our Gurren Lagann player, unfortunately we weren't able to see very much of his finisher line, but he did have a pretty wide array of options. He did have access to the level 3 Simon combo as well as the 3-2 Kamina, which does gain the effect off of the 2-1 Simon assist that he did have on the board, as well as the 3/2 Nia early play that can assign burns to some of your characters. So this combination of finisher options, I think, is quite interesting among Gurren Lagann, in that you don't have to necessarily rely on the climax, and instead you have a lot of climaxless finisher options, not only in the deck that we saw today, but there's also a lot of other ones available as well, I believe. Such things like the 3/2 trial deck, Gurren Lagann, as well as various burning events, right?
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of off-climax options. We do see 2 of them here, with the cancel deal 4 from the trial deck and the ability to give the on reverse deal 1. And it definitely looked like our Gurren Lagann player had all of the stock he would have needed really to be able to use any of these effects pretty freely. Unfortunately, just due to the matchup and not being able to get reverses, his hand was a bit short, really to resolve any of them, since they all have discard costs tied to them.
And I think that not just necessarily in this standby matchup, but going back to the combo itself, the fact that it is a reverse combo on a stock soul climax, as opposed to a 1k1, does mean that he's not getting any additional power. So it could be a little bit difficult in just like your average matchup for your level 1 combo to get some reverses. That being said, he did choose to include multiple cards that can buff other characters on attack. Things like the level 0 Lagann, as well as the level 1 Zorthi that he chose to play. So I think pretty good choice on his part for the supporting cast for the level 1 combo to fix up some of the weaknesses there.
Yeah, I agree. He was definitely aware of how many issues he might have trying to get reverses and built the deck accordingly.
All right, so that sums it up for this game. You guys just took a look at a very exciting Gurren Lagann versus 8 Standby Sword Art Online match, and we're gonna go to break, and we'll bring it back to you guys for round 3. So see you guys soon.
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game: shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises.
Hissatsu Namikasane.
Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Vanguard.
Hissatsu.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As warp gate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
Huh? 受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of the game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey guys, I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link out to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games.
No worries, I memorized it.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin, and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region, and yeah, been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and yeah, really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So yeah, just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. When it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So yeah, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break, and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and yeah, we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have gone to I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there, it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and yeah, it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. Yeah, it's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk like how your rounds go. Like, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta, fill those time slots with, what makes the event interesting. Yeah, because it can be quite easy for you to just, sit in, play one round, and do nothing till the next round. But you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably like I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events. And at one point, I think I was playing like card games for like 14 hours straight. So I was pretty dead. But yeah, I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. Take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends. Make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun. Be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
And we are back to BRO 2021. Did you miss me? We just witnessed one of the most heated anime card game battles between Real Hours. Who the hell do you think he is? Because he's a real homie, Paladin Gurren Lagann, versus my very own flesh and blood, my son, my boy, Roy Choi, playing a very dripped out Sword Art Online deck. What a beautiful portrayal of what we talked about for Connor, this meta of Global Soul versus 8 standby. In that last match that we saw, Connor, what do you think was the turning point of the game? Because let's be honest, it was looking fairly rough for Roy before that last turn, being able to stick that unlikely 9 in for game. He was playing down standbys every turn. He was triggering a lot of standbys going through his turns as well. It kind of signifies that his grip was very powerful in the sense that there were a lot of power buttons.
Yeah, it definitely, the early game looked a bit questionable in terms of his climax placement and the amount of damage he was taking. But I think going back to what we said earlier about these 1k1 versus standby matchups, the early game is really important. And it overall ended up being that Roy was able to establish a board in the early game, and that board was able to just open up direct attack lanes for him every turn, drain Real Hour's hand every turn, and put Roy in, while being behind in damage, in a pretty favorable board state and hand position. And that was ultimately, I think, what allowed him to come back in the end.
Okay, yeah. Have to agree with that, but let's talk about hypotheticals. If we were in Real Hour's position there, what would we have to do a bit differently to try and crawl our way back in? Because we were, for the time being, ahead in the damage race, but it was just the fact that we couldn't really present board strong enough to keep on the pressure. What kind of tools is available in Gurren Lagann that we could have done?
I think as far as the actual list that Real Hours was playing, the biggest thing was probably, rather than using stock to play down these 2-1s that we're going to have to crash, and paying stock and investing resources to try to get reverses that were ultimately just not going to happen, maybe put those resources into brainstorming a lot more, filling up hand, and just accepting that you're not going to win board, and playing costless characters and as many climaxes as possible to keep pushing damage and keep that lead in damage and not let it get closed. And then ultimately, you're going to be playing if you're playing costless characters, even if you're brainstorming every turn, you're going to build up to, 6, maybe 7 stock by the end of the game. And that's going to let you play down 1 or 2 copies of your finishers and use those to try to get that last push to close out the game.
I think I definitely have to agree with you. But regardless, both players played exceptionally well, played out of their minds. Big props to Roy, obviously, being able to withhold all the attacks that was coming to him. He was taking all the damage, but still managed to stick it out in the end with some very timely cancels. I think all of us were very, very surprised to see that perfect cancel on 4. But Real Hours as well, not to cut any credit there, Real Hours also being able to present boards that still managed to take out a lot of these large numbers, but also able to get some nice cancels on their end as well. Now, I do want to bring up a topic of discussion. Let's looking back on Sao here. Now, Roy did bring 8 standby Sao, but we do know that there is one other build for Sao, which is very popular as well. And instead of being a deck that looks to stabilize on the board, more so looks to stabilize their first deck to try to play off first deck cancels and have that snowball into the later stage of the game. And that would be the 4 treasure and 4 vanilla door Sao build. Between these two, which one do you like more and for what reason?
So up until the release of Alicization Volume 2, when Sword Art got its 2nd and 3rd standby triggers, I actually did play quite a bit of the Yuki Sword Art as far as the Avatar Net decks go. And I think I like that deck a lot just for its toolbox ability. It has the ability to thin the deck on the first deck state, which is usually your least compressed deck state, where you're going to take the most damage. But Yuki being able to search 2 characters on every use of the combo is going to get you better compression in that first deck and maybe get you a damage lead early as opposed to later. And I think that deck overall just has some really cool consistency, some really cool tech options. Unfortunately, I think it sort of meets the same fate of falling off against standby decks because it's still quite difficult to win board, even with your Yukis reaching up to about 7k. So maybe not as good there. But lots of early play options, lots of off-climax finisher options that give you sort of outs to any scenario you might be put in. So I think it's a really cool deck. But in the current meta, I'm just not sure if it's better than some of the other options as far as toolboxy 1k1 decks.
I think
it's a very stock-heavy deck.
Yeah, it is very stock-heavy. And I think one of the terms you used there that I really liked was the term outs. One of the biggest boons to what I felt personally when I would also play the Treasure Yuki combos is how strong their selectivity was. Going through their first deck, they could pick most of these combos would be able to pick the best card in their deck at that moment. Whereas Yuki is able to discard the worst card in their hand, but at the same time also take the 2 best cards out of their deck for the current situation as well. Now, I have heard reports of a lot of people playing this deck that it is very mentally taxing because of how many different decision trees you need to think of when each time you go through, each time you resolve the Yuki, each time you also play the Barn, you also have the Lifa Amagi in the back as well. Then you also have the Silica back row as well. There's a lot of variations, different decision trees that you could use your stock for, and it does mentally tax you a lot. And especially going into a tournament like this where you're playing over an extended amount of time, you're playing multiple rounds, and you also have a lot of breaks in between. Do you think that something so mentally demanding such as 4 Treasure 4 Door Sao, just the fact that it could be more mentally demanding is a potential turnoff to people also playing it despite it not being strong in the meta as well? Do you think the fact that it is also very mentally demanding might turn people away from it?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a factor to consider. There's lots of different decision trees, lots of different paths you can take, lots of resource management between your stock and your hand, knowing how much stock to spend when and when you might be able to get it back. So I think playing these more mentally demanding decks over the course of 7 or 8 rounds, it can definitely take its toll and cause some misplays later in the day that might cost you games that you otherwise in a more linear deck you might not have to worry about. And I think another deck that's very similar in that aspect that recently released is the 8 choice data bullet builds. where you have lots of clock manipulation, lots of cards that you need to keep track of and be able to access at any time. And that deck, another reason we might be seeing a lot more 8 standby data live as opposed to 8 choice, just because it's a bit easier to play.
Actually, now that you bring up 8 choice data bullet, we do know that like one of the choices are set in stone in the 3-2 Kurumi finisher, but there's also another choice that you could run either between the level 1 Kurumi that also came out in data bullet, or we can actually run back towards the original data live set and play the Kotori choice. And because of that, we also have access to a lot of events, like My Little Shido also being in yellow is now a valid option to even consider in data bullet. Do you have like any preferences between the two? I prefer the Kotori because of its ability to just like go through your deck a lot faster.
Yeah, so I do also personally prefer the Kotori, just because it gets you so many cards to hand. It's really good if you have to take the strategy that we've mentioned, where you just play costless characters, keep crashing them, and try to keep up a damage race. Kotori is very good at that because she's giving you 2 cards back to hand every time you use her combo. And if you're playing plussing climax triggers, that's always at least 1 card, maybe 3 cards. So I do like her a lot for that, but I do think it's something you might have to take into consideration, like the field you're playing into, especially if you're playing this at like a shop league or something, where, if you have a lot of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, or Konosuba, or Attack on Titan that are going to be like bouncing back to hand or going to memory, the Kurumi from the extra booster actually stops that. So she might be a better choice for a level 1 combo, just depending on, what you might be playing against a lot more often.
I like that you brought that up. The fact that Kurumi was kind of designed at a point where a lot of people would be playing those kind of characters that would like disappear from the board to like try and recuperate advantage on your opponent's turn. And it's almost anti-meta, and the way that you said, like when you're going to a shop league and like like what to expect, that your local environment is playing a lot of those kind of decks that just kind of go to memory, they disappear, go to stock, and just having that Kurumi there, like not only just lets you get that +1 on reverse, but it also prevents your opponent from getting their +1, and maybe that's something really important to consider about that deck. Now, speaking of decks, like SAO, let's go back to SAO here. Now, SAO, we do know that SAO has like the base deck, but we also have Alicization, and Alicization 2 was recently released in the English format. One of my personal favorite builds in Alicization 2 is the 6-gate 2 Stock Soul variant. Because you were playing 6 gates, we're able to pick up any climax that we want from our deck, and because we have a lot of like various tools to actually swap that into the Stock Soul for that very strong 2-1 Kirito play. That's like one of my favorite ways to play the deck. Tell me yours.
So personally, the deck that I've been playing most as far as the Fluctlight builds is the Gate level 1 with Choice level 3 using the new Asuna finisher. And I really like that one just because it is a super powerful finisher that the entire deck sort of leans into the whole, we don't care if we're winning board, we're just going to be super efficient card advantage, and then at the top end we're just going to deal 1 like 6 or 7 times and win the game no matter what. But at the same time, it has some good utility, it has good offensive power levels, so you are still able to run over like standby boards and stuff like that on occasion. So you're not completely conceding those matchups, but you're still very good at the just efficiency looping level 1 combo and just setting up for a huge explosive top end. So I have a lot of fun with that build.
It was fun to me as well. Now, like we said before the tournament even started, that in NA compared to EU and AO, Ruby seems to be one of the more popular decks going around. Now, I think I also emphasized at the beginning, I've actually never really looked into Ruby. I asked you what your favorite deck build was, and I believe it was the John choice into the
Pyrrha standby.
The Pyrrha standby. Okay, so what is it about that build that you prefer over any other build? Say the TD door combo into any other finisher, such as the Yang choice.
So one thing I really like about the deck, Jean and Pyrrha, sort of like an OTP pairing, right? Where like they were they're together in the show, and their cards work together in the set pretty well. There's actually a level 2 Jean that gives the specific level 3 Pyrrha combo extra power and encore, but also has the ability on play to discard either of their climaxes to add either one from waiting room back to hand. So you get a ton of consistency there, where you're always able to resolve either combo no matter which one you need. And with the searching from the Jean, getting to set everything up, and then just Pyrrha's explosive top end, being able to swap between them at a moment's notice, makes the deck feel really comfortable to play.
I think that's a really good thing too, just comfort to play as well. Knowing that sometimes it's a lot easier for the puzzle pieces to fall into place. That's actually one of the reasons, like after I kind of took like a look into Ruby builds, I ended up falling on something that focused on Jean level 1 as well. And this was more because after looking at the level 0 lineup that Ruby has, it is very strong. We have things like the Yang Clean Cut. We have things like a very underlooked card, and that is Sun Wukong. I actually didn't really recognize how strong Sun Wukong was until I managed to see it in video and realized basically Ruby has a very strong going second ability at level 0. Between the Yang Clean Cut, between the Sun Wukong, these are 2 cards in yellow that have the ability to plus you 1 going second, which is, in Weiss, going second is generically unfavored. You want to go first because you want to be able to get the first attack off. You want to be able to have like the first runner on the board. But with cards like the Yang, with cards like the Sun Wukong, this is like kind of recuperating that minus from going second and going +2 to hand sometimes with that Sun Wukong. So because of that, I do like to go into the yellow for the level 1. But then a lot of the good tech options, namely the Amber, namely the Nora Brainstorm in red, I want to like tend towards a red level 3. So I'm looking at something like the Ruby Standby. So if I was to build a deck for Ruby right now, go to the store, pick up some boxes, it would look something like Jean level 1 choice all the way into the Ruby Standby.
It's definitely a pretty solid lineup there. I know the Ruby Standby is a lot of people's favorite finisher with a lot of support built around it to enable it.
But yeah, it looks like, so enough from us and what decks that we like to talk about. I want to see what round 3's deck is going to look like. So bring up deck 1 for us, please. So we have Serval playing not the otherware franchise where Serval is from, but like we just said, how coincidental. It is the Jean level 1 choice all the way into the Ruby Standby combo with a very apt deck name, Jean Looks Fabulous. And I do see that we do have Jean, the alternate art, in that very beautiful white dress. Connor, what do you think about this list?
Jean certainly does look fabulous, and I'm a big fan of this list. Lots of high offensive power, so it's going to be able to utilize that Jean to get reverses at probably every stage of the game in order to keep searching. And then, since it's not super powerful on defense, it looks like most of the time, outside of the few standby targets it has, probably pretty easy access to resolving the Ruby finisher. And if it can't, it has a Neapolitan to guarantee the setup.
Now, one of the cards, or should I say lack thereof, I want to mention is a lot of the times in a lot of Ruby decks, you see a very similar level 2 game plan, and that is to have the Blake early play being backed by the Pyrrha 2-1 support. And this lets your board game become very strong on the offense because of its ability to just buff an extra 15 should we be able to send the Amber to memory. But at the same time, just having that extra power on the defense as well just makes your Blakes that much more threatening. What do you think might be the implications of the lack or the inclusion of this card?
So this deck, I think, is probably not including a lot of assists because it's going for, like I said, more of the offensive push. And it kind of wants to bait the opponent into reversing its characters so that the Ruby has an easier time resolving multiple copies of her combo and having targets to send to clock. And just utilizing its big characters to get soul swings in on the offense, rather than trying to hold them up on defense against decks that, might have ways to break standby decks already built into them.
Now, 2 cards here that I also want to point out, because this being the first Ruby deck I believe that we'll have on stream today, I want to point out the 3-2 Salem and the 3-2 Neapolitan. These are probably like the epitome of tech cards. They're very modal. Neapolitan being able to salvage for any climax that we needed. So if we're going into level 3 and we don't have the standby that we needed for Ruby, and we have a Neapolitan, we have it ready. But at the same time, we're also able to use Neapolitan in conjunction with Ruby to actually summon cards from our opponent's waiting room to the stage for Ruby to clock shoot as well.
Yeah, you've definitely always got ways to get your climax in this deck between Neapolitan and the yellow 1-0 back row and the climax swapper. Like, you'll always have the right climax you need for your combo. And I think it's really great being able to just guarantee your clock targets with the Ruby using Neapolitan.
Now, Weiss is a game played with 2 players, so I want to see what deck that Serval will be playing against. Dan O'Man playing Sugu Waifu with a very apt name, Devotion.
This man is definitely devoted. That is a lot of Lifa and Suguha. So this deck looks like it is probably just going to be pushing for a lot of aggression with those 2 soul triggers to hit, and being able to pump soul off of the Summer Festival Suguha back row. Just pushing for aggression there, maybe holding the board a little bit with its 1-0s. And then just, I assume, going for the restand finish. Pretty linear game plan, just aggressive.
Yeah, I do have to say something like myself, and I do want to point out, like you said, Summer Festival Suguha, but at the same time, also the sister font of her brother Lifa, 2 very strong back rows in this deck. It combos with a very old climax in Fairy Dance, just a simple 2k1. And like you said, in this kind of meta where you're either playing 8 standby or 8 global souls, 2k1s are fairly slow. But in conjunction with Summer Festival Suguha being able to basically pop an extra soul onto the board as well. You have multiple ways of getting soul onto the board. This kind of acts as like a crutch for your lack of soul. And between Summer Festival Suguha and the Lifa Amagi, you actually have a very surprisingly large amount of deck control in this.
Yeah, you definitely get to check top 4 a lot, which isn't great for selectivity, but it is good for getting through your deck fast and getting cards into your hand just to do something with. And with the Fairy Dance comboing at level 0, 2, and 3, you always have something to do with that climax. And even though it's not a climax combo, the other climax, spell chanting, being a stock soul, essentially makes Sister Fond of her brother Lifa free to use. Which means you basically just have like quote-unquote card advantage combos at all points of the game.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention this as well, but Swimsuit Suga there is very big. Which has the ability, which just kind of doubles up on Sister Fond of her brother, that when you use an activation skill, she'll gain 1500 for the turn. And Sister Fond of her brother will also give another 1k. And like I said, once you get your back row set up between Sister Fond of her brother and Summer Festival, who has its own ability to actually have an act skill to tap and give 1k, you can run over a lot of boards with this. And I think a lot of people, in conjunction with that 2k1, will be very surprised to see their 2-2s disappear very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna be lots of power on board here.
Now, I do want to also give a quick mention to Fairy Dance in this deck pulls a lot of value, not only comboing with the Summer Festival Suguha, but also with Virtual and Reality Lifa and Suguha. That's level 3 that you see in the top left there. Has a very simple effect. When you play it, you heal. But when you attack with Fairy Dance in the Climax Zone, you can pay 1 to search your deck for up to 2 characters. Now, it is a very old effect, but has very large implications to what it can do in current Weiss Schwarz. And this is, like we said before, going into this round, Yuki being a compressed 2 out of current deck. In the later stages of the game, when you've already hit said compression because of how quickly this deck can mill to second deck, and once you hit third deck, you've got a good board setup, you've got a good hand setup, you've got a good stock pool to play with, your deck is even doubly more so compressed. So when you combo this with a card like this, which searches 2 out of your deck on attack, you just triple up on the compression, and you might even like ride yourself to cancels that way. And if not, you can use it to actually search out non-triggers from your deck to make Vexation of Being Absent, that restander that we were talking about, more likely to hit.
Yeah, definitely a lot of good stuff going on there. So I think with that, we will go see how this Lifa deck fares against the newest English original coming into the meta as a threat on its own.
All right, let's play some Weiss Schwarz. Over on the left here, we have Servo representing Ruby, also with that very beautiful Ruby mat. And on the right, Dan O'Man. O'Man indeed, playing that Lifa Sugaha waifu deck with the Lifa Sugaha sleeves. Gotta respect that devotion.
Definitely gotta respect it. So we see Ruby starting us off here, clocking the level 2 extra power card there, the Winter, I believe, and fielding a Pura for its turn 1 play. So Pura is, when it's reversed, you get to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, or you get to reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, choose one, add it to hand, and then discard a card, and also when it's reversed, if you have 2 or less memory, send it to memory. And that's going to be important because the Ruby level 3 finisher does need 2 or more copies of that Pura in your memory.
So yeah, opening this card as the Ruby player is very good because it does put your opponent into a bind where sometimes you don't really want to give them that easy access to memory if you don't. But I don't believe that this deck, particularly Dan O'Man is piling, has access to quote unquote hard removal, being able to remove it from the board so it actually doesn't see its reverse state to go to memory. So
yeah,
we'll see what Dan the Man does here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dan's deck is pretty much just raw power at level 0, so I think his only way of answering that Pura is going to be by reversing it.
Interesting enough that we say raw power, Dan the Man opens up with the strongest level 0 in his deck at 500 power, the Suguha. Or should I say the Lifa?
Ooh, and unfortunately, we do see the Stock Soul being one of the older variants of the Climax, stocking off the top of the deck, does hit a Climax there that he stocks and immediately pays out.
Luckily, we are able to pay it out. So that is the cool thing about Stock Soul plus this Lifa, is that you can just convert any extra copies of that Stock Soul into new cards in hand. You're able to mill 4 cards off of the top of your deck, go to your next deck earlier, and it just pays dividends over the long course of the game. But we're going to swing it back over to Ruby's side of things, clocking the Salem there, not a card that we need at the moment. And I think at this point now, with the Pura living, we're just going to go ahead and aggress our opponent, knowing that our opponent's hand isn't exactly ready for 0. We might actually bring up the option of level locking them at 0. What do you think might happen here, Connor?
Well, we know that looking at Dan's board, having to open with the Sister Fond of her brother is not great, so it's very possible that he just doesn't have other good level 0s. And we already see 2 copies of the Summer Festival in the clock. So it's very possible that Dan's just in a spot where he doesn't have any of his board set up ready. Leaving him at level 0 might force him to either pass or have another turn of playing, one mediocre attacker down.
Now, I did mention that Lifa being 500 might become very relevant, and we do see it here. Yang, the clean cut, is only a base 1500, but does gain power, or does donate power, I should say, based on what you top check. Now, we did see that Yang missed the top check. It was a choice trigger, so we aren't able to give the 2000 power anywhere. But luckily, because Lifa is only 500, we're still able to get that reverse off. We're still able to get that +2 board, +2 hand, +2 stock that clean cuts are able to provide. And we also see a very cute cat come onto the camera there.
See, we do see the Climax triggered with, I assume, some soul triggers in waiting room here, at least from Mulligan. It's pretty good to see the choice trigger in the early turns to build some stock. Though, unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to have many ways to pay out the stock to get that climax out.
And I think that is a decision that a lot of Weiss players need to make in early stages of the game. When they early trigger a climax, do they play to pay it out, or do they leave it there and cut their losses and try and actually build stock over top of it and try and neutralize the fact that they're going to be playing one climax short? I think like with how Serval is playing, going 3 cards deep, I personally feel it'll be kind of, how do I say, going backwards to actually dig 3 deep, whereas playing just completely forgetting about the climax, but like not really completely forgetting about it, knowing that it's there, but not really caring about it, to build more stock for the later stages of the game.
That is very possible, especially when you're in a matchup like this where your opponent is playing a waifu deck. You know they're not going to have the stock swap or anything like that that's going to really prevent you from building just a massive pile of stock. So it is definitely an option just to keep piling stock on top of that climax, and you know, whether you're 8 climaxes in 32 or 7 climaxes in 28 or 6 in 24, that's all the same compression. If you just have more stock and there's climaxes stuck in it. So overall, it could just be beneficial to leave it there and keep building resources.
And speaking about a very weird level 1 board, we have 2 copies of the Lifa and 1 of the Kendall Girl Suguhub. All these cards are kind of reserved for the back row, if I do say so myself. All of them having mill options, trying to get us to our next deck as soon as possible, but playing a very precarious dance up in the front row there, not even a fairy dance. We're going to play another copy of the Stocksoul there.
It's definitely, I guess, good thing Serval didn't go with the leave your opponent at level 0 plan, because this just would have still happened anyway. But we're going to see a lot of churning through the deck here, using the Stocksoul and immediately paying it out.
So I guess the good part about these is, like, because we had access to that Stocksoul for both of these turns, all of the Lifas that we put on board weren't effectively a -1. They all kind of replaced themselves. So that's good. And we're, in conjunction with 3 attacks, we are able to enter a turn with 3 stock, and still a very healthy hand, surprisingly. It just won't have a very developed board, since we've now thrown 2 of our Lifas away. We do know that 1 was sent to the waiting room the last turn, and I do see 1 in clock as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lack of board development going on, and very likely a lack of quality in the hand, even if the hand is filling back up every turn using these Lifas. Top 4 doesn't always give you what you're looking for. We see a 4-stick on the first attack.
You see that 4-stick. Now, I guess the interesting thing to talk about now is that Pyro that was here since turn 1 is getting great value out of it, being able to stay on the board the entire time. But eventually, like you just said, because that card does need to go to memory, I wonder if it's going to be on Serval's end of things to try and crash it in to get it into memory.
I think eventually, I would imagine Dan is going to have to field something big enough that it's going to go to memory one way or another. So, it might be Serval crashing it in, or it might be Dan finally playing a level 1, but we'll see one way or the other.
Serval taking the entire brunt of that attack turn. Hopefully that means that we do have another School Dance and a couple of Johns in hand that we're able to capitalize on the fact that Dan gave us 3 targets to reverse with.
Yeah, leaving 3 targets on board is definitely something Serval might be able to capitalize on here. You have to wonder, if you're Dan, is it worth crashing the 500s in just to leave only 1 character on board? Though I guess Jean, that doesn't really save you that much, since he can give the reverse effect to any character.
So maybe leaving that last copy of the Leafa on board, or both copies of the Leafas on board, does kind of buffer that extra damage. And based on Dan's plays, be having to slam a climax these last 2 turns, like I said, it might say something about the hand quality as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to find out over the next couple turns how Dan's board and hand end up developing.
But it looks like off of the Yang Drop Searcher, we're going to go ahead and pick up a Ruby Life-Changing Scene, a card that's able to actually, colloquially, Climax Swapper. As long as we have a Climax in hand, we are able to get our level 1 Climax, and I believe that's kind of signaling what's happening here. We're going to swap a Standby from our hand for a choice. The choice that was actually triggered 2 turns ago, 2 stock ago, sorry. And you couple that up with a bunch of Johns and off to the races.
Yep, there's definitely a good way to pay out that stock and then get the Climax to hand easily with the Climax Swapper. Though with the board being so full this turn, it might be that Serval waits until next turn to go for it. Just with all these characters, it'd be kind of a waste to play Johns over them at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm also expecting as well. Because of the fact that Dan fielded a couple of 500 power characters. And let me just quickly take a look here, see if we run any level 1 counters. I do not see any. So these 500 power characters will be dying. Couple that up with the Nora Revenge effect, or not Revenge, but the Punisher effect. One reverse will just change it to another reverse, and will chain into another reverse.
Yeah, we'll definitely be getting the Ironwood probably over the 500 power Leafa, despite Ironwood only being 500 power himself. And we see the Standby come down here to get a 2/2 onto board.
Okay, so actually opting to play towards a more Standby variant of the playstyle, not going for that choice with the Johns there. But yeah, like you said, we're going to bring out that 2/2 Yang out on the board and kind of threaten our opponent with very aggressive 2 soul swings, 3 soul swings into direct attacks.
Yeah, at this point, you end up in a spot where, if your board survives another turn, that's just free card advantage. And if Dan does end up playing some bigger characters and reversing it, the 2/2 acts as a pretty good target to put all of the Jean combo effect on, since it's almost certainly going to be able to reverse whatever it's attacking into.
You make a great point there. Let's also not forget to mention that despite being a bit behind on the damage, having to play that Standby instead of a 1k1 against your opponent's first deck where they are least compressed, we might have lost out on a bit of damage, but we'll see if that makes a huge difference or not, depending on what kind of board that Dan O'Man is able to field on his upcoming turn.
Yeah, it's very possible that if Dan has to end up just fielding more 500 power characters, it's gonna get made up. That damage loss is gonna get made up for pretty fast.
Just thinking about what to do there, because despite having to lose the board the entire time, Dan the Man's hand is still looking very healthy, and we do pick up a copy of Summer Festival there off of the drop search. Wonder if that means that we have another Climax in hand in Fairy Dance.
That's what I say. That definitely leads me to believe that we might be seeing the Fairy Dance come down this turn and push for that 3 damage to level Serval up and get more hand refund going.
And there's another drop search there. Are we going to grab off the drop search
for another one?
Oh, there it is. There's the second Summer Festival Suguha. So at this point, I think it's all but certain that there's another Fairy Dance in hand. If not, then hopefully we're looking to draw into it in the later stages of the game. But yeah, like you said, we're looking to plunk that 3 damage into Serval's clock there to get them to level up. So that way we're able to resolve our Summer Festival combo and just kind of mill out of our deck into our next deck ASAP.
Yeah, I think getting that 3 damage for the level up is definitely top priority right now, because that not only is it going to get you the combo if he has the climax to get cards back in hand, but it's also going to put Serval in a position where they won't get clock compression. And all those cards in their clock will shuffle back into their next refresh, making them less compressed. And if he does have the climax, we're going to be able to see him attacking for 3/3/3 here, potentially.
Oh, and there it is. There's the climax.
Or it's not 3/3/3, but 2/2/2, which is going to be essentially a 1K1.
Yeah. So I think
And
one of
with
the
a Soul
interesting
Trigger on
things,
top, that is going to be 3 as well.
and I think one of the interesting things that you can do with the 2K1 in conjunction with Summer Festival Sugaha is that you can a bunch of different combination ways to do it. You can either draw and then reveal the same card twice. You can reveal one, then draw the reveal card, or you can draw and reveal the card, as I said, and that basically lets you know what your first trigger is, and it lets you assign the soul respectively to what you need to do to get them to level. So, like you said, we're looking to swing 3/3/3 for the highest chances of our opponent to level up here. Unfortunately, we did draw the trigger, so we weren't able to swing for a 3 on the first attack. And hopefully, on these next two, we've developed the soul enough that we can do 3/3/3 here, and it could be a 5 there, or 1, 2. We do cancel that as well.
Cancel.
This might be a turning point of the game here. If we're unable to level up Serval, we might start bleeding cards.
Yeah, because if you don't get the level up here, that's going to be 2 cards that you don't get off the combos. That's going to be clock compression that Serval potentially gets to keep. So lots of things that you really want this level up right here for if you're down in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
Now we did see a climax milled on the Pyrrha though.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, we did see the climax get milled off the Pyrrha to resolve the Pyrrha effect. Now let's see if that will actually be the main cause as to why we'll level. We still cancel anyways, and there we go. Like I said, I wonder if this is the turning point. I wonder if this is where we start to see Dan, oh man, bleed and say, oh man, where are my cards?
Yeah, and Dan even managed to hit the soul trigger there to get the swing for 3. But the cancel was too much, meaning it is probably fairly likely, with Serval only being 1/4, that they're going to get clock compression here.
Oh, and there's the climax swapper. Like you said, I do actually really like this play to wait 1 turn, and with how low Dan's hand is now, wiping the board with like all these Johns with the 2/2 Yang in the front now could be crippling.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like since Dan wasn't able to get the all that card advantage back, like he's probably going to be struggling to refill his board very easily.
Yeah, and it looks like, assembling towards the 2/2 Yang there, we're going to stack both copies of the John effect onto it.
Now, one interesting thing here is that Serval has elected to put both Jeans into the front row. Whereas there is the option of putting the climax swapper in the front row as opposed to one of the Jeans, in case you're able to draw the Jean climax again on a later turn in order to use his combo again. And the climax swapper being 2,000 base goes up to 3,000 with the climax, meaning it would be big enough to reverse the spammable brainstorm.
Yeah, I think you brought up a great point there. And I think it's definitely something that a lot of people kind of forget about. When they think about a climax combo and they see the on reverse effect, they kind of default to thinking about it to being in the front. And it's something that I actually kind of mistaken as well, looking at John the first time. Knowing now that John is able to activate in the back row as well, makes him doubly strong as an attacker, but also as a support. Being able to start with him in the back row, play the combo, give like your weaker but stronger than your opponent's cards the effect that on reverse that we can search. And then once your opponent's board gets a bit stronger, you're able to push your Johns up as well, becoming a bit stronger as well. Once again, resolving the combo again and getting even more card advantage off of that.
Yeah, and with everything on the board currently, you know, getting a reverse with the 2/2 triggers Nora, getting a reverse with the first Jean triggers Nora, and the Jean's pump 2,000 on attack. That Climax Swapper could have gotten all the way up to 6,000 power. So there's really, I don't think, any reason to leave it in the back here.
It looks like we're actually going to end our turn with Dan O'Man getting that perfect third card cancel there. Still managing to refresh at a very good time. Now the question is, with 2 cards in the grip, 4 stock, could we be seeing a 3-cost Encore here?
It's very awkward if you have to here, just because, you know, you're running so low on resources. Spending that many just to get 1 card never feels good.
Mm-hmm.
So we see the clock to level up, draw 2. Unfortunately, neither of those are playables that are going to help him here. We see the 2-1 event, I believe, and the 3-2 restander drawn to hand there.
Ideally, what we would love to have seen is another copy of Fairy Dance to have another go around at trying to level our opponent up. And you know what? What is this back row, front row definition? It's everyone belongs in the front row, everyone swings for soul. So we're going to push our summer festivals up to the front. Climax combo be danged.
Yeah, I think drawing a Fairy Dance here definitely would have been quite good, because any one attack would cause Refresh Point to level up Serval and get 3 cards back to hand, in addition to the one that you would draw from playing the Climax. But alas, we are not on that timeline, and Dan's reign of playing a Climax every turn has finally ended.
Now we do see that Serval was able to get that very sought after 1/6 refresh, and in a deck that runs a combo that doesn't mill out as quickly as well. This is incredibly impressive. We see a heavy amount of stock. We see a very full grip. We see a full board. Serval's compression is through the charts at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely in a very good spot. Tons of stock, tons of clock, tons of board. It would not surprise me to see lots of cancels coming out across the next few turns.
We have one last attack coming from Dan O'Man. We're going to trigger for nothing just for 1, and we do take the second copy of the Blake in our damage zone there. Hopefully we do have 1 in our grip that we're able to play and just put out another 2-soul attacker just to kind of more push our advantage while we can.
That is definitely an option. Though you can also argue that, you know, just taking the extra free stock and just not spending anything and building it as long as possible is pretty good here. Just because, again, Dan has no way to punish like hyper compression.
Mm-hmm. And we do actually see the Pyrrha being played over the Climax Swapper Ruby there. We do need multiple copies of the Pyrrha in memory to resolve our Ruby multiple times. So I do like this foresight of trying to, like you said, bait our opponent into reversing the Pyrrha so we do have a target for Ruby. But at the same time, just getting that memory compression going to our third deck would be incredibly valuable.
For sure. Any bit of extra compression here is just going to keep building forever.
And on our last attack,
we see some cancels.
And we also see a standby. So I think this is the first time.
Very strong, being able to get actually a level 3 out over that Jean spot.
So it looks like we're actually going to opt to play the Neapolitan over the Jean there.
Quite interesting, because Neapolitan is a card that typically you want to be playing from hand due to both of its effects being so powerful.
But we do take the 4, skyrocketing us all the way to 2/6.
Definitely not a great spot to be in.
Now there is a way for Dan to kind of crawl his way back into the game. And that is with, as I said, the level 3 Fairy Dance combo. Being able to search 2 cards with a 2k1 will get you a lot of cards back. And we do see that Dan does have a surplus of stock. Let's see if that is what happens if Dan is able to field an offensive strong enough to deal with Serval's board as well.
Yeah, using that Fairy Dance combo at level 3 will also thin his deck enough that maybe the compression will help him cancel long enough to get back into this game a little bit. But instead it looks like we're just going for multiple restanders here. Though I don't think this is going to be particularly powerful against a compressed deck like this.
There's the virtual reality. Do we have the fairy dance? Oh, that looks like the event to try and play with our opponent's top 2 cards of the deck as well. Let's see what happens here. I don't believe I saw anything. Just 2 level 3s there.
Yep, 2 level 3s, so those will just stay on top as damage. Though we all know that when you look at your opponent's top 2 and they're clean, they're going to cancel on 3. So
yeah, it's just fated to happen.
It is.
And if you were to look at and if you were to look at 3 instead, you'll always cancel on 4.
Yep.
It's always that 1 card under that the climax is. Now it looks like we're going through a climax count here. But yeah, like if you're in Dan's position here, like what are you hoping happens? Are you hoping happen for like the double restand to go off and try and just completely blast Serval all the way from 2-1 to level 3 and try and play off of being able to have those mills actually be clean and leave all your climaxes still in deck? Or are you looking to trigger the climaxes for some big damage?
I definitely don't think you're looking to trigger your climaxes here. I think optimally, like we said, you'd be going for thinning your deck out and trying to just grind back into the game. Oh, Lord. But when your hand is like this, maybe you just have to go for it. You just have to go for the 13 damage and see if you can get there.
Yeah, like the Leafa does hold onto the soul that she gets from the triggers.
As we suspected, does cancel on 3 there.
So here we go with another swing from that Leafa there, already sitting at a base of 5 damage. Another double soul trigger here gets her to swing for 7, a whole level's worth of damage there. Would be very funny to see, albeit unfortunate, but also very funny. We'll see what Dan Oman's plan to try and scam the win will be.
This is definitely one of those moments where you just have to keep telling yourself, like, if I keep swinging for 5 enough times, it has to stick eventually. And unfortunately, that's not the case, but it's definitely what Dan needs here.
Serval with another cancel.
We get another restand.
And we do get another restand. So the great part about this restand is, albeit being RNG, it is effectively a +1 to stock because you're not paying any stock for that extra attack.
Yeah, it's definitely some pretty good value at the least.
Another swing for 3 there. 1, 2, and 3. We do take the 3. I'd always rather take the 3 than the 5 looming on the other side of that board there, if I had to say so myself.
Yeah, that other Leafa is scary right now. So yeah,
there's a swing for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we take the 4?
7 damage. I was not even expecting a total of 7 damage to go through this turn.
I think it's very
refresh, but this is potential lethal. If there's a double soul trigger here, this is potentially lethal. Maybe even depending on Serval's deck size, just a regular soul trigger might get there.
Again, we're sitting at base 5 soul right now. Serval opting to not mill with the Pyrrha there. At that point, having gone through that many clean cards, having the option of milling presented to you, that is a very scary option.
Yeah, milling 3 climaxes is everyone's worst nightmare right there.
All right, let's see what happens here. Starting at base swing of 5, and our trigger is only for 5. And off the top, it is a climax.
Well, Dan definitely is not out of the game. And Serval is now at 3-1. Probably has healers to heal down to 3-0. But Dan could survive, potentially. And have another go at dealing 7 damage.
Oh, Serval actually opting to clock there. I wonder if we have the standby in hand as well as a couple of rubies as well. Let's take a look at what this turn proceeds out to be.
We see an Ironwood. So he's going to discard There's two options here. You can either discard a character to draw or discard a card to top check and salvage. So it looks like we're going for the top check to salvage.
Ooh, we find. Oh wow! If there was ever a way to get 2 copies of the level 3 Ruby, it's right here. We're able to top check, salvage another copy of that level 3 because we revealed a level 3, and then we can also go ahead and discard a character to draw said level 3.
I think potentially you might go for the Neapolitan here, though, depending on whether you have the climax or not. But all right, if he's going for the 2 copies of the level 3, we're assuming they have the climax.
All right, let's see what happens here. So if we do have 2 copies of level 3, we have 2 of the Pyrrha in memory as well. That's 2 clock shoots, 2 burn 3s. Both of these are lethal values. And then on the other side of things, we're looking for probably another attack for just 2 even. So we're looking for another 2 soul beater here. Maybe even 1 soul beater, because we do see that Dan O'Man is about to refresh. So effectively still at 3-1. And Dan O'Man also having those jazz hands.
Yeah, I think just attacking with that Ironwood might just be the best third lane here.
Actually,
we see 2 more climaxes in the brainstorm. So there was no way Serval was eating a 7 there.
Yeah, no way at all. Now, fortunately, because we don't have one of my favorite cards in Ruby, in Tai Yang, being able to use its repeatable skill on board to pay 1, discard 1, and look at the top 3 cards of our deck and add 1. Because we are brainstorming, those climaxes are not going into our next deck, and should the unlikely case where Dan survives all of this happens, Serval is looking at a very uncompressed deck, because we do know that I do believe that choice from all the way back in the early game is still up there.
Well, that is very possible, yes.
Luckily we do pick up the Blake early play heal off of that brainstorm, so we are able to heal down to 3-2. Looking for a way to definitely remove those Leafas from the board, but I think that is on the turn that it's played, so don't have to worry too much about a restand again. But 2 soul attackers do attack for 2 soul.
Yet another Ironwood comes down. We get the heal.
Going to play over said Ironwood for another heal. Do we have the standby in hand?
That is ultimately the question here.
Oh, actually going for the Blake to heal all the way down to 3-0. I do respect the safety of this play.
Yeah, healing down I think is definitely what you want to do here if you can. Just due to, maybe you don't win this turn and you've got to survive 1 more. Does have the standby.
Going to be playing over that John for another 3-2 there. We do see a 3rd copy of the Ruby combo. Just for in the future turns being able to swing for 2 soul, but if we're able to find another Pyrrha to crash in, then on the turn right after, we can definitely, once again, use the climax combo effect. Ooh, we do get that
1
cancel. And there's 1. 2 more damage to resolve after the refresh. If it all sticks through, we'll be at 3-5 with the clock kick, sending us to 3-6. Then we have 1 last attack from Blake for a minimum of 2 damage, trying to push our opponent to 3-7 and up to make lethal. So we do have lethal on board here. Everything just kind of depends on the shuffle, the cut, and where those climaxes lay in the deck.
Indeed. This is... anything could happen on this deck state with Dan.
Now, let's say that... Let's see what happens here. Dan does take the 3. Refresh damage. It is a climax. Oh, you hate to see it. This makes it that much more unlikely that our next attack will cancel. But we are swinging for 1 over lethal. for 2-1, 2, and that is game. Serval takes the game playing Ruby, and surprisingly, the deck that I kind of theorized versus Dan O'Man, sadly not being able to use the devotion to bring Sugu Waifu to the top tables. Regardless, both players played to their hours, both players played to their best, and let's also give a big props to Serval for having that very nice blinged out deck.
Yeah, definitely some good looking foils in the Ruby set. But I think that game as a whole started going a little downhill for Dan on the turn where the Fairy Dance combo was not able to resolve through the triple cancels.
Definitely have to agree there.
That was the turn that Dan would have been able to, get all of his hand back, get rid of clock compression, and put himself in a pretty good state moving forward. But instead, with the triple cancel happening, wasn't able to get any of those, and it just put him way on the back foot there. And unfortunately, when you're playing a waifu deck, especially an older one, sometimes you have to make concessions in deck building, and with the power level being a bit lower, just didn't have the tools to really scrape back into that game.
Definitely what we saw there, especially with Summer Festival Sugaha's Climax combo not only being linked to a 2k1, but also being linked to something that happens on your opponent's side of things. Just adds that much more interaction to the combo and allows for more chances for it to not go off. And ideally, when you do have a combo like that looks for your opponent to level up, you want to do it when they're X6, so you only need for 1 damage to go through to get the level up. But at that point, with a 2k1, you're not pushing for enough damage as well. So you get kind of this catch-22 where either I can push for a lot of damage and try and catch up, but also make it more likely for my opponent to cancel, thus making me unable to regenerate my resources. Or I can actually opt to get my resources back by making it more likely to cancel, but I'll be behind in the damage race.
Yeah, the Lifa Zero, or the Suguha Zero rather, the Summer Festival, at least being able to pump soul whenever you play a climax does help make up for that a little bit. Makes it a little easier to force your opponent into a spot where they level up while you have the climax in play. But unfortunately, that still just wasn't quite enough here.
Yeah, just like you said, definitely the turning point of the game. Both players actually fairly even, despite Dan not being able to really produce a strong enough board to contest Servals, being able to convert all of those Lifas into hand by playing the stock soul down, just being able to get the hand back. If we were able to get that 2k1 combo off, if we were able to have our opponent level, how different do you think the game would have gone?
It's hard to say. I do think that we know Dan at least already had access to the restanders, and I think putting Serval into a more decompressed deck on refresh maybe would have made those a little more threatening. It also could have put Dan in a spot where he has enough sustain to go 1 extra turn. And both of those could add up to give him a much better position against Serval. But we did see his deck, especially in the early game, performing that whole strategy of, if you can't win board, make sure you can just efficiently replace your characters every turn and try to stay in the damage race. And in the early game, he was doing that very effectively, being able to use those Lifa Zeros, get cards off top 4 every turn, and just keep pushing damage. And it looked like a pretty even game up until that point.
Yeah. So big props for Dan for being able to understand, sometimes if it doesn't go the way that I want to, what do I have to do to try and stabilize my game state? And just like you said, being able to play down the costless cards, being able to replace them immediately, playing towards your out, as we like to say. But let's not always focus on Dan. What kind of things did you see on Serval's end of things that you wanted to compliment? Definitely one of the things that I did not expect was turn 1 at level 1, we opted to play the standby and not the choice. And I think that was actually a very good choice, pun intended, by Serval, of course. Choosing to actually wait until our opponent, like I said, is able to produce a stronger board than our strongest board is able to overwhelm them with. And then eventually that does lead to that rolling kind of tempo, just being able to just suffocate our opponent down.
Yeah, I do agree that delaying the Jean combo by a turn and going for the standby instead was a really good play, especially since the 2-2 that got standbyed out and is going to be able to, guaranteed win board next turn is in the backstage this turn. So Dan doesn't even get the opportunity to, crash his board and maybe deny those reverses. He's put in a situation where he has to win on offense and then have to deal with the repercussions anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, that being said, I think we're about good to take it to a break. Our players are a bit tired, and we want them to be at their utmost capacity when we're going to round 4. So we'll be right back.
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're gonna take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game: shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikazane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your
Hissatsu.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over, Toriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah.
And we are back again. Just to recap what happened, we saw Servo play against Dan the Man, representing his waifu Suguha, and Servo representing a very beautiful blinged out Ruby deck. Both players playing to the best of their abilities, but Servo being able to clock kick Suguha to X2. X1? Well, X2. Well, let's actually figure out who is X1 and who's X0. Let's take a look at the standings. So, at the very top of our leaderboard, we have Marco Antonio Corneo Palominos. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If not, I apologize. Starting off strong with a 3-0. On second place, we have Hellfire, also 3-0. Joey Chen, Thundy. Oh, Ian TCG Ian, our very own Ian, holding it strong at 5. Number 6, Tanjiro. 7, Asuna. And at number 8, Machine of Ice. So we've got 2 SAO characters holding up the bottom 8 there at 7 and 8. Let's take a look at what 9 and 16 looks like, Connor.
Yeah, so at 9th place, we have Met Mercury. 10th, we have Mona. 11th, Zeal. 12th, we have Desmond 17. 13th, Kilua, our very own Kevin, prominent member in the community. 14th, we have Mutsuki, looks like a Discord tag, 0884. 15th, we have Fresh Cabbage. Man, cabbage. 16th, we have Kronos. All 3-0 players. We actually have a couple more 3-0 players beyond this that aren't on our leaderboard. And we will be thinning those out as we keep going through the rounds to see who's going to stand on the top at the end.
So yeah, just like what Connor said, because of how many 3-0s there are at the moment, literally in the blink of an eye, after round 4, those top 16 names might be different. Let's see what happens here. Now, let's kind of run back to the last game we had there, and Dan the Man was almost able to make a comeback should, in the very, and probably impossible chance, but if the 7 attack did go through, it would have been a very memorable comeback. So I want to ask you, Connor, in your history of playing the game, in your history of commentating BSFO, what is one of your more memorable comebacks that you've seen in Weiss?
That's a pretty hard question. I've seen, a number of games just in my history of playing where, you look at the game state and like one person is like low level 1 and just hits the other one to level 3 and you think, oh, this game's over. Like there's no way the person at level 3 can come back. But it really is amazing like what winning board and having access to just overall stronger characters and maybe getting to do like finisher effects turn after turn, how much it can really pull you back into the game. And I think we've seen a little bit of that today, even with people being a bit behind and being able to use that to their advantage to come back. So that's definitely something you have to keep in mind. But one of the other things about that game that we just saw, on the last couple turns, we mentioned our Ruby player using the Ruby clock kick effect to seal that game out. That effect requires 2 copies of a Pyrrha in memory. And up until that second to last turn, he only actually had 1 copy, and Dan reversed his second one to send it to memory. And that's something that you kind of don't really have to... You don't have to think about it a whole lot, like in a lot of matchups, but in the few matchups where it really matters, cards going to memory, it's something you definitely have to keep your eye on. And a big one is that time I got reincarnated as a slime, where the Shizu level 1 combo also goes to memory and enables a lot of that deck's core strategy. So I think it's something we really have to look out for is, maybe you side attack something like that just so you don't reverse it and send it to memory and force your opponent to have to do it on their own and maybe fall a turn behind.
I think you bring up a really good point there. And yeah, I wonder how the game would have looked different at all. Like maybe if Dan was able to actually side the Pyrrha, kind of rearrange the board so that way the Climax combo is able to side into the Pyrrha and we still have the 2/3/2 attackers being able to get their restand off as well. Because that would then set Serval a turn behind, because then Serval would then have to crash their own Pyra in to get the reverse skill to go to memory. And because the way that Ruby works, it being an on climax placement rather than an on attack, you'd have to wait until the next turn to be able to play that standby down. And with that 1 extra turn bought, I wonder if Dan was able to pull his way back into the game. And I think it's those very little nuances that happen in between very specific games, very specific matchups, very specific board states that a lot of people kind of gloss over, but it does make the difference between a good and a great player.
Yeah, it's definitely, that 1 extra turn of just vanilla soul swings as opposed to finisher effects. Maybe Dan could have drawn another copy of Fairy Dance and gotten to use that to thin his deck out a bit more and put himself in a bit more favorable position to play a little bit of a longer game rather than just having to bank on sticking 5s and 7s to close it out.
Now, I kind of want to bring it back to Serval's very beautiful blinged out deck. Now, there's a concept of max rarity in Weiss, and a lot of people are also collectors. In your eyes, when you have all of these very high quality, high price cards, do you like to actually play them, or do you actually like to collect them? Are you a pimp to play person, or are you a cash to collect kind of player?
That's hard for me to say. I'm honestly kind of a little in the middle on it. I definitely like all of my decks to either be complete minimum rarity or complete maximum rarity. I'm not a fan of it being in between. So it's sort of all or nothing, and I've definitely got some pet decks that I have foiled out. Japanese Project Diva, Adventure Time, IMAX Rarity, Magia Record in English, and I'm hoping to be able to do the same with HoloLive when it releases in English, but that's a little bit of an undertaking, so we might have to see how that one goes.
Oh, and actually, now that you bring up that HoloLive is releasing in English, we've had a chance to glimpse into what the decks look like on the Japanese side of the game. When HoloLive does swing to English, what are you looking to build? I myself, I haven't had a great chance to look at HoloLive, so I want to hear your input on the decks.
Right, well, I might not be the best person to ask about that because, unfortunately, I'm one of the people that wants to play all of my favorite girls, and all of them either all got level 1 combos or just didn't get good climax combos. So I'm a bit torn on, do I play the girls that I'm not as big of a fan of, or do I maybe just play some a little bit jankier custom build using some of the girls I like a bit more? And if I'm going for foils and the shinies, I'm probably going to lean towards picking the girls I like more. So you might see me out here playing like Fubuki level 1 combo with Roboco level 3 or something like that.
As long as there's love, right?
As long as there's love.
Yeah. Now, so I do hear that we have thinned our player count from about 200 to only 108 left. We're still waiting on the match info, but there's something else I wanted to talk about, and I think it's just we've seen a lot of like different matchups today. But a lot of it has been tending towards like what we've seen, like the board versus the board versus like the rush. Like I use rush in like a very non-traditional term of it, right? So you have like the board being the standby and you have the rush being the 1k1. And I think I'm going to go back to this topic a lot because this is kind of like what the English meta has been shaping out to me. The board being Data Live and the rush being Ruby, so to say, and every other deck that kind of like conforms to like the 1k1 over aggress the defensive board, and then you're very small on the defensive as well. What kind of other decks that aren't Ruby do you think fall into the category of the rush?
I think Fate is a really good example. The Fate series decks play a pretty aggressive level 0 lineup using the Shiro level 0 that gives all of your master characters clock encore in order to just play a bunch of characters, attack with them, and even if they get reversed, you can just encore them pretty easily. So I think that's a deck, especially if it's playing the treasure triggers, that is going to be going for a lot of aggression playing the rush game. Another one that's pretty big, I suppose, even Slime. Some of the 8 choice, that time I got reincarnated as a Slime, or even the Comeback Gate builds. While Comeback Gate might focus a little more on board near the top end, most of its early game is still pretty just fast-paced, replacing its cards and pushing for damage. And I think both of those decks do a pretty good job at playing the rush game.
I like that you actually mentioned Slime, because like, despite like what you said, Slime having that 8 choice build, having the Comeback Gate build, we do know that as of set 2, Slime also has an 8 standby build of theirs as well. So Slime is actually able to branch off into a lot of directions, very like how a Slime would. So I wanna get your feedback on like what kind of deck would if you were to play Slime in this weekend's tournament, like would you be looking to play the 8 standby build with the Gelds and going into that very, very potent finisher in Drago Buster Millum? Or are you looking for more of like a steady kind of aggression build with the 8 choice, going for that huge alpha strike for Rimuru attack combo?
So personally, I haven't been the biggest fan of the 8 standby build. I don't know if it's just me or what. I can't get it to work quite well for myself. So I've actually taken quite a liking to the 8 choice deck. I think both it and the Comeback Gate builds are very powerful. But personally, I like how fast the 8 choice deck can play and how just explosive its top end can be at the same time.
I think that's good to hear as well. Now, enough about us about rattling about what decks we would play and hypotheticals. I want to see what round 4's first deck will be. Here's a very interesting one. We have Hymin playing Bofuri. I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. I also, in my MMORPGs, also follow suit on the same philosophy. So this is a series that I really did enjoy myself. What do you think about the deck list? I actually see 3 different climaxes here.
This is definitely a pretty interesting deck list. I do like the 3 climax split. I'm a huge fan of the Atrocity Maple, the red level 3. On play, you can pay 1 to add a climax from your waiting room back to your hand. So you always have access to its finisher effect, even only playing 1 copy of the climax, especially in conjunction with like the climax swapper and other cards like that. It's very easy to just toolbox into, and has a very powerful effect of, on reverse, you can pay the cost to deal 1, deal 2, deal 3. And that, in conjunction with some of the off-climax finishers, can provide a much more explosive and powerful top end than I think a lot of people realize Bofuri has access to. Especially being, such a defensive set by name, it's actually quite aggressive in form. And we see that even more with actually the +2 soul climax as its level 1 combo here. This deck is really just aggressive all the way through. It doesn't want to take damage, but it definitely wants to deal it.
I think you summarized it up pretty well as well. And I do like they actually opted into that 2-soul combo, because most of Bofuri's like strong level 3s also tend towards that yellow color. Between the Giant Killing Mei and Yui, the twins on that Musashi being able to on cancel, mill the top card of your deck, and ping your opponent for X, where X is the level of that card milled +1. One of the more generic finishers in the game, and having access to that and making it easier to access that by playing yellow is not only good, but we also have to mention that despite having one of the most interesting cards in Weiss Schwarz in multicolored Sawi, playing very true to that name, has the effect that you can play your climaxes without fulfilling color requirements. Now, just like you, one of my favorite cards as well is Atrocity Maple. And Atrocity Maple is red, but if we take a look at this list here, we have 3 red cards to play between. So I'm very curious as to what kind of playstyle Haimin will tend towards to try and get that red into the clock, into the level, to be able to play Atrocity.
So one thing that's cool actually is you don't actually need the red, because you can level yellow and play the Snow White Maple, which lets you play a character with level equal to or lower than your hand and place it on your stage. And you don't need color for that. And since the Sally Brainstorm lets you play your climax without color, you can do it all without red, which is awesome.
I actually did not even think about that. That's actually crazy. I would actually love to see that come up in this game against our opponent, who will be playing... It's a mirror match! Playing against Anthony ICG, playing Ruby once again. Oh, here's a very interesting way to play Ruby. It looks like this is going to be 4-bar 4-choice Ruby as per Anthony's naming, but we'll call it 4 treasure 4 choice. Now, Connor, I'm actually not too familiar with this variant of Ruby. Take the lead.
Yeah, so this is actually one of my locals. He is a long-time trading card game player, not as long. Weiss Schwarz, pretty much starting, right before the pandemic hit, and we kind of lost big events. So he's mostly just been playing at a local level, and his experience with card games in general has definitely led him to, innovate some much more unique builds of a lot of sets than I think a lot of people would go for. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, but it's definitely always fun to see these cool builds that aren't really what you see anywhere else. And this build, I think, especially showcases that.
Mm-hmm. Now, as per namesake, Ruby, and we've seen it a lot in like other Ruby lists that popped up on like the other region streams. Very focused into red, but if we take a look at Anthony's list here, not too much red to be seen outside of level 0. What is the payoff for playing green here, which is the rarer color?
Yeah, so you don't see a lot of green. The big payoff is the Penny level 1 combo. Being on a treasure means you're going to get the climax to hand and be able to push damage more often and resolve your combo more often. And it's also a salvage combo that gives you a little bit of mill. So it's kind of the best of both worlds between a mill combo and a selective combo, where you're not entirely selective, but it's bigger than like a check top 4 is going to give you. And if you are able to get more of the treasure into your hand off trigger check, you can add more Penny level 1s back to your hand. Or it's playing the trial deck Brainstorm, which actually gives your middle position Encore. So you can just, add some random level 0 and Encore your Penny, and then combo again on the following turn.
Very interesting to see. And let's also point out its finisher combo. We have Yang Vital Festival, which combos with said choice to, on placement, give one of our other characters, can't give herself the ability, that when the damage dealt by the card is cancelled up to once per turn, we can deal 2 to our opponent. Normally, we will play 2 copies of that Yang and 1 copy of the trial deck Weiss Battle Stance here, a generic restander, to basically have 2 chances to try and get that cancel ping off.
Yep, so you're either going to stick, 6 damage from your Weiss attacking twice, or they're going to cancel one of them and you get another 4 damage going through, hopefully.
Yeah, but so we've got a battle of the paradoxical names here. I don't want to get hurt, so I'll maximize my defense, actually playing 2 Soul to look and aggress our opponent, and 4 4 choice Ruby, not playing any color of the Ruby color. Let's take a look at how these two decks go head to head. Over on the right there, we have Anthony ICG playing Ruby, once again repping the Ruby supplies as well as the Ruby mat. And on the left, Hymin playing I don't want to get hurt. So I'll max out my defense. Let's take a look at how this game heads out. We have Hymin starting it off. And normally, what is the level 0 turn 1 play that you expect to see from both of these decks?
So Beaufrey has a lot of different options it can play. We're going to see the Frederica 0, which is whenever it gets reversed, you can reveal up to 3 and add a climax from among them to hand. And if you do, you discard 1. So similar to the Pyrrha that we saw in Ruby, but instead of adding a character, it's going to add a climax. Other than that, your turn 1 plays often just include, there's a 500 power Maple that's plus 4,000 on defense. And that gives you something that can be pretty good defensively. Ruby, however, though, we're going to see Neon Cat coming out turn 1. This card is an insane going second play that answers things like runners or on reverse effects like we see here. When it's played, if your opponent only has 1 or fewer front row cards, you can bottom deck one of their front row cost 0 characters. So we're able to remove the Frederica without letting our opponent get a climax here.
I think the great part about Neon Cat as well is she is colloquially known as a coin flip. Has the effect that at the beginning of the draw phase, we can reveal the top card of our deck, and if it is level 1 or higher, we can bounce the Neon Cat back to our hand, basically getting that free attacker, that free +1 to hand, and on the next turn again, if our opponent is unable to field more than 1 character, we're able to once again just send it straight to the bottom of the deck. Fortunately, it does not look like we were successful on that top check, so Neon Cat does stay on the board. Hopefully not too much of a punish coming over on Hymin's size, but we do see the tri-lane here. Oh, we are level 1 already.
Yep, so we've gone to 3 copies of the Battle Ready Force Yui, which is the whenever the opponent levels up, you get to choose a character in Waiting Room, put it in stock, reveal the top card of deck, and if it's a game character, put it into hand. So he is aiming to level up Anthony this turn to get potentially 3 cards and 3 stock to hand. However, we see 1 cancel. We see 2 cancels. He might not get the level up. This might be a repeat of Dan's issue last game.
Do we get a double trigger? 1, 2, 3, going to 6, but
That's
not
great.
leveling up.
Don't get the level. This is
we don't get the level. We don't get the hand. Ooh, this might be a bit rough.
A potential repeat of Dan's issue from last game.
Huh. Now let's see. We fielded 1 character the last turn. We fielded 3 this turn with the climax, unable to replace them with the climax combo. We better have very cheap card advantage in our hand to try and recuperate our cut our losses here.
Yeah, I'm imagining Hymin probably only has about 4 cards in hand right now, and those Yuis or those Mai's rather, or no, that is Yui. I'm sorry. Only get power on offense. So there are going to be 4Ks that are pretty likely to get reversed here.
It looks like Anthony has opted to level up a copy of Penny for our green. Let's see if Anthony is able to match the aggression by slamming down the other 3 copies of Penny in the deck, as well as the bar. There's 1. Is there 2? No, we're actually going for a Neon Cat there. Do we have a second copy at least? Oh, going for 2 attacks only here. And with Neon Cats not being strong enough to actually remove one of the Mays, Hymin fortunately does get to keep 2 cards on the board. So, though not getting a +2 hand, being able to get that +2 board, very helpful in trying to recuperate those lost costs.
Yeah, that is a bit of an unfortunate turn here. We'll see the Zwei going back to hand as a potential opportunity to salvage back a penny for next turn, probably.
Oh, we're going to take that big 3 here. If we get another trigger on this attack for another 3, we might send Hyman straight to 2, and that would be a bit rough, and we do see the trigger.
Trigger.
Oh, it was a side
Oh,
attack?
side attack. Interesting. Trying to get
Okay.
that card advantage by bouncing back to hand. And we do get it.
We do get it. All right. That's always one way of card advantage. Gotta appreciate the knowledge of knowing to keep what card and why.
Yep, and even being only 2 attacks that turn, Anthony does have 4 stock still and is ahead by 6 damage, potentially forcing Hyman to maybe clock to level 2 this turn even.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think the funny part is because Anthony was able to clock himself up to level 1. If we have another copy of the 2 soul here, and I think, yes, the Yuis are on board, we have to send for straight 7 damage to try and get the effect to go off. Maybe we could combine it with May to try and play the best of both worlds.
Well, we did see Anthony canceled twice last turn, has played a climax, milled a climax with the penny. So it's possible he could be eating a lot of damage here off of this +2 soul. We'll have to see.
Oh, and here is round 2 with that +2 soul. Gotta be one of the scariest things to see in Weiss Schwarz when your opponent just keeps going +2 soul, +2 soul, +2 soul. And
we see a cancel on 4.
Cancel on 4. 2 more chances.
For a swing for 5.
2, 3, 4, 5. Would take the 5 here.
Meaning if this attack cancels, Hyman will still at least get 1 instance of his combo. And this one is for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, and it sticks. Sending Anthony straight from 1-0 to 2-2. And at the same time, also going to be able to resolve both copies of the Yui we see on board to go ahead and stock one of our game characters from our waiting room and reveal the top card of our deck. If it's a game, we can add it to hand. Just try and get that hand back.
This is a very fast-paced game so far. So we'll have to see if Anthony can keep that going and get back into a good board position here.
Going to be able to pick up that Maple and Sally card, sending another card to stock, and off the top, I'm going to pick up, I believe that is the level 0 Green Maple, Strongest Newbie.
Yes.
And with that, we're going to pass it back to Anthony. Anthony being knocked a bit on balance with that clothesline to the clock there. Let's see what kind of crackback that Anthony can provide. We're going to go ahead and play this Vi there.
Starting with Vi.
Yep.
Opting to mill first. Interesting.
Did mill get the refresh? Maybe the mill was more important than actually having the hand fix. And we're able to, maybe we have some Blakes in hand ready to go. Do we have blue in clock?
I'm curious that he didn't at least go for a drop salvage into another copy of Penny to try to go for combo again this turn. Because I believe I did see the treasure in his hand ready to go again, unless that was the other climax.
Well, we will find out soon. Just going to go ahead and resolve that refresh there. And the refresh damage, get some green there. I do see blue there, so hopefully going to see some Blakes to try and stabilize our board here. Going to wipe our opponent's board, force them to commit more cards from their hand onto the board and try and answer the Blakes. And if they can't, hopefully the Blakes get us some value.
Yep, and this Beaufrey list is only playing 2 early plays, both of which are only 9,000 power. So if Anthony does have early plays here, it is very unlikely that Hyman will be able to answer them.
Oh, so there's one of the Blakes.
Yep, we see the first one come out. Discarding a clock kick, I believe.
Discarding the uniform Ren, the clock kick. Do we have a second copy of Blake to try and restabilize ourselves here? Now, let's take a look over on Hyman's side as well.
And we see 2. Okay, he already had 2 pennies, so he did not need to drop salvage one there.
All right, so going at the end of our turn, assuming we get all clean triggers, should be able to end our turn with 4 cards in hand. Ooh,
Sticking a 3, keeping the game at least tied up. Milling 2 for combo, unfortunately hitting a climax there. Adding a Lyren back to hand. And triggering a climax as well.
Ooh, triggering the bar, being able to get that extra hand.
2 sticks.
Taking the 2. Very fast-paced game here.
Keeping the damage rolling for sure.
Milling
and
2, going to
clean there and adding a backup to hand. And triggering clean. So we did see 2 climaxes come out, but only 2.
And straight
sending Hyman straight to 3. Wow. This game is not slowing down. Full speed ahead.
Didn't want to get hurt, so I maxed out my defense, but I still took the damage.
Still took all the damage.
All right, so now that Hymen is level 3, hopefully the hand is sculpted enough that we can have like a huge alpha strike here. Try and get like a very big knock on the chin over to Anthony. Maybe get the Atrocity out. Maybe, just like you said, the Snow White into Atrocity. Have the multicolored Sally on board to play the red Climax, despite not having red.
Unfortunately, with how fast this game has gone and how little selective card advantage Hymen's gotten, I'm not sure that he's really going to have much of a choice of what's in his hand here. Because he got the 2 top checks last turn, but other than that, it's just been whatever he's clocked and drawn for about 3 turns now. And we've seen him get close to emptying his hand at least once or twice.
Kind of flicking through the cards there, trying to figure out the ratios, trying to figure out what to do, because normally at a low deck state like this, a lot of options come up. Maybe you want to heal after refreshing, so that way the stock and the card in the clock don't go back into the new deck. So at this point, we'll see what Hymen has to do. But over on Anthony's side of things, it looks like Anthony just kind of picked up some reactive cards, not too much on the proactive side of things. Still looking to pick up some Yang, still looking to pick up the Weiss TD for Anthony's finishing plays. And the good thing about the Yang is that if the luck is there, a Yang can lead into another Yang, which leads into the Weiss. And if we have the Climax combo in hand already, we're good to go.
And we see Beaufrey starting off with the promo. Is just going to let him top check add on attack.
And looks like we are playing what looks to be, is that Machine God Maple?
That is Machine God Maple.
And thinking on whether to use the Stock Flush ability here. Getting a Climax count check. Because it does look like Hymen wants to use the Stock Flush to kind of like destabilize Anthony here.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's going to have very much actual effect on the game state, because Anthony's deck is still relatively large. So it's
go for it.
Pretty compression neutral, I think, here, as far as the stock swap goes. It's just very, very coin flippy as to whether you actually hit climaxes off the top or not.
Mm-hmm. Now, at the same time, Machine God Maple also comes with a finishing effect with Deploy Left Arm to be able to, what is known as Icy Tail our opponent. That is to mill 4 cards from the bottom of our opponent's deck and burn our opponent for the number of climaxes among said cards. And It looks like that's the climax we see there.
Yep. Hymen is definitely playing with fate as to, where these climaxes might be. Randomly taking 5 off the top, randomly going to mill 4 off the bottom. We do see the first cancel come out here.
Right off the top as well. So with that, got some decisions to make as to what our next attack will be. It looks like Maple and Sally also had the effect that on attack...
on attack, that's a mandatory top check add, so we're going to see a different trigger there, but the cancel is going to stay the same regardless. So he'll add the Snow White and then discards a level 0, and he triggers that instead, but it's still a cancel on 1. So now we'll move to second attack.
Looks like it's going to be another copy of the May here, not really doing anything except to attack with. And I think that just kind of speaks volume as to like what you said before, because of how fast-paced the game was. We weren't able to get that selective advantage that we were looking for. Being able to sculpt our hand for the Snow White Atrocity, being able to sculpt our hand for some giant killing Mei and Yui. And a lot of it is just playing what we got. But we do trigger an arc here. And what will we pick up? Maybe another 2-soul, because when in doubt, slam the 2-soul.
Opts to pick up nothing because he's very close to refresh here. What I say, that would be a lot of climaxes just disappearing at the last second if he opted to pick that up.
Being able to hit Anthony to 2-6 here. Now we're going to swing with Machine God. Going to go ahead and use that Icy Tail ping effect, milling the bottom 4 cards of our opponent's deck. Let's see what transpires here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, hitting 2 of the choices.
That's
burn
awkward.
1, burn 2. And that does go through, pushing Anthony over to level 3 as well. And I guess the scary part of it on Anthony's side of things is having those choices milled out of the deck mean they're not in the deck for us to pick up using Yang's on playability.
Yeah, that's definitely going to make it harder to resolve a finisher here. And we do see the backup come out here. Going to remove a clean damage off the top and save his Blake early play.
1, 2, 3. Ooh, that clean damage. 3, 4 now. Just like you said, like this game is going incredibly fast.
Is not stopping. However, with that sticking, maybe there is a chance that he draws the finisher climax here. I see a treasure in his hand.
Yeah, we see the
but
treasure
unfortunately, he triggered the climax swapper last turn, so he might not have access to a climax swap here very easily.
I'm not sure if I see the 3 Yang either.
Since he paid 1 for the backup, there is the option where if he does have a Yang, he can play the Yang to pay 2, play the Ironwood in his hand to grab the climax swap that he'll pay out for the Yang, and then climax swap to get 1 Yang combo, but I'm not sure that that's enough right now. He's just going straight for it.
There's the Ironwood.
You know what? We did forget that he got stock swapped there, so that
yes.
Climax swap is actually just in his waiting room now. He doesn't have to go through all the trouble of paying it out.
That does simplify things, and this
Makes
is
it
about
a bit easier. But maybe he doesn't want it. He knows it's there, but maybe he doesn't want it.
What other options could we go for in this situation?
He is stuck getting a level 0 of some sort, but he does have the drop searcher as well. There is the potential that he could go for that.
Because at this point as well, we still don't know like 4 cards from our stock, and I guess it'd be good to actually go into our deck to like verify how many climaxes exactly are we truly out.
Well, thankfully his deck is small enough that like checking his waiting room can probably confirm where most of them are at this point. We see Glinda come down to heal once, and this will be on attack, pay 1, discard 1 to gain 2,000 power, and on reverse, deal 1. So that's a nice, relatively low resource healing, a little bit of extra damage push.
Playing over the penny for another copy of the Blake there. Getting to pay out 2 climaxes. Oh my gosh. With that stock swap effect, normally at that deck state, very RNG, but being able to rip off 2 climax from the top of the deck.
Yeah. Hitting 2 off the top 5 and 2 off the bottom 4. Very lucky for Hyman there.
Yeah.
And gets the cancel here. Very close to triggering 2 climaxes on his own turn, but managed to just barely dodge that as well.
Going back with, I believe it should be 6.
I believe so as well.
Now with a stock like that, I don't imagine that Hyman would be gone to like various circumstances, but refresh damage in 3 and 3 is lethal, and it's not outside the realm of reality to actually just see 6 get landed very quickly here.
Yep, this is 6 still on board between the 3 from Blake, 2 from Glinda, and 1 from the on reverse burn. So it is still very possible, even without triggers, that 7 damage comes out here.
And yeah, that's not to say that we saw a lot already in this game of a lot of takes straight 6 multiple times on both sides of the board here. So hopefully on Hyman's end of things, that's not what happens.
We see a climax come out on the refresh point.
That means with that already, 5 climaxes left in deck. Oh,
And
we do get a cancel. We do get a cancel. feeling a bit safer. And with our last attack here,
opting not to pay cost, keeping a little bit of extra compression. And the 2 sticks. So Anthony needing to survive one more turn here in order to attempt to close out the game. And we'll see if Hyman has anything extra planned in his hand after that last turn. We know he chose not to add a climax to hand off the gate trigger. So it seems unlikely that he would have a climax combo ready again. But he could have, cancel burners or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. We'll take a look at what Hyman has for his finishing power, see what's going to happen here, whether we see the twin Musashis, whether we see the Snow White into Atrocity, whether we see another copy of the Machine God with another with another completely coin flip stock flush here. Now, as you said before, because of the lack of selectivity, what could Hyman draw into to find what is needed?
In this deck, I mean, a Brainstorm could help, but he doesn't have very many climaxes left in deck. He does play 1 Drop Searcher that could help here. But other than that, it seems like it's pretty much just up to whatever he rips off the top, hoping to get some finishers here.
All right, speaking of ripping off the top, going to clock himself to rip another 2 off the top.
We know that he does at least have a Snow White because he added it to hand off of the level 0 promo.
So worst case, we'll be able to Snow White, and if we have like another 3/2, be able to get two cost attack, two soul attackers for 2 cost. There's the first Snow White.
Here comes the early play healer.
Being able to heal. Now, just playing this as an early play heal. Now, we did 3 stock the May, which leads me to believe that.
That makes me think he doesn't have very much else in hand.
Yeah.
And slamming a 2 soul. He is actually just going for it this turn.
Like I said, must be one of the scariest things to just have your opponent keep going 2 soul, 2 soul, 2 soul at your face. Going to do
Interesting that he chose not to pay to get the cancel burn here.
Yeah.
Because he's swinging 4/4/3, but needs to stick a 4. So the cancel burn 1 makes this last attack lethal. But now Hyman has to hit a soul trigger.
And
he does hit it.
Do it. But we get 3
regardless.
triple cancels off the top. Oh, now Machine God stock flush is looking very tempting with hindsight being 21-21. Just comparing powers here.
Yep, the early play does get plus 2,000 off of being played from the Snow White, putting it at 12k on that turn.
Now, because May's attack was actually canceled with the 2 soul
I'm sorry,
combo,
11k. Because that was not a 1k one.
should have been able to resolve May's effect, I believe, but if that was the 2 soul combo that was being played, which it does look like with how much damage is being
that
put
was the 2 soul, so he could have gotten a combo off there, but I guess chose not to or forgot.
But yeah. All right, there is one of the Rens.
Yep, we just see some random cards come down. He's choosing to use the effect to clock himself to salvage a character to try to get a little bit of extra push here. Grabs the drop search.
Okay. 2 cards left in hand. One of them is the choice, and one of them is the drop search, so we wouldn't be able to even grab a Yang. Unless we're playing on the off chance that we can pick up another copy of the choice off the Yang that we play here. But we do have a Brainstorm here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unfortunately, not able to get for the draw.
5 and draw a card if he hits a climax.
Oh, and we're just going to go ahead and slam that 1k1 and go in.
Yep, he has to deal 4. So with the 1k1, 2 of his lanes are lethal, and one of them just needs a soul trigger.
I'm going to go ahead and swing with the Blake first, and no soul trigger. That's a lethal swing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Hyman takes the damage, and Anthony ICG takes the game.
Yep, with the spicy treasure choice playing the world's fastest game of Weiss Schwarz. Outpaces the 2 soul deck and is able to take the win here.
I think it speaks volumes. Like, once again, like something that we saw in Dan O'Man's game, and something that we just saw again now with Hymin's game. Despite that climax combo being so aggressive with that 2-soul, it relying on something happening to your opponent to get your advantage back does bring it up and gives opportunity for a whiff. And as that happens, like what we saw here, we were unable to actually sculpt our hand for what we need for our end game, and our end game looked, to be frankly, like very loose. Like we weren't able to like really mount a very strong offensive board, which, as you said, is something expected almost of a deck like this.
Right. Hyman's top end, his ability to finish the game fell really what looked like just 1 or 2 cards short across multiple turns. And, you know, getting that triple UE combo off on like turn 2 could have made all the difference in the world as to, you know, how many resources he had, how many cards he had, what he could afford to use to search. But alas, he didn't get it. And that just probably cost him the game just through having to push up random characters. He did draw a lot of copies of his level 1 combos. You get to play 8 in the deck. He's playing 7 in his list. He got the 2-soul 2 turns in a row, got the gate. He got all the climaxes he needed. It was really just the filler cards in his hand that weren't there to shore everything up when he needed it.
I think it's also really good to mention that Hymin was able to actually slam a climax down every turn, I believe. Level 1, we had the 2-soul come out. Level 2, we had the 2-soul come out again. Then going into an early level 3 with Machine God, Maple, we were able to get the gate there for the Icy Tail combo. And the turn right after that, boom, another 2-soul. Anthony winning might have to relax a lot, because that's a lot of 2-soul damage coming at your...
Certainly, probably a stressful game for both players with how fast it was moving.
Mm-hmm. Now, did you notice anything that Anthony did in that game that kind of led him towards winning?
You know, I think the side attack with the Neon Cat, I think, was probably fairly important to keep cards in hand when he was struggling in the mid game. I say mid game. The game was too fast to have a mid game, but when he could only attack
early
twice, right?
End game.
Yeah,
Very
he could
close.
only attack twice. I assume his hand was just clogged with level 3s and climaxes. Since the game was moving so fast, he didn't have time to adjust his hand ready for level 1. Side attacking with the Neon Cat to get that extra card back to hand seemed pretty valuable. And I think his sequencing at the end of the game, there was maybe just 2 effects I would have done in a different order on that last turn between the Brainstorm and the Lyren. Just to Brainstorm first to give Lyren more targets in waiting room. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, he seemed to know where all of his cards were and know what he needed and how to sequence to get to them to keep those last couple turns pumping, even when he was in a pretty mediocre position.
Yeah, so big props to Anthony for playing through such a high-paced game where a lot of times when you're testing in like a normal paced environment, that's what you're used to. You're used to being able to play your level 1 combo normally. You're able to go to your level 2, but it's being able to think on the spot with these like very fast-paced games where you're being forced to skip level 1, you're being forced to skip level 2, and Anthony kind of showed like his prowess to like play through that kind of like odd situation that a lot of people just aren't used to. But like also like to give props to Hymin as well. Hymin being able to play to his outs, just knowing that if I'm unable to get my combo this turn, I need to try again next turn. I need to be able to find these pieces that help me get into the game. So I'm just gonna keep trying to like force the combo in. 2-soul, slam. Hopefully it goes in. If not, at least I have May to try and get me something as well. And unfortunately, it just did not happen for Hymin's end of things, and it could have been a lot different if it did.
Yeah, both of those players were able to, you know, resolve a lot more of their card effects properly than you would expect in a game that fast. A lot of times you'd expect people just to be like playing whatever was in their hand, but the things in both players' hands really were the cards they wanted to be seeing for the most part at those points in the game.
But that's about it from us. We're going to take it to a quick break as we get ready for round 5 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin, and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region. And yeah, been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and yeah, really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So yeah, just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. When it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually, my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then. And took a bit of a break, and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have gone to I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there, it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to meet with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at 10 p.m. and they'll be 2 a.m. It's just different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. It's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events. And at one point I think I was playing card games for 14 hours straight, so I was pretty dead. But I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. Take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends. Make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun, be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to
And we're back again with some more exciting Weiss Schwarz. I'm once again rejoined by our co-commentator Randall. Randall, sitting from the sidelines, you got to watch 2 games that you weren't a part of. Out of these 2 games, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, so I think looking at, I guess we'll take a look at the game that just happened, the Ruby versus Beaufry game. I thought it was pretty interesting. Just one small thing I noted that for the level 1 combo for the Beaufry deck, we do have the battle ready Mai and Yui, but meanwhile on the other hand, we have in the Ruby deck Penny level 1 combo, really showing them that battle ready is not it. No, it's all about being combat ready, and Penny was definitely combat ready for this game, so was able to pull out the win there. The game was definitely like very, very fast paced. The 2-soul combo really pushing the tempo, and between the last 2 games, we did see a couple of those climax combos that activate when the opponent levels up, and both in this last game at in the early stages on that first time he played the 2-soul combo, as well as the game featuring Dan's Leafa waifu deck, we did see both of those attempts failing, and this just goes to show that when you have a combo like that, you are able to potentially get some free advantage, but in the end, it is always up to chance whether or not your opponent just like triple cancels off the top, and then suddenly your entire game plan just goes into the gutter.
Yeah, and I think it just makes a really good statement as to like when we look at like the top of the echelon of like these Weiss Schwarz deck, a lot of these combos are very self-reliant. A lot of things that just say, when I do stuff, I get to do more stuff, rather than when I do stuff and you do stuff, I get to do more stuff. Despite saying that, we do also see a lot of like strong combos that perform on reverse. Most notably is a lot of the Ruby combos that we didn't get to see in Anthony's deck. Like we saw in the prior round with Jean, and then what we haven't seen yet, but the trial deck combo running initiation between the level 1 Ruby and the level 2 Weiss. Very strong combos, but they also have that small level of interaction of needing to reverse your opponent. Randall, between combos that like you do have to interact with your opponent and combos where it is quote unquote solitaire, so to say, where you're able to just like perform an effect, such as what is known as like a Magro combo. On attack, if you meet a condition, you can just check the top 4 of your cards and add one of them. What's your take on this?
So in my personal opinion, just based on my observation, it feels like at least for the last like few years, it's basically just been kind of like not really digging the on reverse combos, as it does require that like interactivity with your opponent. That being said, I do feel like we are moving back into an era where reverse combos are perfectly fine, and the reason for that is because of the high amounts of increased aggression at level 0, having to push the damage, being able to build that stock from an early point in the game. I feel like players these days are valuing that damage and resource a lot more than the ability to deny the opponent's reverses. So I feel like if players are able to go for a situation where they can deny reverses that doesn't like take them out of their element and allows them to stick to their normal game plan, then I think that is okay, going with something like a tri-field with a clean cut, something like that. But other than that, it doesn't seem like it's as relevant to try to deny your opponent's on reverse combo, and it sort of seems like it is sort of like a solitaire mentality where you let them have what they want, and then in return they're like giving you what you want. That sort of interaction between players. That's just at least from my observation.
I think that's a good way to look at it as well, because I tend to be of the opinion that it's more important to actually further your state in the game rather than to negate your opponent's state in the game. A lot of the times, like when in order for you to like kind of like deny your opponent the ability to play their game, you have to like take a bunch of steps back as well. At that same time, like you're putting a lot of resources into being able to do that kind of strategy. And sometimes that might actually be what sets you back, and just because of that might set your opponent forward. So I'm also of like the same branch of thought where at this point of the game's life, it might be just better just to actually play these on reverse, because your opponents will eventually tend to just give them to you. We do see like some exceptions to that rule with cards like the level 0 K and Kaguya, when we still see the existence of some runners, we still see the existence of coin flips. But apart from that, like with how high powered these level 1 on reverse effects get, sometimes even if your opponent is able to produce a really strong board, you're still able to resolve one or two of these like a game. And I think that's just something really cool to see, that we've kind of settled back into the solitaire, where instead of trying to deny your opponent the ability to play their game, you're trying to say, I'm going to play my game better than you will play your game. Challenge me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And I think one really good example of that, as you guys were mentioning earlier, is the level 1 trial deck Ruby combo, specifically just because of the combination of the high power threshold that she herself is able to hit, as well as the power that she's able to give to some of your other attackers for the turn. But also because you do have that fallback of the 2-1 Weiss having the double combo from the trial deck. Being able to, if you aren't having the greatest level 1 game, you do have that fallback of trying to get advantage back at level 2. That being said, I feel like a lot of counterplay these days is just more focused towards the late game. You have a lot more time to prepare said counterplay, and you have a lot of more time to adapt, grab specific text, grab specific resources, prepare yourself for more potent endgame threats, rather than try to shoot yourself in the foot, possibly trying to deny what your opponent is doing in the early game, because that can sometimes tend to snowball out of control if it doesn't go right.
And I think that's probably the exact words that I was looking to say. Shoot yourself in the foot. Counterplaying is sometimes a double-edged sword because of how much you're investing into doing it, and just like what you said, sometimes it does set you behind. Now, let's take a look going into round 5 now, I believe, what our XOs are looking like. If we could have the standings, please.
All right, so taking a look at our 1st through 8th spots, we do still have a good number of XO players, with some of the top being Joey Chen, Matt Mercury, Tanjiro, H, Kronos, Alan Liu, YB, and Fresh Cabbage. So a couple familiar faces in there. And as we get into 9th through 16th, why don't you go ahead and take it away, Tony?
Oh, we've got our Sao pair here between Asu and the Machine of Ice, but we've got some familiar names actually not getting that XO that we're looking for. Marco Antonio Cornelio Palominos still holding it strong at 12. Desmond 17, new name to the standings, but holding it at 13. Hellfire Thundai, and our very own Ian TCG Ian standing strong at 16. Hopefully we get to see Ian back up there on top 8.
I believe in the last round, Ian was one of the players that was at 3-0. So unfortunately, losing this round 4, dropping himself in the standings a bit, but hopefully he can claw his way back into the top standings.
Now, just like what we said, so we are seeing a lot of the XOs get whittled down to a small amount, and as the day goes on, as the tournament goes on, the XOs will eventually become 1. And like, not to say like, if you don't see yourself on this like top 16 here, like you could definitely still be one of these X1s that if you just win the next round, you might see yourself on the top 16. That might be the motivation boost you need just to be able to, something clicks and you're able to sneak your way into the top 8 before the end of the night.
All right, so we're going to be looking into moving into round 5, and we've seen a lot of different decks today. Really nice variety. We've seen some of the rarer decks, like a Beaufry deck within the last round. We did see the 2 of the one-ofs, Gurren Lagann as well as GGO in some of the earlier rounds. But we still got a lot of different titles left that haven't been examined yet. And so among them, we do have the boogeyman of the English format. We have not seen Data Live yet. And a couple of the other popular decks popping up, such as Fate. And is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to potentially seeing moving forward?
It's definitely got to be Fate for me. Ever since Heaven Feels 2 came out, there's a lot of like discussion and debate within the community as to like what are the 2 best combos to run, what kind of deck do you run? Because before Heaven's 2 came out, it was always the 8 treasure combos, being able to play the level 1 Sakura on reverse search, and also the level 1 Sakura clock reversers, being able to convert all of the bar triggers that you're going to trigger into stronger options in your waiting room. And then you just top it off with a very defensive top end, alongside early play heals, alongside the rider, which is able to minus soul or deny front attacks. And then you also combine that with the refreshers, if they were out at that point.
Yeah,
and
they
just
were
between those two. Yeah, and just between that like kind of cycle of being able to early play heal, then if you're able to like cancel through, and then you have not only the Ilya Azusa to be able to mill your deck 4 and also add the best master to your hand, you also have a green version of that in the Sakura, and you're just able to get so much deck control in that deck that you're able to once again free fresh, which is effectively a heal to hand, because that damage that you would have taken to clock, you actually draw it instead. So it's a 2-1 heal to hand, which then fulfills a condition for another Ilya early play.
Ilya's early play heal isn't 2 or less. It's actually a clock condition. You need a specific level 0 berserker in your clock in order to early play her.
Oh, okay. Good point. Good point. I apologize on that fumble, but point still stands that like once you get that like loop resource going, that resource loop going with like the 3-2 Sakura in the back row to feel your stock for these kind of plays, you just come to like a standstill in your game state where your opponent is trying to like climb up a vertical wall to try and reach you as you just keep defending and healing down and refreshing and defending and healing down and refreshing, keeping all 8 of your climaxes in deck. Now that was the old deck. With Heaven's Field 2 out now, a lot of people are saying, oh no, you just play 8 copies of this door combo, you play the level 1 Rin, and then you go into the Dark Sakura, and then you just Icy Tail your opponent for 6 and off to the races with you. Between the two variations of the deck, that like very aggressive 8 door deck versus the more defensive top end of like the 8 bar deck, which one did you tend towards?
Okay, so with that, we need to look at Data Live specifically, one of the most popular decks in the format right now, obviously, because Data Live has a lot of really, really strong and very, very cheap and easy to obtain counter mechanics to that defensive endgame that Fate used to like to do. Specifically, the level 0 Shido, he has the on-play ability to blink one of the opponent's characters, so he can remove Rider from the board and then bring her back, and she loses that being unable to front attack ability, as well as the minus 3k power, but also the My Little Shido event, an event that allows you to choose one of 3 effects, one of which lets you basically shrink the rider into a lower level character from the opponent's waiting room. So another way to remove those from the board and allow you to just do whatever you want basically at level 3. So I think that those 2 counter mechanics and the prevalence of Data Live in the metagame are what make that sort of defensive late game for Fate not as attractive. That being said, I do think that going for a very compression-based mid game, using cards like the ones you mentioned, the free Fresh Rin and Archer, as well as the Ilya early play, I think is still very, very stable. But instead, you could potentially look towards a more offensive finisher game plan, something like perhaps the 3-2 Dark Sakura, the Black Sakura that you mentioned earlier. She does have a gate climax combo that allows her to generate 3 stock, although her finisher ability can be used without playing that climax, as well as various other options. We have seen some builds that don't gravitate towards that usual color distribution of like green and red, maybe some blue, and who knows, we might see some of the yellow finishers from Fate Heaven's Field 2 making an appearance as well. For example, the 3-2 Saber. She has an ability where on attack, I believe, it combos with multiple different options of climaxes. It can be either a choice climax or a gate or a 2 soul even, I believe. But you get to discard 3 characters and then choose one of your characters that gains on cancel. I think it's like burn 4 twice or something ridiculous like that. Putting out like tons of damage into the late game instead of going for that more defensive top end that is much more interactable with the Rider 3-2.
I think you mentioned it very well, actually. I think it's the existence of Data Live now that probably does make the more aggressive top ends more favorable, just because introducing those options of interactions to then kind of like negate all the hard work you put into setting up your rider board. Probably does, just like what you said, make it less attractive. Now, I've said what I kind of want to see coming up into these next few rounds. What do you want to see in these next few rounds, Randall?
Personally, I would actually be like, I answered this earlier on in the show today. I would personally be really excited to see some Data Bullet. And we don't know among all of the Data Live decks, because we do have a lot of Data Live, we do not know which one of those are original DAL, some sort of like standby build, choice standby maybe, and we don't know how many of those are Data Bullet, but that is definitely a deck that I would love to see. It's not a deck that's the easiest to pilot. It can be a bit taxing to play it over a long tournament because there are a lot of combinations, a lot of different lines that you can go for, and so one could say that it's a pretty galaxy brain sort of deck. So might not be seeing it, but that's definitely something that I'm hoping to see.
I think you put it a very good way. The 8 choice decks has a lot of choices that you have to make when playing it. Now, speaking of choices, I asked this to Connor before, but in Data Live, yeah, like I said, you're locked into the level 3 Kurumi for 4 of the choices. If I was to provide you the option of either the Kotori or the level 1 Kurumi, which one would you pick and why?
So this is something that I've gone over in some of the content that I've made regarding Data Bullet, but I think that Kotori choice is the way to go most of the time. The reason is because of the ability to play the specific back row setup, which is I don't know if you're familiar with the like resonance clock swapper one. You can resonate by revealing the level 3 Kurumi, and allows you to swap a card in hand with one in your clock. Having that in combination with the various supports that allow you to put cards into clock from waiting room, take cards out of clock, put them into memory until end of turn, I think those two have very, very strong synergy in allowing you to get basically infinite selectivity. You can choose any card from your waiting room basically to put into your hand. The big downside of that package is that you're not having any sort of plussing options like a Brainstorm, like normal decks would for their back row slots. So I think that the Kotori combo is very important to that effect in allowing you to get multiple cards through the combo, because the Kotori combo can generate anywhere from 1 to 3 cards anytime you use your Climax combo. And then you just generate a lot of hand, you just amass all this hand advantage, and then you can use that back row setup, take all these random cards that were added off the top from your Kotori, and then use that resonance effect to change it into whatever you want from your clock. So I think that Kotori is definitely the way to go in my opinion.
I definitely have to agree, yeah. Like you said, because our back row is locked between the resonance and the global, that lets us clock fix and try and move like cards out in and out of clock, thus being able to give us like selective salvage, like what you just said. Because our back row is locked to that, we don't have access to Brainstorm, which is generally a lot of decks like main option of mill. So Kotori having access to My Little Shido then lets us have that venue of mill. Kotori just being a card that goes through the deck faster, rather than the on reverse salvage, which actually doesn't touch your deck at all, means that we're able to actually even attempt to refresh at that 1/6 timing that we're looking for. And one of the coolest things that I really like to do when playing Data Bullet is, if I do know I am about to refresh, I can use that global to put 2 cards from my waiting room into my clock if I know that the refresh damage is going to level me up, obviously. And then post-refresh, that is actually 2 more cards not going back into the deck that will end up in the waiting room afterwards. So just all those like really cute nuances that manipulating your clock has is just very, very cool.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're playing these sort of 8-choice Data Bullet decks with a lot of clock swaps, a lot of lines, you definitely want to be aiming to push that deck to its limits, because if you're able to understand just like everything that you are able to do and all your different options, that's really how you optimize playing that deck. It's not like a lot of other decks where it's fairly straightforward and you pretty much know what you're going to be getting yourself into, but yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but very rewarding to pull off.
With that said, I do hear that round 5 is just about ready to fire, so let's take a look at what the first deck on stream will be featuring. We have Kiora, a fellow local of mine, playing one of his most infamous decks. I have fallen victim to this deck a few more times than I would like to admit, and that is Glitter, Glow, and Suiren. This deck is very simple. Surprisingly, the green package in Bang Dream is very robust, and I definitely want to like mention the Yuri there. The level 0 Yuri it's a clean cut for green, and in green there's just a lot of power pumps, so you're able to get this very high, and then, like, even if you're not able to get your level 1 combo going, you're able to crutch on this clean cut and kind of carry your way through until you get to your big glitter green huge Alpha Strike combo.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is a fairly simple early game as far as like the climax combo goes. We're gonna have this level 1 Roka. She's basically gonna be 6k all the time, as long as all of your characters are music trait, which they will be. And she has a very, very simple combo with the gold bar climax. The one that's actually the correct orientation on the screen, but she does allow you to, on attack, reveal the top card of your deck if it is a music character you add it to hand. And another really big part of the glitter green strategy is making use of the specific back rows. You have the level 0 Nanana as well as the 1/1 Hinako. Those are going to employ a very unique strategy that you don't see a lot. It's going to involve level swapping, and then the action of level swapping is going to allow you to use another effect that allows you to gain additional cards. In addition, at the same time, you're going to be using these act abilities that will allow you to pump a lot of power to your board. And so we're going to be looking to play a pretty robust board at level 1. And as far as the mid game goes at level 2, there doesn't appear to be any sort of early play shenanigans going on here. So we're just going to look to stabilize our hand and resources and look into the late game, where, as Tony mentioned earlier, we do have a pretty big wombo combo in our late game between the 3/2 Yuri and the 3/2 Ri. Those ones, as well as both of our back row, have a 4-piece climax combo with the glitter green gold bar climax, the one that is the vertical one. And that is going to allow the glitter green player to have a very, very explosive late game with a lot of burns, with some clock shoots as well. And because those abilities do require reverses, it does kind of fit into the deck strategy at level 2, where they're not going to be playing early plays. They're going to be looking to concede board and just build resources.
I think you summed it up very perfectly, like beautifully even. I do want to mention that because, like you said, we're opting to concede board, but at the same time, we don't really want our opponent to garnish too much free advantage and free damage. So one MVP card I do want to point out that will happen in level 2 is that level 2/1 Himari. Has a very strong effect as an alarm if it's at the top card of your clock, and we're playing Bang Dream and we have enough music characters, we can get a free stock from top deck. So just like you said, this is one of our ways to generate free resources during our level 2 game plan. But at the same time, since we don't want our opponent to garnish too much, it's also a very valid attacker, having that early play removal in being a clock shooter. It's just not letting your opponent stabilize too easily as you get your huge wombo combo off.
All right, and with that, let's go ahead and take a look at our second player's deck. We do have Ian TCG Ian showing up with his Mob Psycho 100 deck. Now, I took a quick look at this deck while we were still explaining some of the glitter green stuff, but I just want to take note of the level 1 combo in this deck, the level 1 Ritsu. He has an effect very similar to a card that some old school SAO players might be familiar with, Asuna Shelter, where every time he reverses a battle opponent, he can get a marker from the top card of the deck, and for each marker, he gets +1 level and plus 1500 power. In addition, he also has a climax combo with the Pants Climax, where just on reverse, he gets to search. Now, one really prominent part of this deck and how this deck is going to function is utilization of the Spoon event. So that's going to allow the Ritsu level 1 to potentially gain extra markers, as well as rest characters that have already been reversed, because the Spoon does let you rest a Ritsu. So this combination of cards in the level 1 game makes for some extremely obnoxious gameplay with the opponent. If the opponent does not know how to interact with this Ritsu combo, they might like reverse it, and then you just get to rest it back using the spoon counter while simultaneously throwing extra markers under stuff. And I said before, Glitter Green is looking to play a board-based level 1 with that pretty fat Roka combo, but this is definitely a level 1 combo that could look to contest that on the board.
I think you summed it up very nicely there. Yeah, that level 1 Ritsu, generally not the level 1 combo you look towards when playing Mob Psycho, but I think once this gets going, it's very hard to remove, and all those markers that you get, if they're clean, if like you're not finding any climax on those markers, that kind of compression, like through marker compression, just adds up over time. And the funny part about this is this is compression that your opponent can't interact with until they remove the card. You can't get stock flush from this marker compression. And until they remove the card, those are just cards that would just stay under. And even at a point, you can just choose to not keep adding markers. Now, I will mention that in days of old, we didn't have technology such as these 1-1 reversey boys that we'll like to call them, these like early play removers. So because Ritsu does gain a level, you might see times where like Ritsu will become like level 3, level 4, while you're still level 1. And these 1-1 removal techs just might be what is needed to answer said Ritsu.
And on the flip side though, being able to gain levels here, eventually if Ritsu is able to attain that level 3 status, he could get a potential 2k buff from the level 2 mob assist. Now, something that some other players like to do is actually run a level assist in order to just make this Ritsu go into the stratosphere. Every time he gains a marker, he's going to be getting plus 2,000 power, 1,500 from his own effect, and 500 from the level assist. Unfortunately, that is not what we're seeing here from Ian's deck, although getting that 2k buff from the mob 2-1 is probably just more than good enough here. And then as far as the late game goes, we're seeing a fairly standard red endgame suite with the show early play and extremely strong 4 or more early play profile, as well as the level 3 Ishiguro, which will potentially shuffle some clean cards back into the deck, as well as gain power and on reverse top deck the battle opponent.
And with that out of the way, with all the decks ready to go, I think we're ready to see some Weiss Schwarz between Ian TCG, Ian, and Kiora.
All right, let's get it started. I'm ready to see some big brain interactions here with this Ritsu level 1. Kiora playing a very, very simple level 1 game plan. Just slap your Rokas on the field, play the gold bar, turn them sideways, get some card advantage. We do have some pretty nice deck speed as well through use of the glitter green back rows. When he level swaps, he'll be able to potentially look through the top up to 4 cards from the top of the deck and grab a card, and that will give him some deck speed that the Climax combo does not offer.
And we're going to see the first card played this game will be from Ian with the Petite Mob. Going to play that in conjunction with the Natural Psychic Mob to become a 4K clean cut in the center. Very strong turn 0 play here. Presenting a 4K body does not make it easy to remove.
Right. So I think a very interesting dynamic of the game here is what power level Kiora's level 0s that he's going to field right now are. As the mob clean cut is only going to be 4K if it's in the center slot, so it will be 2,500 on the sides. That being said, I think what the potential play here is depends on whether or not Kiora is willing to give up the reverse going back into Ian's turn. So if he is willing to give up the reverse, then he can just play as normally. Otherwise, I think what the correct play here is actually might be to just play one attacker by itself and then crash into the clean cut, as that does deny use of the clean cut on Ian's next turn. But looks like Kiora is actually going to direct in the side lane, and this is going to lead into Ian being able to successfully resolve his clean cut on the coming turn.
Yeah, let's see what Ian does on the crackback here. Like, this clean cut now has got an insane value. Normally, like, these like low static cards, you expect them to kind of like die on the first swing. But because of that Petite Mob, just being able to boost to that extra 1,500, reaching that 4K stat line, which a lot of decks just don't have the tools to deal with, because most decks will like opt to run the technology in those slots. and like the runners and their own clean cuts that unfortunately just don't reach 4K without a buff. And clean cut. And the last card we do play is Teruki's Brainstorm. Also boosting level zeros. These are huge level zeros.
Yeah, so this Teruki that just got played, he does give a bonus 1000 power to level 0 characters in front of him. And right after this clean cut resolves, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Ian's going to use the mob clean cut to move that Teruki to that back row open slot, and then boom, he's giving an additional 1000 power to these front row mobs. I think Ian actually has consideration to just pass turn here, leave Kiora at level 0, and that's exactly what he's doing. Kiora is at 0.5, and without any sort of effect to clock himself, he's going to be stuck at level 0. And as we saw in that last turn, Kiora did not have an answer to a 4K clean cut. How is he going to have an answer to a 3.5 and a 5K clean cut on his second turn at level 0?
We do know that Kiora does play a singleton copy of the Layer Ricky, though. Unfortunately, does not look like we are able to find it, as this is what our play is going to be. Looks like it's going to be one more direct swing here, and ENTZG looks like he's going to be running away with the level 0 footsies here. Also getting another climax cancel as well.
Yeah, Ian going with this very strong level 0 game plan. He is just going to be running away with it right now. These 3 attacks, 2 directs plus a front representing 5 damage already on the board could potentially be pushing Kiora to mid 1 while he's still at 0.3. And he's maintaining all of these bodies on board as well.
This is just very, very good. A very good demonstration of what plussing to board will become. Plussing to board eventually becomes plussing to hand, which becomes damage disparity. And with that set out of the way, I think it's just about time to go ahead and tri-lane. But Ian might actually opt to just swing twice here, depending on what the hand looks like. That way we're able to actually provide some bait for the level 1 Ritsu.
So what I think is very interesting here about Ian's deck is that his level 1 combo, the Ritsu, although he can gain substantial amounts of power the more reverses he gets, he starts out very, very weak. And so by hitting Kiora to level 1 here first, Kiora will potentially be able to field some strong level 1s that will be able to contest these Ritsu combos. But at the same time, Ian has just amounted such a massive advantage here at level 0 that the Ritsu combo might not even be necessary going into the mid to late game.
Now we do see that Ian has once again triggered another copy of the pants, grabbing said pants for the level 1 Ritsu from the waiting room there. And on level up, we're going to resolve that level 0, the Nanana, to pick up a card back. So not necessarily going +0 in the level 0 game, but just by showing Nanana on the board, able to get that +1 to hand.
And he triggers a gate now here as well. So definitely getting a lot of resources off of these triggers in addition to what he already has on the board. But this does mean that we could see a damage spike from Kiora coming into this next. Now on this last turn, as Kiora did hit level 1, he did utilize the ability of the level 0 Nanana that you guys see on screen right now. Every time, or once per turn, when a card is placed into your level zone, and that can be either from leveling up or by using a level swap ability, you are able to pay 1 stock and look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, and you can add a glitter green name character from among them. So either Yuri, Nanana, Ri, or Hinako. And now he does have the back row setup that we mentioned earlier, that 1/1 Hinako going to allow him to level swap on his own turn by resting 2 characters, and that will allow him to once again proc Nanana's ability to potentially fish for some additional cards.
And definitely also got to mention as well that we were able to clock the 2/1 Himari for our turn, which means that we'll be able to resolve the alarm effect, getting ourselves a free stock, eventually making that 1/1 Hinako free. And our board looks actually fairly respectable. Unfortunately, because our back row is filled, we won't be able to get the full value out of the Yuri clean cut there you see on the top of Kiora's board.
Yeah, I think at this point, the clean cut has, I don't want to say outlived because it never really made it onto the board until now, but the time for that card in the game has definitely passed. As we saw on Ian's turns, definitely the clean cut is a card that you would want to have been using throughout the first couple turns, but Ian's very large bodies were able to just deny that quite nicely.
Right, and there we go into our level 1 combo with the Rock using Intense Performance. So we're just going to, just a very simple level 1 combo, similar to the Len that we saw in our first game with GGO. We're going to resolve the Himari to get ourselves that free stock there, and then I guess we're just going to swing twice and hopefully off the top of our deck grab a very good card. Hopefully that Nanana counters, that way we'll be able to perform the level swap on our opponent's turn as well and make our board very big. Specifically that Re that you see on the bottom of the screen there, also gaining another 1500 power on our own self's ability when a card is put into the level zone.
Unfortunately, missing the combo here, he is going to be picking up a gold bar climax instead. And I wonder if he has the Nanana counter in hand already. The lock representing a 6k body as long as... Okay, another gold bar climax here. Yeah, lock representing a 6k body, Re representing a pretty robust 7k body as long as you can pull off a level swap, and also the Hinako going to be able to pump additional power.
For 3 there, we did see Ian cancel, and was that all the rest of the Terukis that we just saw? The rest of the Ritsus, actually?
I think that was a good number of them, but we're going to see how this is going to look for Ian moving forward. He already has a great lead in damage. He's got pretty much... I'm sure he's got plenty of stuff ready in hand. He did hit a Gate Climax and a Pants Climax on the previous turn, being able to pick up some stuff off of that. And we're looking to see what he has coming up next.
Right, going into the turn, probably doesn't even have to clock, or maybe we do, because the combo doesn't really generate too much advantage. Well, we do have the Climax combo, which means that we're able to not only become a really big body on the board, but we're also able to search our deck as well. Regardless, we will clock, and we still need a way to pay out those 3 climaxes that are stuck in stock at the moment. We definitely see one way, and that is through brainstorming. But there's the first Ritsu coming down.
That back row petite mob definitely giving a lot of power to center slot. Going to be able to pump an additional 15 in addition to the 4k base and the climax that he will most surely play this turn. In addition, he also is developing the level 0 Ritsu Riki. This also has the on-play effect where when it's placed on stage from hand, if you have 2 or more experience, which he currently does, he has the level 2 mob support in his level zone. You do get to give 2k power to one of your characters until end of turn. Surely that buff is going to be going to that center slot Ritsu to make him super big and get him out of potential counter range against this Roka.
Yeah, and I wonder if the line of play that Ian is looking at is to actually just kind of forfeit that really big threatening column down there with the Re, in combination with the 1k counter that Nana is, but then we've also got extra power coming out of the Hinako as well. And then not only that, but being able to also use Nanana's effect to kind of mill out the deck. I wonder if Ian's going to attack in a way that forces Kiora to not be able to resolve the effect at a timing that he wants.
As far as what he's going to be grabbing, still searching off the Riki, as he did use the Riki effect, which will allow him to search a level 1 or lower character. He is actually going to get a second copy of Petite Mob, really looking to emphasize center lane power here by pumping it by an additional 1500, assuming that he's going to place that in that empty front row slot.
And I think the cute thing is, because Kiora's board is only level 1 at the moment, we can actually present that Petite Mob in the front row, and on the defensive, that Ritsu is just extra large.
He's going to be chonky. And I think Ian is okay if he does play the Petite Mob to that second slot. I think he's perfectly okay with siding here. Kiora's already mid-level 1. If he plays a 1k1 here, he's going to be representing quite a bit of damage. But I think the goal here is just to hit him to level 2 and side attacking along the way. As long as it fits the bill, I think it's going to work out for Ian.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the best way you put it. It just fits the bill. And like, not to mention as well, the Teruki in the back row there also buffing that Ritsu Riki, getting it to a 2k base power alongside the 3k, alongside the 1k one, getting it to 3k. But we're also going to trigger another climax going through our attacks. Despite having that great early game, looks like a lot of our stock will be dirtied by a lot of these climaxes. So unable to build like that really huge stock compression that we're looking for. Hopefully the Ritsu is able to carry those needs with all the markers we get.
Now, one thing that I would like to emphasize here is the attack order that Ian has gone with. So his deck is looking pretty small, and the Ritsu combo is an on reverse search. So when you have a small deck like this, typically you would want to attack earlier so that you have a better selection. Like, nobody wants to choose from 2 cards when you can choose from like 4 cards, right?
Yeah.
But the issue here is when he decides to attack with the Ritsu Riki, as it is within counter range of the clean cut. I'm wondering if he's going to decide to side there, because if he front attacks with that Ritsu into the clean cut and Kiora can answer with a counter, the clean cut ability will be able to not only preserve itself, but also put that Roka back into rest position and rescue it for the turn.
And especially now with Kiora at 1/6, very close to level up, if Kiora is able to use that counter to proc the level swap, which then procs the Nanana, which then helps get into that very nice refresh timing as well. Oh, but we also see the side for 1 that gets flipped off the top of Climax. And I do believe that this is also another side, preventing Kiora from getting that counter, preventing Kiora from getting that nicely timed refresh.
Is going to be leveling that yellow here. It is not a relevant color. This deck is basically mono green, but oh, nope, never mind. Maybe deciding on something else. I think probably some of the less useful cards to potentially level here would be the other copies of the Yuri Clean Cut.
Mhm.
There is one on board, and it looks like one of them is about to enter lock, actually, going into 2-1. So those are the only 2 copies he runs, and he is going to end up leveling the Kokoro. He always does have the option to get that out of there using the level swap later on, though.
Mm-hmm. And on that level up, we're going to go ahead and activate the Nanana's effect to try and just get us another card back. Kind of put a band-aid on the wound that is that extra level there.
He's going to be picking himself up. What do we have here? We have the option of a Yuri clock swap, and that looks like it's what he's going to take. Nope, switching out for the level 0. This is, I believe, the on-attack buffer Hinako that gives 1k1 level to any of your characters on attack, any of your green characters on attack.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like Kiora might be playing towards trying to get mileage out of the Yuri clean cut. Unfortunately, because of the way that Ian has the board set up, that Ritsu is huge.
That Ritsu currently sitting at 8-5 power. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. In fact, gaining 1500 power on act ability will bring her up to 7k. In addition, the Hinako back row, upon putting a card into level zone, will be able to buff an additional 2k, plus the 1k buff from the Hinako that he just grabbed. So he will be able to contest this, and the question becomes whether or not Ian has a counter. He does run the Teruki counter in his list, which is a 2k backup. That will boost the Ritsu up to 10-5 out of the reach of the Ri, and will potentially allow him to gain yet another marker on that one.
All right, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and donate all the power onto that Ri, getting her to that very hefty 9k. But at the moment, it sounded like we are in counter range, and that is what is scary. But we do have the climax, and we do have the pump as well. So this might be the way to remove the Ritsu. But obviously, we do want to attack it last, so it's unable to get that boon mileage. Yeah, going to go ahead in front of that Ri, and triggers another bar. I'm not sure if Kiora was able to actually discard the other bars that were in his hand from that last turn, so he might be refreshing with a very uncompressed deck right now.
We might be looking at 5 Climax Refresh potentially.
But with this attack, I think we should be able to get Re out of counter range. And honestly, with how healthy Ian's hand is, I'm not sure he cares too much. What is Ian's fallback if he is unable to sit behind the Ritsu as his wall strategy?
His fallback looking into his level 2 game is probably going to be his Show early plays. It's a very strong card. Early play condition of having 4 or more Esper or Claw characters on the board. He has an on-play heal to stock ability by discarding a card. Additionally, he gains 1000 power for each character on the opponent's back row. And he has an additional ability when he reverses a level 2 or higher character, that player may put the top card of their deck into stock. So it's actually a very interesting dynamic with the Himari level 2 Clock Kicker that we saw in Kiora's deck, as if that card wants to reverse itself and send Show off the field, he's actually going to be netting +1 stock off of that interaction.
I think that's actually really cool as well. Eventually it does turn Show into like a costless 2-soul beater that healed you. Especially in this kind of matchup, like now that we've seen both of the players' lists, we know that it's probably hard to move Show from the board with just the level 1s there, besides a lot of power pump investments through the back row, through the Re herself.
There we have it. We have the spoon. This is why attack order in this matchup is so important. Ian basically getting super free value, letting his character get reversed, but still saving it using the spoon and giving it yet another marker. This is why you really have to know what this Ritsu and spoon event does. And because of how, like, Mob is not exactly the most popular deck, and let alone this build, so it's not very common to know how this deck works or how to interact with it.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is sometimes it will just catch people with their pants down. And like normally, like that kind of attack order just makes more sense. Like if you're able to, if your Re gets like answered by a counter, then surely you have the Yuri to bring it back with the clean cut ability. And that kind of attack pattern is just kind of like ingrained in your body as like a Weiss player. But like when this kind of card pops up, like you really need to like sit back and think a bit that like, if this happens, like if my opponent does have the spoon, what is the consequences here? Because at the exact same time as well, like if Kiora wasn't able to like clear that backup threshold, and Ian did have the backup in hand as well, at the same time, it could just as easily just play that backup to wipe Kiora's center column and keep the Ritsu and still gain the marker regardless.
It's one of those interactions where, like, if you don't know about it going into the game, you're gonna know about it after the game, and you're gonna remember it, because this is the kind of thing that you're just like scratching your head at the time, and then you never want to lose to that, or you never want to give this sort of advantage to your opponent ever again. I definitely know this feeling from playing against this deck myself.
Oh, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and play our first early play here with Ritsu Psychic Powers. Very strong cards, like as if that level 1 Ritsu wasn't strong enough. We also have another 1500 buffer to it, and there's that early play Show coming out as well. Despite taking a lot of damage on the last turn because of those unfortunate climax triggers, Ian able to heal his way down to a very healthy level 2 clock. And knowing that Kiora is a bit uncompressed, we'll see how these 2 soul swingers work out. And it looks like he's motioning to play another copy of the pants here.
Mm-hmm. And it is important to remember here that although that Ritsu is gaining some momentum as a marker hoarder, it is still on reverse climax combo, and it is going to be netting Ian another card here.
First attack is going to be for 4 here. I guess we're just kind of trying to like figure out how big does that Re get. So 7k, 8k with the counter, 10k I believe with the effect on the level swap. And I think that Show is just out of range.
Show is actually 14k right now. He's got 8k base plus 1k for each of
Oh
Kyora's
my.
back row. The early play Ritsu that was put onto the board gives all of the Esper or Spirit characters plus 1500 power. The Climax is in play, and it's in the center slot. So it's getting power
Very
from that
much out of
Pokemon.
range. And unfortunately, off of the Nanana effect, we are going to mill off we are going to mill 2 Climaxes off of our deck, giving away 2 cancels, and as if our deck wasn't uncompressed enough before.
Oh!
Still managed to sneak out the cancel as well. Oh. Count your eggs.
Yeah, this is the you hate to see it into the you love to see it back to back. And Ian triggers yet another gate. I think he was able to I think he was able to successfully clean out his stock of all of the climaxes that were there previously, but we're going to be throwing one right back in just for good measure.
With that gate, we will start sculpting towards our end game here, picking up a copy of that Ishiguro. And we do have that Himari in clock. So if we did need to remove that level 3 Ritsu, we would have to cancel here and then use the shift effect. Oh, and looks like that might just be what happens here. Is that 6 or is that 5? If it's 5, we do have the opportunity to clock for some hand, but hand in the glitter green deck is actually fairly easy to get just because of that like back row engine that we have. So we might just look to move. Sorry, that's an alarm, not a shift. So you're actually not able to grab that Himari out. So that Himari is stuck there, and without another copy in hand, that Ritsu will be staying on the board.
Yeah, the way Kiora could potentially grab it out of clock is using the level 0 Yuri. On play, she has an ability that lets you discard it. There we go. There's the level 0 Yuri. So he's going to use the effect, discarding a card, grabbing any green character from clock, and actually going with a Roka combo instead, and then you clock the top card of your deck. Additionally, her other ability allows you to force your opponent to pay out the top card of their stock and then replace it with any card from their waiting room, usually a climax.
Now we're going to go with deck count here, trying to refresh with that clock for the clock compression here.
So going with the Roka combo because he did pick up that Roka gold bar the previous turn, probably just wants to find a good excuse to get it out of his hand at the moment. Is going to be swapping that gate climax into stock and probably just looking to develop some copies of the Roka combo. And this does mean that he is going to be forfeiting his board essentially to Ian. Ian's board looking very, very strong right now. He's got the Ritsu early play sitting at 11k, that Show in the middle at a massive 13, and that Ritsu, he's just gathering markers up. He's got 3 markers for plus 4,500 power, and on top of the level 3 Ritsu's ability, he's going all the way up to 10k power. Although he did have a copy of the Himari that he's going to be using against this 3-2 Ritsu early play.
Yeah, so in the back row here, we're going to go ahead and use that clock swap engine, going to get that 2k power. Deciding later to use where to give the power, but going to pick up one of the copies of that Wombo combo we were going to talk about. Now that Wombo combo does have a very large damage output, and it might be what Kiora needs to like crawl back into the game. But amongst that, we also have the Himari, which is able to remove that Ritsu from the field. And between that might be the 1500 debuff that we need to swing over the level 1 Ritsu. Hopefully, though, let's see if the attack order has kind of been learned.
Okay, we got a swing for 2 here. So if he wants to... So here's the really, really annoying part about this Ritsu. So going off of the previous turn, by attacking the Ritsu second, it allowed for a spoon on the last attack of the turn, putting him back into rest position. However, if you attack Ritsu last, you can simply use the spoon as a 1500 counter, as it does immediately add a marker underneath the Ritsu from your waiting room. So it's kind of a catch-22 in that sense. It's like, if I attack him first, he can just rest it back. If I attack it later, he can just counter over me. And it makes for a lot of really awkward situations.
I think awkward is probably the best way to put it. Yeah, it really makes you think about like what would happen there. But like you said, there's just a regular counter just to get us over the power there. And 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, just triggering too many climaxes, and that does pop Ian over to level 3 first, despite having that such a strong early game. Now we do play a nice number of healers in this deck. So we might be able to still stabilize at level 3. And I'm hoping that is what we do see over on Ian's sides of things. And over on Kiora's end, we've just got to build that wombo combo, and we just got to like blow our opponent out of the game.
I think the question that Ian really wants to be asking Kiora here is how many climaxes is he out? His deck is looking pretty small, and Ian's climax combo Ishiguro has the ability to shuffle clean cards back into the opponent's deck. Now, Kiora being on that glitter green deck, he does have access to that Nanana counter in combination with the back row to try to mill through the deck after Ian has shuffled back cards, but his board's going to be completely empty. You can't use the counter with nothing on your board.
Yeah, and that's really important as well. Like, I think that is one of the win cons against this kind of deck, is being able to have a board strong enough that they don't have anything to counter and activate the back row for the deck control that they need. And with that last turn, Ian being sent straight to 3-4 here, so hopefully have some heals in hand to try and restabilize. Otherwise, that finisher over on Kiora's end of things looking very frightening.
Now, another thing Ian's going to want to be careful about here is Kiora's potential finishers. Both the Ri as well as the Yuri have climax combos that give clock shoots and burns to your characters, and in addition, he has a lot of abilities that can give tons and tons of power when a card is swapped into level. So he's going to play down 2 Ishiguros here, get those heals off, potentially playing a gate climax, and the climax combo is going to allow him to shuffle back 2 cards apiece. So he's going to be potentially shuffling back 4 clean cards into Kiora's deck and just looking to punch him as hard as possible with these attacks. Of course, we could also see vanilla swings here.
And vanilla swings and just keeping the Ishiguros as hard to answer bodies.
Unfortunately, was not able to develop the mob level 2 assist onto this board, though. So those Ishiguros, or at least the one on the side, is sitting at its base power, while the one in the center is still getting the buff from the petite mob. Oh, we are seeing actually the 1k global Mukai here, which is a 1k global and a tap to character's brainstorm. So that is going to bolster up these Ishiguros just a little bit.
Yep, and there comes that door, sending all of the finishers back to deck, so they end up in clock, sending 2 and a shuffle, and then just finishing off and sending another 2 for a shuffle. Probably don't want to send the Himari to clock, as if it lands up on top, we will be able to get a free stock. But definitely looking to send those finishers back into the deck, so Kiora takes it as damage. Oh, I didn't manage to get a good count of the climaxes there, but did you manage to get one?
Not quite, but maybe as we go through the deck one more time, maybe we'll see.
One.
Like he's considering shuffling back the... Okay, just 2 copies of the Roka combo.
Just 2 of each combo piece. The level 1 and the level 3. The deck looking a lot more thicker than it used to, just from 4 cards, but also because of the impending danger that this prevents.
So the other half of Ishiguro's combo, unfortunately, will not be able to come into play here, as it does require reversing a battle opponent. It allows you to send the reversed opponent to the top of the opponent's deck, but it doesn't look like he's going to need it. He's just going to go in with these directs, sticking a ton of damage here, sending Kiora to 3-2. And this is setting him up in a position where a 4 plus refresh damage is going to be lights out. And he's got 3 cards left in deck, but he's going to be able to use that Nanana to get out these last few cards.
Finding the 2 cards that were shuffled back. If we do have a climax still left in deck, this is probably where we stop. Wanted to pick up the 3-2 there, the 3-2 Ri. Considering the 3-2 Ri, considering the Yuri, I think the main issue here is that with both of these cards, they do require on reverse. Now, Ian's board isn't as big as he probably hopes it to be, so it could still happen, especially with how big the cards get in combination with the climax combo. But either way, let's see if this cancels for Kiora here. Let's see if that mill 4 off the Nanana, was able to stop at the perfect time to get that cancel. That second card on top of the deck is a climax, and we are able to have it sent back in for our next deck as well. And it won't be a...
That's a big concern. I'm surprised he wouldn't go back for the third card there. My thinking is that if there was a climax still left in deck, you would just forego using the Nanana's ability at all, as it presents the possibility of just milling that climax and losing one guaranteed cancel. But the alternative here, he decided to stop with one card left in deck, and personally, I'm not quite sure why.
Might have been a small blunder, maybe because of the existence of gold bars. Like maybe triggering the gold bar sent a gold bar to stock, and we just couldn't really account for it as we didn't have a chance to check the deck. But we do cancel on 4. Oh my goodness. Kiora getting himself, using those gold bars to buy himself one more life.
So if that's the case, I think we may see Kiora paying a gold bar out of his stock here. That's the only remaining possibility that I can think of, is that at some point a climax was blind stocked. He did not know where it was, and he entertained the possibility of it being the last card of his deck. So if that's the case, we may see it paid out right here going into this potential finisher turn.
Now looking at it, it looks like we have three stock, maybe 4 stock. And if we don't have the bar to play, oh, we do have 5 stock actually. Going to draw to ditch 1, and I do think I saw a bar being drawn. I'm not sure whether I saw Roka or if I saw a piano on it, but if it was the one with the piano, we do have our Wombo combo between all of the Glitter Green girls, going to give Ian a run for his money with a very strong finisher effect here.
I believe he triggered on the turn that he triggered 2 of the Glitter Green climax turns ago. I'm pretty sure he kept one of those just for this moment.
Very good foresight over on Kiora's ends of things then. So we will see all of them. Oh, let's not forget to mention as well that one of the turns we did have the Himari active, so we did get a blind stock there as well. That might have been a bar as well.
Looks like he's going to try to use this Himari here to remove this Ritsu from the board. It's been a long time coming. This Ritsu has farmed up 4 markers. This boy's at level 5. He's looking pretty big, and Himari's just going to shut that down real quick.
All right, so we've got our board developed. We're going to go ahead and use the effect to put a climax into our level zone to get all the power that we need.
So specifically, a climax needs to be put in level zone here for the level 3 Ri. When this happens, he gets to give 2,500 power to itself until the end of the turn. And the way that this end game is going to play out here is he's going to look to combine Yuri's level 3 combo and Ri's level 3 combo. Yuri, when the climax is placed, you can pay 1, discard a card in order to give one of your characters on reverse burn 1 and some power. Now, you guys might be wondering, how is he going to pay the cost for that? He doesn't have any stock right now. Well, we need to look to the back row for that. So amongst our back row, since all 4 of these have a climax combo with the same climax, he's going to be able to get 1 stock and then immediately pay it out for the Yuri combo. So that's exactly what he's going to do here. And then probably going to stack all of the burns onto, all of the effects onto center slot. We have a clock shoot as well as a burn 1.
So looking at our board right now, we have 2, 3, 8, 9 potential damage with 1 guaranteed damage, with distributions of 3, 3, and 2, which is actually very good into what Ian's clock is looking like right now.
Worth noting that there are no potential side attack options available, as that Ritsu is level 5. I don't think you want to be siding into that.
All right, let's take a look at what happens here. Going to go ahead and demonstrate the power that this Ri has. Going to swing with it first, it looks like. Starting off our turn with 3 damage and no trigger, so for 3 damage here. I'm not sure if Ian has any ways to manipulate his deck on the opponent's turn, but we do take the 3 damage here in conjunction with the clocking, in conjunction with the burn 1. This might be just game right here. And there it is.
That's gonna be it.
And that's game. Kiora manages to use the glitter green wombo combo to push Ian TCG to 3-7 very quickly in one fell swoop.
This was a pretty sticky situation on both players' sides. They both basically just triggered climaxes consistently throughout the game. And that did, unfortunately, lead up to a pretty wide amount of damage being inflicted to both players. And unfortunately, Kiora was able to get the best of Ian on that front, being able to close it out with his level 3 combo. Although he narrowly avoided defeat with that cancel for 4 on the previous turn.
Oh yeah, I think the turning point of that game, if we had to talk about that, was definitely your final shuffle, your final cut. A lot of times, really good games will come down to that, where both you and your opponent have like played your minds out and you're both at lethal to each other. And it is that final shuffle, that final cut to determine where those climaxes will end up in your final deck composition to determine, do I win this or do I lose on this turn? As you give your opponent the crackback as well, like what we just saw in this on that last turn displayed by Kiora, being able to go into that huge glitter green wombo combo, getting that all that huge power, making it so it was almost impossible to counter over it. And that was the 3 sticking, the ping 1 sticking, and the clock kick for a perfect 5 damage to hit Ian to 3-7 and level 4 for game.
So I do want to just talk about, as far as the tempo of the game with respect to each of these players' decks. Both of these decks really want to go for the long game, and the reason for that is different for each of these two decks. The reason for Glitter Green is because the more times you're able to utilize that level swap ability, both on your turn using the back row setup, as well as on the opponent's turn potentially using that na counter, where when you use the counter, you get to level swap. The more times you're able to use that ability, the more times you're able to get value off of that na using her pay 1 ability, being able to replenish hand to get you more cards, and that's eventually how that deck wants to finish. On the other hand, we look at Ian's deck, and this was exhibited pretty well in the game, in my opinion, is that his deck doesn't have the greatest finishing power. It's not super explosive. Sure, Ishiguro is going to be shuffling cards back and potentially top decking some of the opponent's characters, but the amount of damage you're actually going to be putting onto your opponent is not as much as like the Glitter Green deck, for instance. So in his case, what his deck wants to do is amass a lot of markers with the Ritsu, play a lot of early plays at 2 with cards like Show, and then just maintain that like chill game state where not a lot of stuff is happening, but he's able to just rack up all of this value through getting markers under Ritsu, hopefully getting some compression. And unfortunately, with all those climaxes that he triggered, that was not the case for this particular game.
And I think, yeah, that just goes to say, like, sometimes that's what Weiss is. You can play the game perfectly to what you need to do, and sometimes the cards just aren't in your favor. Like, we saw Ian play the level 0 footsies to perfection, having, like, all the pieces needed, presenting that 4K body on a card that's generally reserved for going second, but showing its strength in combination with another card to go first as well, and just getting so much value out of that level 0 game. But unfortunately, the stock wasn't there to really stay for that extra bit of compression for the cancels needed in the end game, because of how much we did end up triggering in the mid game, having to pay that out to keep our stock clean. And at the same time, because we're triggering, our first deck composition isn't exactly what we will call compressed, which makes it easier to take the damage and just accelerates the game to a point where it was a bit too hard to stabilize, because we ended up playing our heals very early. Like, I don't think I even had a level 1 game outside of that first turn. Went straight to level 2, and right after that went straight to level 3. So every turn we were just playing down heals, and hopefully just like trying to stave off damage.
I definitely think that if there's anything that you want to learn from this game, it's definitely that level 0 game. I think specifically having the restraint to not send his opponent to level 0, recognizing that if the opponent did not have an answer to my 4K clean cut on the first turn, the chances that he has an answer to my board on the second turn are probably not very high. And so exercising the restraint there to not attack and instead allow your opponent to be stuck at level 0 to try to flounder for resources for an additional turn definitely bought Ian a a lot of time to get prepared for later stages of the game, even when he had this, like, basically, as you put, perfect setup right in front of him.
And like, not to detract anything away from Kiora's gameplay as well, Kiora also managed to play to his outs. Like, despite losing the level 0 game, despite having that very rough start at level 1, triggering the climaxes on the first Roka combo, and then triggering more climaxes as the turn went on, still managed to eke his way out. And I have to like definitely give big props to like learning after that first turn of attacking into the Ritsu, choosing to attack into it a different way, just being able to learn onto the spot is like very important as a Weiss player. And also just being able to play through your outs. And like the out for Kiora's situation there was like just to like, gotta keep refreshing, my deck is bad, gotta get to a new deck, and just being able to use the tools provided to you in your deck, namely the na. And with how many times that like we're able to like move our cards in and out of clock just to get that extra card advantage, just to get that extra mill, played the deck perfectly. Like, and I have to say, like, through my experience as well, having played against Kiora in locals as well, he is a master of this deck. It's a deck that not a lot of people will like play because they consider thinking of it like as a meme green deck, but he has played it very well and it's very tested with him.
Yeah, I do agree. This is a deck that it's like the core of this deck is from the oldest Bang Dream set. This is a set that came out like what? I think it's almost 4, maybe even 5 years at this point. It's not a new set, but the core of the cards is quite strong and it often flies under the radar just because not only because it came from that first Bang Dream set, which was not the most popular one. Bang Dream didn't really start to pick up until Girls Band Party, but also just because this is in a like a band deck that is not featured nearly as heavily as the other ones. Like this is like their senpai's band basically, and they don't appear in Girls Band Party at all. This is a band that like has gone off to college and whatnot as part of the plot, so they're not featured prominently, and it's just not something that I think a lot of people know about or really have passion about. So I think the fact that, as you said, Kiora kind of champions this deck, I think is very admirable. Learning all the ins and outs and really just mastering the deck.
And with that being said, we're about to head into round 6, but first we're going to take a short 10-minute break again just to recollect ourselves and get all the players ready for another round of heated anime card game battles. Let's take a quick break.
Sounds good.
And we are back. Welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the Weiss Schwarz weekend and pretty much the finale of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Just a quick recap of what happened last game. Most of the games we saw today were what I'll call very swingy. We see a lot of heavy damage going to both sides, but I think the last game we saw between Kiora and Ian was probably the most balanced between them. We did see a lot of damage, a lot of triggers, but both players were able to get their level 1s off, both players were able to get their level 2 gameplay off, and both players were able to get their level 3 game off as well. Randall, do you have anything finishing statements to say about the game?
Yeah, I just definitely think that that last game exhibited a lot of technical play, both throughout the early game, as you guys saw, Ian with that very dominant level 0 board, moving into the level 1 game with interactions like the Ritsu counter with the Ritsu level 1 with the spoon event, an interaction that I'm sure not a lot of people are familiar with. So that was definitely a very interesting match.
Definitely have to agree. Now, I do hear that round 6 is just about ready, so we'll do a little bit more talking until we hear from production about that. But one thing I definitely look forward to is, since I predict that tomorrow will be a lot of Data Live, a lot of Ruby, I want to see a lot more of the more interesting decks come out. We managed to see Bang Dream, and not like your generic Bang Dream build too. We managed to see Glitter Green, and Ian managed to bring a very interesting Mob Psycho build. And going into round 6, I do hear that we have some interesting decks as well. So let's take a look at deck 1 right away.
All right, looking at deck number 1 here, we do have Levia, one of those two, and he is running Albuta, Bunny Girl Senpai, with a rather interesting list here, with a lot of focus on My Sakurajima. And we're going to be running the 2-1 Sakuta with the 3-1 event package, looking to repeatedly summon that 3-2 Mai out of memory, hopefully get some burns in, and use her on attack burn 1 climax combo as well.
Yeah, not your standard Bunny Girl Senpai list that you often see with like that heavy standby package, the 2-2 Tomoes, the Bodyguard, definitely playing towards that Sakurajima Mai combo. But let's see what Levia is playing against here.
So our second competitor is actually someone I'm familiar with. This is one of my local guys, and he's going to be running a Fate build centered around the Sakura and Rider cards. So he's going to be running this is actually, funnily enough, our third level 1 combo that relies on the opponent leveling up that we've seen today. We have the level 1 Rider climax combo with a gold bar. This is obviously not the gold bar that we're used to seeing. Usually we will see that level 1 on reverse search Sakura from Heaven's Feel, but instead we are going to be seeing this Rider where when the opponent levels up, you can choose a Master Servant from Waiting Room, put it into stock, and then reveal the top card of the deck. And if it's a Master Servant, put it into hand. So very similar to the Bofree combo that we saw earlier today, but with a different climax.
One of the key things I want to point out about this deck is that very robust level 2 package between Final Command Spell Sakura and Anti-Heroic Knight Rider. Those two level 2s you see right beside the level 3 Rider. Just a very lean engine in which you're able to produce a very strong level 2 attacker, which is able to consistently actually swing over most 2-2s in the game. Kind of making a callback to like what we said before, very early into the event about a lot of 1k1 decks teching towards being anti-standby, being able to gain a bonus stock when reversing a level 2 or greater opponent in battle, getting yourself that bonus stock, and just in conjunction with like all of the other like supports you see, as well as in the 3-2 Sakura, which is 2-1, which spawns a 2-1 Rider out, is able to change into. It's just a very lean engine that leads to a very strong top end with the level 3 Rider.
Yeah, I definitely agree. If anything, this deck is going to be taking off at level 2, utilizing that 2-1 Sakura, bringing out copies of this Rider 2-1, hopefully generating some stock along the way, and then eventually changing into that 3-2. And then the end game is basically what I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with if you've looked at any Heaven's Feel 1 Fate decks, and it's going to be running that Rider top end with the anti-front attack and minus 3k power. So, with that out of the way, I believe our players are ready, so let's go ahead and jump right into the game.
Let's see if the heavily red focus Albuda build is able to outplay the heavily green focused Fate build.
Mhm.
So just about ready to start here. Very beautiful mats on both sides of them. Right side definitely showing off why they are heavily playing that in my package. Definitely an enthusiast. And on the right side, we've got a lot of Monogatari supplies playing the Fate deck. Very green thematic. Definitely like the thematics going on here.
So starting off here with the Nodoka coin flip, just a vanilla coin flip at the start of the opponent's turn. You reveal the top card of your deck, and if it is a level 1 or higher card, you may return Nodoka to your hand. So, not the most reliable way of plussing, but it's definitely one that will allow you to leave your opponent without anything to interact with, as she does just leave the field completely, compared to other various level 0 profiles like a Mill Runner, which is also available in Bunny Girl Sim.
Oh, and on the first attack, we get a very high value standby. Having the foresight to discard the 1/1 Kaide for the mulligan, being able to then get that standby target out, very strong. But then even on the opponent's draw phase, we might even get that free +1, which we do off of that coin flip effect to get that Nodoka back to hand. So between the triggering of the standby, between the coin flip, we managed to go +2 on our first turn at level 0.
Now, worth noting that this 1/1, although it is what many people would consider to be like a normal standby target 1/1, it actually doesn't gain its power condition until you've at least reached level 1 because it's based on experience and not based on the board. So it's not going to be as resilient if moved into the front row, but I think Kenneth's deck is not able to answer it very well if he does decide to promote it up to the front.
So it looks like we've actually got a very nice back row setup. Never got to mention this back when we were looking at the deck profile, but the card that isn't the Brainstorm Presage Flower in Study Mode Sakura is a global 500, but also has a very strong effect in today's meta, with a lot of decks playing a lot of standbys, a lot of these cards that have Encore that despite you putting a lot of resources into to remove, it's just able for a cheap cost of 1 card in hand stick on the board. It has the ability that it can give one of your characters the ability that, like, when the opponent becomes reversed, you can actually push it to clock instead and force your opponent to heal. That way, not giving the option of Encore.
That is indeed an extremely powerful ability, not only against Encore, but against decks that have abilities where the cost involves them going to other places, or part of the effect has them going other places. So a great example of this is Ruby. Ruby really wants to get those 2 copies of Pyrrha into memory in order to activate its Ruby level 3 combo. But if you're able to use this Sakura, upon reversing the Pyrrha, instead of her going to memory by her own effect, you can just send her straight to clock. And then it becomes much, much harder for your opponent to secure that level 3 condition.
Looking at the players' list as well, there is a very important card to actually try and not let go to the waiting room, and that is the level 0 Bunny Girl Senpai Mai Sakurajima. Has an effect that when reversed, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck and add 1 and discard 1, similar to the Pyrrha that we saw. But also has the effect that when sent from waiting room from the stage, you can choose one of your 3/2 Mais from the waiting room and put it into memory. And we do see that card on the board right now. So I am expecting the left side player, the Fate player, to actually use that tap skill to actually not let the Mai hit the waiting room, to not get that level 3 Mai into the memory this quickly.
We're going to see a tri-field out of Levia here, and he is going to end on a gate, going to be able to pick up 1 additional card. He's got quite a few choices. Let's see what he can come up with off of this.
Just going ahead and move the gate for some glare. And yeah, just like you said, it has a lot of choices. Myself, I am eyeing that Shoko drop search, which is what is going to be added in the end. So once again, a very similar turn to last turn, being able to attack, being able to get one of those plussing triggers. And if it so happens, we might also be able to get another Nodoka into hand.
Okay, so moving into Tennis level 1, he's going to be looking to play that level 1 combo, which activates when the opponent levels up. And with Levia here at 0-4, he just needs 3 damage to get there. But I mean, we saw earlier today, 3 damage might be deceivingly difficult to inflict on the opponent.
Luckily for Kenneth, I believe.
I think that's probably easier than reading his name, because I'm actually not
Yeah.
sure how to pronounce his name.
Marnsern. But yeah, we'll call him Kenneth. Luckily for Kenneth, Levia did actually opt to bounce the Notica back to hand, which does open that lane for a direct attack for 3 in conjunction with the combo. So there is one venue of being able to attack for a level 3 there, being able to get the level up. But at the same time, it also makes it a bit iffy that if the 2 was to go in from one of the other attacks, it just makes that 3 a bit more, how do I say, unlikely to go in.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. You just gotta trigger 3 on all of the attacks, right?
Oh, true. And we do get to that first deck brainstorm, signal of a good player. Now, Livia still does not have the experience for that 1-1 Kaede to actually gain the Encore at the moment. But I think the main target to actually memory kick here, to clock swap here, is the 0-0 Mai that we see in the center of Livia's stage.
Mm-hmm. Even if the 1-1 Kaede does end up getting reversed before Levia is able to hit level 1, when he does, or if he does end up hitting level 1 later on in the turn, even if the card is already reversed, it will gain that hand encore ability. Going for a clock kicker off of the brainstorm here. I wonder if this means that he has additional gold bars in his hand that he wants to filter out using the on-play effect. As that does have on-play, he may discard a climax to salvage a master or servant character from the waiting room. Now, on that note, I do think it is important to note here, I feel like a lot of people will probably be wondering, where is the level 0 Sakura with the top check 4 ability? And I was actually discussing this with him the other day. We were just looking at his list, and he told me that he decided not to run the card due to it not being master trait. So it does unfortunately conflict with a few of the cards in the list that he wanted to prioritize those working rather than running that particular Sakura.
And I think that's one of the interesting things about in Fate as well. Fate is a deck that I almost want to call being trait locked. A lot of times in sets, you'll see a lot of what I'll call fake traits, where the traits really don't matter too much. But it seems that Fate is one of the decks where the trait does matter. And just like what you said, that the Akatsuki for a green card in the Sakura, grabbing a green card is the entire deck, but herself not being a master, which is a lot of what is being checked for in this deck, might make it a hindrance rather than a boon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually the wrong climax coming out here. So this is just going to be some swings for damage. He does obtain the correct climax, and now he does not, unfortunately, get to utilize those clock swap Sakuras, as he has no cards in clock. He is probably going to use that ability to pick it to clock right here.
Now, what intrigues me the most is I could have sworn with the 1-0 Sakura clock shooter, he discarded the correct climax.
Oh,
to
did
pick
he?
up. That's what I thought. I thought I saw a Bellerophon, so he might actually himself might not realize that this is the wrong climax. But it looks like we're just trying to explain to Livia how the effect works. What happened to the damage? I could have sworn we were at 6.
He was at 6. I think he sent the Shoko to drop.
There
and
it
then
is.
He's going to put the Mai in, and then he gets to resolve his on reverse abilities.
There we go. All right, so yeah, once that's all said and done, yeah, your Mai was still reversed, so you are still able to get said cards out of deck. Go ahead and filter for another copy of this 0-0 Kaede, which gets big which is a really large red reverser. Gets to 3k on its first turn, and like it's a theme that we've been seeing a lot today. Actually, surprisingly, is that when your reverser is able to actually live on the initial swing, your opponent's forced to swing into it, and sometimes that's a lot of 2-for-1ing, 3-for-1ing even that a card can get.
Interestingly, a recurring theme that we've seen today: these red reversers overpowering their opponents and then gaining additional value on the follow-up turn when the opponent has to swing over it.
Looks like on the last swing here, we are going to swing for 2 here. Or looks like a side attack. Side attack.
So one thing I would like to note here on Levia's side is that he is out 3 copies of that level 0 Mai on reverse Rize, and that is the way that he's going to be trying to get those level 3 Mais into memory. Although, by being out 3 of them already, he doesn't really have great access to them. His Brainstorm is a Search Brainstorm, and 3 of them are already out, so we're going to have to see how he's going to be able to get into that 3rd copy and then develop that part of his strategy.
Luckily for us, on Levia's side of things, the Kaide combo is an on reverse salvage, and it does look like Kenneth did produce some easy to reverse characters between the Brainstorm and the Clock Shoot, should we choose to actually Clock Shoot ourselves here. But being able to pick up said very crucial engine piece is probably the best goal to go towards here.
If anything, I think the only main issue for Levia is going to be the speed at which he's able to get these Mais into memory, as he's not going to be able to get any into memory on this turn, and if he salvages one here off the combo, it's going to be a little bit later before he's able to get that into memory, as it does have to fall into the waiting room on a later turn.
Mm-hmm. So we do see one of the combos here that was picked up recently. Now, I am a bit worried on Livia's side of things because we have seen 2 standby combos, 2 standby climaxes already milled out. And we do know that one was triggered. So hopefully we do have the 4th in hand here. And no, it's going to be the door. So we don't actually get climax combo to salvage one of those bunny girls back to your hand.
Today is just the wrong climax day, I guess.
Maybe there was just a mutual agreement that I won't use my climax combo and neither will you. But with this, using the 1-1 to swing over the Clock Shoot to not get clock shot ourselves, and 3 clean triggers out of Livia's side, and Marks ends the turn at 1-4. So 1-4 to 1-4 with the initiative on Martin Kenneth's side of things with the Fate deck. Now, we do know that Bellerophon was trigger checked the last turn, so we do have a bar here to try and match the aggression of our opponent. If we do have another set of the 1-0 Bellerophon Rider Climax combo, maybe we'll be able to resolve it.
Mm-hmm. He was at 0-4 on the previous turn, now at 1-4. So basically just as easy, quote unquote, to land this 3 damage. But we need to see if he has the cards to get the job done first.
Not to mention that Livia looks to be almost already at refresh as well, so only needing to stick 2 damage does make it... getting that 2 searches, man. Well, if you ever needed 2 copies of the combo, this is one way to get them.
Yep.
As I always say, sign of a good player is to hit Brainstorms on your first deck.
Yeah, so looking at Livia's deck size, the fact that he's going to refresh this turn probably means that all Kenneth has to do here is stick 2 points of damage, and then the refresh point is going to finish that off. And he'll be able to resolve some of these combos.
Mm-hmm. So there's one, and just kind of deciding on what to do here, because it looks like Kenneth is actually looking to try and remove some of Livia's board.
If he's going to try to remove anything specific on the board, I think it's going to be the 1-1. And the best way to do that in his particular build would be to play the copy of the 1-1 Rider that he uses. He chooses not to go for it, though, instead opting for another copy of the combo. I think a card that we might see here is actually the level 0 Sakura promo that on play can give 1500 power to a character, instead going for the Chaser. So we do not have the power buff on the Rider. and he is instead going to put them on the other side, utilizing that Sakura back row to force the clock swap.
All right, let's see if maybe for once in today's tournament we'll be able to see this level up ability go off.
Yep. If there was any time to do it, this is definitely the situation where I think it's most likely to go off. Just needs 2 damage to stick here. And due to that, I think that fronting with that level 0 actually might end up being the right play, depending on how these first 2 attacks pan out.
Mm-hmm. So our first attack here will be for 2. Do we have a trigger? No trigger, and that will be for 2. The 2 does stake, so all we need to do now is force Levia into a refresh. Going to go ahead and get the clock swap effect active, not even giving the opportunity to pay 3 for an encore. Oh, and there's the level up. We finally resolved the on level up abilities of one of these climax combos.
Yep. I actually think maybe not clock swapping there could have potentially... No, actually, no. Now that I think about it, because Levia did end up leveling up before refreshing, I think it ended up not mattering. But what I was going to say was there were 2 copies of that 3-1 event on top of clock, and maybe if Levia refreshed before leveling up, those could end up going into the waiting room after refresh, and he would not have very good access to those.
And yeah, it's just having them stuck and not being able to draw into them. Yeah, definitely something that like something like incredibly niche that a lot of people wouldn't think of, but definitely something that like if you see key pieces in your opponent's clock, sometimes it's a good idea to try and like find a place that it will get stuck.
It's sort of that same mentality. There's a very similar profile to this Sakura, where instead of being a clock kicker, it instead kicks to stock. And sometimes you do run into that dilemma where your opponent has a climax at the very bottom of their stock, and you're just thinking to yourself, man, do I want to use this effect? I get to remove their card, but they get a climax back.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like on the last attack, Levia was able to cancel. So we do resolve 2 of the rider effects. Now, here's a question for you. Have you ever seen this kind of effect resolve twice in a turn?
I have, unfortunately, and it happened to me, and it was Puyo Puyo, so it was a +2 soul, and I tried.
Now, luckily for Levia, this one is only on a bar, so unlikely to actually take everything as damage. And boom, there goes another one of those standby combos that we needed to resolve to pick up those Mize. So outside of the Shoko Brainstorm here, now that the Mize are back in the deck, I don't think we have a great way to actually pick them up.
Moving into the level 2 game now, we could see Levia putting a 3-2 Kaede early play onto the board potentially. She does have the early play condition of having 4 or more characters with Adolescence trait on the board. And although her power level is low, she's only sitting at 8,500 power, she does have the ability where on play you reveal the top card of your deck. And if that card is level 1 or lower, including climaxes, you get to put that top card into your stock, effectively letting her come down as a 3-1 if you hit the top check. Now, what I think is quite interesting about this particular deck is the duality of the level ratios that he's gone with. So he's running this level 3 Kaede that wants to top check 1s or lower. And as you see there, he did miss it. On the flip side, he is also running the 3-2 Mai Sakurajima Climax combo, which on play wants to mill cards with soul triggers. So there's that duality of one of his level 3s wants the deck to be like on the higher end, while the other one kind of wants it to be on the lower end.
I definitely see that, and like we just saw that right here, not being able to get the free stock back, but at least knowing that the first card that we trigger with is now normally with that like extra stock, you're able to do a lot of things. You can use that stock to brainstorm. You can use that stock to then go up to 2 stock to play another one of the Kaides. It's just having that extra stock is very helpful, but also having a bunch of soul triggers just to hit for extra damage to your opponent is also very wanted.
Now, something that we haven't touched on yet, as far as the My level 3 goes, that card actually is base 3 soul. Very, very rare thing to see on Weiss cards. You don't see 3 soul cards very often, especially not on 3/2s. Usually, if you see a 3 soul character, it'll be on like a 3/3. And
But yeah, but the great thing about the Mai being on a 3 soul is that like when you climax combo with the door, it gets to 4 soul, which means you're then able to side attack it into many level 3s and still get the effect off, but also still manage to sneak a damage in. And in this certain matchup, especially playing against the level 3 rider, which says your opponent can't front attack, being able to side attack for that 1 damage makes a huge difference. And being able to side attack just leaves her on board to have her second effect that when fronted, you're able to put her to memory. Then you can use the 2-1 Sakuta you see in the back row to actually pop her out of memory again and try and go for another set of burns.
Exactly. I think that's a very, very interesting point you bring up. This +1, this natural 3 soul character. This is something that we actually saw previously in previous years with Riaz playing AOT. He actually played a 3 soul Sasha, basically, as an out to Fate when it was an extremely popular deck at the time, specifically as counterplay to this rider.
I think, yeah, those like very small niche scenarios where like even if you aren't able to find the climax combo to climax within side for at least 1 damage, because like you said, the way that the deck is skewed to just play that many more triggers, just siding attacking is just like you're just that much more likely to get that 1 damage poke. And in conjunction, even if you were to get that climax combo for the door and start with a 4 soul and you side off of that one as well, you'll get really nice numbers like ping 1, side for 2, and you'll be able to like do that multiple times over the course of a game just because of the Sakura being able to spawn the Mai out of memory multiple times to resolve the effect on play to mill the top 2 cards of your deck and ping for the number of like level 2 or higher that you see.
Now, unfortunately, Kenneth did just get sent straight to 2-6 here. He's going to be looking to probably stabilize as much as he can at the moment, probably playing a 2-1 Sakura here, potentially bringing out the 2-1 Rider if he does have one in waiting room. But although I don't think he has very much in waiting room at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't really have too much on the end of selectivity through the Bellerophon combo that the normal level 1 Sakura combo would have to pick up those 2-1s that we also know and love. And well, speaking of, that's actually one of them right there. So we're going to go ahead and use that and discard the second copy in hand to just have it in the waiting room to spawn out.
Discarding 1 green card allows you to spawn that 2-1 Rider out from waiting room, an extremely strong card, gaining 1,000 power during your turn for each of your other Master or Servant characters. So on a full board, it's 10k offensive, but in addition, she gains another 1,500 power when your other Master or Servant character attacks, bringing her up to a potential max of 13k. And on top of that, we have the back row Sakura support, giving her another 500. And when she reverses a level 2 or higher battle opponent, you can blind stock one. And with that level 3 Kaede on the board, it's just a perfect target to just get run over and farm some free stock right now.
And it looks like we're actually promoting the Brainstorm to brainstorm with up in the front row, probably thinking of playing over it, maybe with another copy of another 2-1 Rider. And it looks like that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think interestingly on Levia's last turn, his top lane did attack into a memory kit counter, but then he immediately standbyed out another copy of the same card that just got sent to memory in that 1-1 Kaede.
Looks like we were just able to kind of keep our board state. Now the Kaede there is sitting pretty at 10k. The Rider does get like very big though, so let's see if there's a counter in Levia's hand.
Unfortunately, with the amount of power that the Rider is going to be in the middle slot, with a maximum of 13.5, even with a counter, it's not going to be enough to save this Kaede, so she's basically a lost cause. I think as far as the Sakura level 0 ability, I think putting it on the top Rider is probably the play here, as you eliminate the option of using that 1-1's hand-on core moving forward.
Definitely gotta agree there. Just being able to hard remove one of the cards that tend to be sticky, very strong as well. Now, there's also the option that, like you said, like despite being very easy to encore. Depending on how Livia's hand works, it's always never a bad idea to also clock swap the Kaide as well, to just trying to like prevent the idea of like a 3-cost encore for a 2-stock attacker. Just if the rest of your hand isn't like very good on quality, that 2-soul attacker probably might be better than anything else.
We do see him here triggering that gold bar for his level 3 combo, and he doesn't have the Brainstorm on the board anymore, so unfortunately not able to try to utilize that clock swap ability to grab that 3-2 rider in his clock, but he is able to secure the climax that he's eventually going to need for his endgame. He's going to use the clock swap ability here, funnily enough kicking another copy of the 3-1 event out of the clock, just like last time.
And we're going to end our turn with a very large 2-1 rider swing here for starting at 1 for 1 damage. And because we have reversed the level 2 or higher, we're going to go ahead and grab ourselves 1 free blind stock to play with in future turns.
So taking a look back at Levia's list, he doesn't have much in the way of plays at levels 2 and 3. It's mostly the Kaide level 3 that we just saw, as well as a 2-1 Mai reverser. It's an anti-change reverser. But unfortunately for him, Kenneth's deck doesn't play any early plays in the front row. He just develops these 2-1s with the Sakura and the Rider. And that 2-1 Mai not going to be getting too much value there. So off of this Brainstorm, he is just going to look to develop towards his late game, getting the level 0 Mai so that he can send the level 3 to memory, and then start bringing them out via the 3-1 events, as well as the 2-1 Sakuta in the back row.
And I think what's very interesting is that despite Livia playing the standby deck, it looks like Livia is going to have to crash the Mais in to get the effects off, which then opens up more directs for the Fade deck to actually swing. Now, luckily for Livia, these are only based 1-soul 2-1 attackers, so not really looking at a bunch of 3 damage swings, but regardless, direct damage is that free extra soul that we all know and love, and not something that we're very fond on taking extra damage about.
How crazy would it have been if he played another memory counter right there?
Just to force it into memory and not allow it to resolve. I think that would have been hilarious. Just really, really make Livia work to get those Mais out on the board first, and then we can finally front into them to get into memory. No easy way out. Doing a quick stock count here. All right.
A healthy amount of stock.
Yeah. Healthy amount of stock, but it looks like we were sent to 3-1. 3-2 with that, and with 1 direct attack for a 2. We're going to just end our turn on 3-2. So with the Climax combo we have in hand, with the healers that the 3-2 riders are, we are able to heal down to 3-0 and hopefully able to just completely stabilize and stonewall our opponent out of the game here. The Climax combo being on a bar, just like doubling up on the fact that it's like very stonewall. You're able to use the bar to use it for the next turn as well. At the same time, you don't feel too bad about triggering said bar because of the combo's effect to actually kind of like negate damage.
So we are going to see the 2-1 Sakura here changing at the start of the draw phase into the 3-2 Sakura. This is an extremely strong card. The earlier you bring this out, the better, because every turn it's able to rest herself to generate you 1 stock. And looks like he's going to be using its on-play salvage effect to get another copy of herself. So by playing that second copy, he's going to be able to generate 2 stock every single turn. So the longer this game goes on, the more stock he's able to generate, the more value he's going to generate. And that's exactly what his deck wants to do at level 3. Playing the Rider level 3, which forces the opponent to be unable to front attack. So minimizing damage that way, keeping you alive. And elongating the game to the point where you can repeatedly use these back row to gain value over and over again. And you just look to play for an extremely long game. And this level 3 Rider can be extremely frustrating to play against because, like, let's say, for example, you get 2 Riders developed and your opponent basically gets 1 swing. If that 1 swing gets canceled, you are so sad.
Yeah, because your 2 other swings automatically got canceled as well. And the beautiful thing about like the Fate deck as well is it has a very strong salvage toolbox. Between the Brainstorm being a tap self salvage for salvage, a tap self Brainstorm for salvage, and also the 1/0 Sakura Clock Shooter also having the ability to filter extra climaxes that we trigger throughout the turn. Like we can go ahead and send those Bellerophon climaxes that we don't need and convert them into other copies of the 3/2 rider if we need to heal down again. Like literally just play over the 3/2 rider with the 1/0, discard a bar, grab the 3/2 rider back. Like if we took like 1 damage, like the 1 damage that might happen from that side attack from the Mai, go ahead and re-salvage that 3/2 rider, plop her down again, get that soul, get that heal, and off to the races.
And then that potentially gets extremely obnoxious if you are able to trigger the gold bar back to hand, go for back-to-back combo turns. That just turns into a huge headache.
And I think now we're just kind of look at like what Kenneth plans to do with this turn, looking at whether or not to do that. Oh, see, what I would have done actually is I would have actually used the effect and then play over it. But it looks like with another copy of the 3/2 support Sakura, we're going to be able to develop a really strong front row just with her support effect and basically every turn being able to generate 2 free stock.
So with these Sakuras, in addition to their ability to rest themselves to get stock, they are also level assists times 500. So the 3/2 rider sitting at a 10k base, when it's sitting in front of one Sakura, she'll go to 11.5. When she's sitting in front of both, if she's in the center slot, she'll be going up to 13,000. When you combine her climax combo, which is it's effectively a plus 3,000 power combo cross turn, but in actuality, it subtracts 3,000 power from the character across from it. Functionally, they work about the same way, but this rider is able to get absolutely gigantic on top of the opponent not being able to front her at all in the first place. So we could see some problems arise if this level 3 game is allowed to go on for too long.
I think one of the cool things that Levia could actually opt to do against this rider that has resolved the combo is to actually just play the bunny girl right in front of it. And because of the minus 3k debuff that it has, it will just instantly get sent to the waiting room. So you're not forced to actually play over it. Therefore, you're actually able to save a hand. And because it gets sent straight to waiting room, you're able to then pop that 3/2 Mai from the waiting room to memory and then start going off that way. So I wonder if Levia sees that line of play and to get more of the 3/2 Mai into memory, that might be something he might look to do.
Yeah, that would be a very, very interesting line. Usually, this 3k debuff is just like some really big annoyance. It's just like, wow, I can't even play some like random 3k level 0 body across from it because otherwise it blows itself up. But in this case, like you said, that might actually be what helps him secure some level 3 gameplay here.
And Levia now entering the end game, hitting level 3 here. And hitting level 3 with 0 clock is actually pretty ideal because looking at Levia's list again, not too much in the healing side of things besides the 2 of the Kaides. So not having to be sent to a late level 3, very nice, but we do get one of the pings off of one of the Mai senpais here. That ping does stick. And just opting to actually just play them from hand here.
We are going to see one milled level 3 already, and that is going to go back into the deck because it is just a normal mill.
We will just remember that we did get at least 1 hit, so now everything just kind of depends on the second hit, whether or not we get another level 2 or higher to become ping 2 instead of ping 1, and after that we will get our refresh damage, and I wonder if we have the door in hand as well to just do the full combo. A very aggressive level 3, no healing, no cantrip, everything is just on play, deal some sort of damage.
We're getting here with the refresh. It is, or sorry, the second mill first, and then the burn one, because he did mill the Kaede before the refresh.
Oh, and refresh another standby. Not the greatest to see, but kind of not canceling the ping ones. Now we do have three lanes to attack into on Levia's sides of things. Now the interesting thing is, those are level 2s.
Yeah, they are definitely they're looking pretty citable right now.
That's what I'm saying. They're very citable. Like ping 1, side 2, a very nice number to go for, especially now that Kenneth is at 3-2. Having one of the sets of ping 1, side 2 go through just makes attacks for 2 that much more scary.
Oh,
is it happening?
Oh my god! He's actually
doing it.
it.
He's playing the Mai and then losing the 3K to just instantly pop himself to yes, I love it.
Oh my god, let's go.
Oh, I love that. Nice. And then we'll be able to play the 3-1 event to go ahead and pop that Mai out of memory.
He has to rest 2 of his characters for that. Hold on. He needs to rest 2. That ability has a pay 2, discard a character, rest 2 characters.
No, not for the event. The 3-1 event is literally just play it out of memory.
Oh, did he play the event? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, he played the event, yeah. So, sure, the Mai has plus 5k, but what does it matter if you can't front into it? Now, unfortunately, we don't have the door combo to go all out, so we are going to just front with really big swings, it appears like. Not really wanting to give our opponent the board that they need.
So in that case, this is going to be... I'm assuming this first one is going to be a front attack. And then if this one sticks, Kenneth will go to 3-5, and then you probably still front attack. I think what you do here is if this 3 sticks, you side into the rider lane for 0. And then if that triggers and the 1 stick... Okay, never mind.
I think regardless, I probably would have sided into the 3-2 rider lane regardless to see what would have happened if we were able to like get an initial poke in. And then off of that, one of them could be a front, and then based on that last attack, we can then decide to side or front then.
We're going to see the side attack for 1 here. After those 2 cancels, though, oh, a 3rd cancel coming in.
Side attack for 1.
Yeah, you have that 3 base soul plus the trigger. Pretty nice. Depending on what Kenneth is able to get here, though, could potentially be very problematic, as Levia is kind of out of gas as of that turn. And then these Mai level 3s do have the downside where when they are front attacked, they must go back into memory. It's not optional. You do not get the choice. And if he doesn't have very good means to bring out a bunch of copies on his next turn, then this could be problematic for some follow-up. Although he does have the 2-1 Sakuta that can secure at least 1 copy of the Mai.
And I think that's what the out might be. Just play a bunch of idiots in the front row and use them as fodder so that Sakuta is able to replace them with Mai, because Sakuta's one true love is Mai, and he's willing to sacrifice everything to get her out of memory. Now, going back into Kenneth's turn, we do have 2 cards left in deck. We do have that rider established. We are looking to heal back down to 3-0. At the same time, a very cool option would be to actually stock 2 from the waiting room, and if we have a way of milling out our deck, heal after the refresh, so we have even more cards staying out of our deck. We're going to go ahead and use that Sakura, which is just a raw filter. Just draw 1, discard 1.
Getting into the refresh here, a little bit harder than what you would probably expect due to the absence of that level 0 Sakura with the Akatsuki green effect. Instead, he's just going to opt for playing another copy of the rider pre-refresh, getting to stock, and then just going from there.
And hopefully we do have a bar to resolve as well. That way, once the turn ends, we have 2 blanked out columns that our opponent can't really do damage to, and looking like it's going to be a front on the level 0 as well. Just being able to forcibly push the Mai into memory does give us that damage buffer that we're looking for.
Oh,
and there it is.
My god, he actually had another one, and he has 2 cards in hand that he can discard for the cost.
All right, let's go into attack. So probably going to start with the 0, go into the front, force it to memory. Then we're going to start with a 2. It's going to be a 2. Does it stick? 1, to seeing that 3-1 event, knowing that we don't play any much more than 4 copies. Oh, we do play 4 copies. So we've used 1. We see 1 in the clock. And I do believe that we managed to heal 1 out of clock a bit earlier. We might only have 1 more left in rotation. Hopefully we do have it in hand so we can spawn out another one of the Mice for our next turn. Get some damage despite not being able to front there.
Now, one thing you did mention earlier is that it would be a good strategy to have tried to refresh and then heal, as doing so will allow you to pay out stock after refresh, so you're not going back in with a bunch of like extra garbage. Although that same principle does apply here with the level 3 Rider. As he attacked with the level 0 first, any stock and discards that are paid here for the effect of the Rider will be put into the waiting room after the refresh. So those are not going back in and ruining your compression at all.
Mm-hmm. It's like these very small, minute decisions that really does like separate the good and the great. And sending Livia straight to 3-6 here. Going for that front attack, pushing the Mai into memory. No hands, but we do have 2 columns that your opponent can't really front into. Now what's cute is that was a trigger, so if we did side there for 1, it would have gone in and would have been game, but hindsight is always 20/20.
I'm pretty sure you just never side there. You don't want your opponent to keep a 3 soul attacker on the board.
Oh heck no, yeah, it's always a frontier. Force Livia to we do have another copy of the event, so depending on what the hand is looking like, depending on what the stock is looking like, we might see another triple my turn.
Oh, he does hit 1 on the mill.
Yeah, we do hit a ping 1, and that does stick through. Do we have the door in hand? Did we manage to top deck the door to be able to combo? But more importantly, just to be able to get that extra soul so the side damage would be able to do anything.
Oh, here we go with the back row Sakata going to be able to call out yet another copy of the Mai, potentially more burns. Who needs to front attack when you can just have these on-play burns, right?
Exactly, yeah. There's 1, it's a miss and a miss, so no burns there. So everything is counting on these side attacks having triggers.
I feel like if he had a gate, I think it would have been pretty snap play here. Like he probably would have played this quite a bit faster. That is going to blow itself up.
Oh, that is going to blow itself up, yeah. Instantly to the waiting room. Definitely needed to move some things around there to try and pay trying to tap another 2 for Socrates' cost, and that's a pretty fatal mistake. That is literally discard 1 for no reason, and hopefully on Livia's end of things, that doesn't really break the game on his case. Looks like we are going to stand by. Not finding the correct climax, but getting the standby Mai out to the front. So we can actually have it get sent to the memory afterwards.
Going to be a front for 3 here into this level 0 Sakura. We could see a side attack for game.
This could be a side attack for game. We didn't see 2s and ups being milled for it, and that's a side. No soul trigger. No soul trigger.
That's one of those like you really like clench your muscles at that point. It's like, wow, this could go either way based on this 1 trigger. This 3 soul attacker into the side attack for Rider. This is definitely not something that people really ever expect to run into when they're playing this Rider deck.
Yeah, most times like you're expecting a lot of like safety because people who start at like 2 soul base and they only ever really get that extra soul off of like playing a climax and triggering for that side for 1, but Mai being able to, without even a climax, being able to side for 0 to start, and then a trigger will get her to 1 damage. That is very scary on Kenneth's side of things. But both players at 3-6, both players now on their final turn, sending it to memory. And for 1 damage, Kenneth takes the game, green over red. Very well played from both players. Oh my goodness.
That was definitely a super action-packed game here. Like, going into this, you look at these 2 decks, and like they don't seem like much on their own, but the fact that they got matched up in this particular matchup, you have the Rider with the anti-front ability, you have the Mai level 3 with 3 soul, and you just have this really unique interaction that you don't get to see between decks like almost ever.
Yeah, like it almost felt like both decks were like tech to play against each other, and it almost seems like a duel of just like it almost seems fated that they were to meet up in this round. The green rider deck had like the tech with that Sakura back row to have a lot of the instant field remover, to get rid of the 0/0 Bunny Girl Mai, to get rid of the hand encores that the standby deck would have. But at the same time, just like you said, the 3/2 Mai having that base 3 soul, comboing with a global soul to hit 4 soul at base to kind of like ignore the fact that we couldn't front into the riders and still be able to side for damage, still being able to get damage off of its on playability. It's a very cool narrative that was printed here.
Now, I do want to note that I think like a really big distinction that we do need to make here with regards to this game in particular is that the Albuta player was not able to secure the copy of the Gate Climax to use with their 3/2 Mais. Unfortunately, that could have been a huge difference maker on either one of the turns where he was playing Mais. Meanwhile, on the Fate side, he was able to secure multiple copies of his level 3 Climax, although we do have the fact that it is a gold bar Climax to explain for that. Being able to trigger the gold bar, just get it into hand, and have very easy access to it for future turns definitely helped out that deck a lot.
Absolutely have to agree with that. But it looks like we're just about getting ready to go into round 7. So before that, we're going to take another quick 10-minute break just to get everything sorted so we can bring to you guys another action-packed moment in hashtag BRO 2021 for Weiss Schwarz. Let's take a break.
How's it going, guys? Shizukat's here with Boats Don't Sink, and we are back with more live commentary for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 Weiss Schwarz. So we're going to be looking into round 7, and Connor, you got to sit back and watch a couple of those games. Do you have any thoughts on those 2 games that we just watched?
Yeah, there were some sweet decks, especially that last round. We saw basically mono red Bunny Girl Senpai and mono green Fate, which are, very, I guess, simplified down versions of what you normally see, but just very focused in on their strategies and got to execute them very well. We saw Bunny Girl Senpai just keep bringing out those Mai's over and over and over again, a lot more than you might see a 3 or 4 color deck do.
Yeah, especially considering how he was denied the level 0 Mai, sending a level 3 in the early game due to that level 0 Sakura effect. Being able to just gather them all into hand, put them all onto the board for that first wave of attacks, and then bring them all back with the Sakuta and the 3-1 event for a second wave. A little bit unfortunate there on that level 0 play into the Rider, but sometimes these things happen.
Yeah,
so,
it happens.
So we're going to be looking to get into round 7 soon, but first we want to talk about real quick just some of the decks that we're going to be looking at in the top tables, some of the stuff that we haven't looked at too much today. We did see a Ruby build. We did see Ruby earlier today running some of the Climax combos, as far as I believe we saw the Gold Bar plus Choice deck.
Yep.
Right? And then at some point I think that was the only Ruby that we saw today, actually.
We saw Jean Choice with the standby.
Oh yeah, that's right.
As well.
Right. So we have seen a couple Ruby decks already, and there are definitely lots of other Ruby decks that you guys can build. So hopefully we're going to be seeing some Ruby in either this round or some of the upcoming games in tomorrow's Top Cut. Additionally, we have not yet seen any Data Live, the top dog, the one that everyone is expecting. And so for sure, we're going to be seeing some of that tomorrow, I bet. And looking at round 7, we do have our decks ready for some analyzing. So Connor, why don't you go ahead and lead us into our first player's deck?
Yeah, let's take a look at it. First up here, we have Yuri playing Ruby. Once again, another variant of the deck. We see 8 comeback triggers this time, playing the Trial Deck level 1 combo, and the 2-1 Weiss that also combos with that same Climax, leading into his finisher being the Cinder level 3 combo, also on comeback. Mostly a red-blue build, looking at a lot of the same utility cards we've seen in these other decks. We still see Neon Cat, we see the Yang Clean Cut, the Climax swap. We see at level 0 he's got the Amber that can pay 1 and clock to salvage. More important in this deck than the other builds because you do need it in memory for both the 2-1 Cinder assist and the 3-2 Cinder herself. So we'll be focusing on getting that into memory a little more than usual with this list. What do you think about it, Randall?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the first list we've seen that is running both the Blake early play as well as the Cinder 2-1, which is a level 2 package that I am very fond of. It allows you to get extremely strong boards both offensively and defensively, with Blake reaching 13k power, as well as the Cinder assist buff at Climax phase, giving 1500 power, allowing you to reach extremely high offensive numbers. Now, I do want to note, I'm pretty sure between the 3 Ruby decks that we've seen today, all of them have had completely different Climax combos. So we're seeing tons of variety here. Does that sound about right?
Six different Climax combos.
And personally, this Cinder combo is one of my personal favorites. She's very easy to use, being able to go up to an 11k healer just by having that Amber level 0 in memory, which can be easily enabled by playing your 2-1 Cinder. In addition, her Climax combo also very easy to use. On reverse, you get to burn 1 and then send the opponent's reverse character to the top of the opponent's deck. And as is the case with many Ruby builds, running that 3-2 Neapolitan, using her on-play effect to potentially give yourself reverse targets for your Cinder combo going into that late game.
it's great how the card works with multiple different top ends in the set. We've seen it provide clock kick targets for the Ruby combo, but now also reverse targets for the top deck kick for Cinder.
And let's see. Let's take a look at our second deck, which we can also take a look. Oh, speaking of Ruby and Data Live, here we have Ruby versus Data Live. So looking at this list here, it's a fairly standard 8 standby with the 3/3 event inclusion as well. And we also do see the new inclusion of the level 0 Riki Kurumi from the Data Bullet Extra Booster. One notable card that I noticed is not in this list, though, is My Little Shido, which I think could be potentially instrumental in stopping the Ruby deck from assembling that extremely strong level 2 board of Blake Cinder. Do you have any thoughts on this, Connor?
So actually, I do think that My Little Shido missing could, let Ruby set up a little more freely. But the first card that I noticed missing was actually the 2/2 Toka. Instead, we've opted for 4 2/2 Kurumis. Maybe because, these decks like Ruby can break through walls so easily that having Encore is more valuable. That could be one possible line of thought here.
Yeah, I believe this was an adaptation that Japan started going for in their Data Live decks when the 2/2 Toka was not considered optimal anymore. When they got hit with the first restriction list, they really started adapting into this 2/2 Kurumi. Although I do agree that, like you said, if your 2/2 Tokas are getting beaten over, then their on reverse top shift 2 rearrange ability, that's not going to be doing anything. And so this 2/2 Kurumi, able to have a better hold onto the board by being able to encore it, move it to other lanes, try to take your battles elsewhere, I think could be very instrumental in this potentially Data Live success.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we have our players ready to go, so let's get right into the game. This is probably one of the big matches that a lot of people have been waiting for. We've been seeing a really wide variety of decks throughout the day, but this is going to be probably what we're going to be looking forward to for a lot of the future rounds for the rest of this tournament. So, looks like we have Yuri on the left going first. And he's going to be starting out clocking red here, potentially being able to... actually, no, wait. He's not playing 8 standby. Typically, when you're playing 8 standby, you will want to probably clock red first in order to potentially play a standby on turn 1. But instead, Yuri is going to be going here for his Neon Cat coin flip bouncer. Hopefully being able to bounce back when it becomes the opponent's turn.
And he has about half of his decks a miss for this, and the other half is a hit. So 50-50, and he gets it. So that's a free +1. And now, Simon is pressured to play multiple characters because he knows that the Neon Cat is there and waiting. Mm-hmm. So if only one character comes down, it's going to get punished. And unfortunately, Data Live, unless he has a standby, usually doesn't field multiple characters early.
That actually is pretty big. It does reduce the amount that he's able to fix his hand. Probably what he's going to want to do here is discard a 1/1 ideally to get it into the waiting room to potentially standby that out. Doesn't look like he has any characters in waiting room at the moment. But instead he's just going to go for the 2, and that's probably going to get sent to the bottom by the Neon Cat in this upcoming turn.
Definitely going to get bottom decked here.
We see a quick cancel from Yuri, although with the level 3 climax, so luckily for him, that's not a level 1 climax that he no longer has access to. I'm going to go with a simple play here, just sending that Toka to the bottom and then going for a single attack here. I think the idea behind this is, considering that Simon only played 1 character on that first turn, maybe he's not too prepared for future level 0. And so leaving him at level 0 with this 1 attack might be the way to go.
Yeah, it is very possible, though, that he's going to have either the Kotori drop salvage or the Kurumi Riki in order to filter some of his hand out for some potential extra cards. Since both of those cost stock, might have been disincentivized from playing them turn 1.
That is very true. We are here, seeing the Neon Cat bouncing back to hand. So we need to see if Simon has one level 0 or multiple level 0s. Because if this is a repeat of last turn where he only has one level 0 to play, Toka's going to have some company at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that's not going to look very good for Simon if that's the case. The hope here, I would assume, for Data Live is still just finding a standby and getting like a 1-1 or something into the center stage. But there's still not really anything in the waiting room to do that with. So it looks like Shido is also going to be joining Toka. We do see a 3-stick.
All right, so I believe that brings Yuri up to 0-5. 2 clocks plus that 3.
Yeah, that is some wild shadow going on from his lighting there.
So he does run copies of the Amber Fall Maiden. Oh, actually choosing not to clock.
I mean, when you hit your coin flip 2 turns in a row, you don't really need it, right?
I guess it depends on how much 0 utility he has potentially that he can put into his back row. As like your back row slots are they're essentially 2 extra slots in hand.
Right.
Looks like he's just gonna get some information on the top card of his deck, discarding the Neon Cat, and then taking it back. I can only assume he's going to replay that Neon Cat back down.
I would very assume so.
Yeah, currently the James, just at 500 power, isn't going to be contesting that Shido. At least not without any external help. So Neon Cat just seems to be the best way to deal with that card. And he is going to play the cat. Did he actually skip clocking last turn as well? It seems like he's at 0-4 if my eyes don't deceive me.
That does look right.
Well, like you said, I guess when your coin flip hits twice in a row, right?
Yeah. Swinging in for 3. It does stick, putting Simon at 1-0 or 0-6?
Looks like 1-0.
0.
Go ahead and level that 1-1 Hand Encore. It's definitely a card that you don't really need anymore, and it's the perfect card to level for red. From now on, if you're going to be standbying, you're going to want to be standbying out these bigger characters like the 2/2s, and that 1-1 is basically just a dead card from here on out.
And we do see the 1-1 anti-change bottom deck on the top of the deck to let Neon Cat return to hand for a 3rd turn in a row. Getting some real value out of it.
Yep. Man, I know a lot of people that wish they could hit coin flips this consistently.
I'm very interested in the thought process behind leaving James in the backstage here instead of getting an additional attack, though. Because Data Live doesn't particularly have anything that's going to benefit from reversing him.
I think maybe the thought here was potentially if he attacks with the Neon Cat and it does not level up Simon, if Simon does cancel, I think that he probably does not want to go for the second attack here, as that would push Simon to level 1.
Right. That's reasonable.
We're going to see the Kurumi Riki here, clocking the blue from Waiting Room, as it does allow you to choose a character from Waiting Room to put to the bottom of your clock, allowing you to get some nice control of your colors, which is very important for a deck like this that does have many colors. And he is going to be searching another copy of that level 0 Toka that we did see earlier.
Yep, and now all of our friends are no longer stuck on the bottom of the deck. They're shuffled back in. Discarding a 2/2 to draw a card. And getting a free fresh counter to hand.
Some of you might be noticing as Yuri has his hand spread out here, he does have 8 cards in hand. And this is because the coin flip ability of Neon Cat activates at the start of the opponent's turn. So by that point, the window for having to discard down to 7 hand size would have passed, since that's at the end of Yuri's turn. So he's allowed to have 8 cards right now. We see some calculating going on here from Simon.
Trying to figure out how to leave Yuri at 0, maybe? I'm not sure.
Considering that he's at 0-4, and these are just all directs,
Yeah,
That doesn't sound like a super plausible plan.
That doesn't seem quite like the way we'd want to take this. Discarding a standby off of the Toka, I assume there's at least one more standby in hand here. Because I can't imagine not wanting to standby on this turn. Especially with multiple 2/2s in the waiting room.
The thing about standby, considering that it is a climax that when placed replaces itself effectively by allowing you to get another character, it functions very similarly to 2K1 Soul climaxes. For those of you who have been playing for long enough to play 2K1, in that if you draw a lot of them in your early hand, you can just afford to play them turn after turn after turn after turn. And it's not really as bad of a thing for that to get flooded in your hand, nearly as much as in 1K1 decks. Like, obviously 1K1, they're not netting you any advantage on play. So opening a bunch of those, you just kind of cry. But standbys, 2K1 Soul climaxes, it's pretty good. So it makes me wonder how many standbys he has in his hand if he's discarding one here and playing one here.
Yeah, it has to be at least.
I would imagine he has at least one more in hand right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so he is using that Brainstorm Toka's effect. When a climax is placed, she can bounce herself back to the hand, give a character 1k cross turn power, and he is going to be assigning that on the 2/2, as that is the lane that he wants to invest his defense into, as these other two lanes, they're just level 0s. They're probably going to get knocked out anyway. And we want to keep that 2/2 nice and safe over there with currently 10k power, going to be 11-5 going into Yuri's turn with help from the 1/0 Toka back row. Most likely. It looks like that is what he's going to be going with.
And Yuri now gets to clock into level 1, I believe.
Indeed. Did get a couple nice cancels on that last turn. So
And
one card.
If Yuri has multiple copies of the level 1 combo, it's possible to scale over this 2/2, I think. Since you won't need to pump any of the power to get over the zeros.
That would be 4-5, 6-5, 7-5 with climax, 11-5 after 2 boosts, assuming triple ruby, right?
Yeah, assuming triple ruby, you'd get 11-5 without anything else.
So one card I do want to note on Yuri's list. It's not the most common inclusion, but in certain matchups, this card can be quite effective, and that is the Nolan 1/0. So he is a cost 0 bottom decker when he gets reversed by a cost 0. And on play, you can choose one of your opponent's characters, and that character cannot move until the end of the opponent's turn. This is typically very effective against standby decks when they standby big characters to the back row. We saw this on the AO stream, actually. Yuri putting the Nolan to great effect, locking a 2/2 Yang in the back row for multiple turns in a row, and that Yang just was not able to do anything. Now, in this game, Simon did not standby out to the back row, instead putting his 2/2 Kurumi in the front, allowing it to not only play a role in defense on the board, not leaving open lanes in order to reduce incoming damage, but also playing around that Nolan so that she cannot get locked in the back row.
Yeah, this Kurumi will, it looks like, be able to do some attacking next turn. We see 1 ruby. We see only 1 ruby, it looks like.
But with the help from that Yang clean cut, she will be able to possibly attack a second time. Oh, never mind. He actually looks like he's going to go for the defensive clean cut value, crashing in with James, and then using Yang's ability to put James back to rest position so that he can reduce incoming damage on his next defensive turn.
Definitely an interesting line of play to try to keep this damage advantage going.
Yeah, I think if damage is your priority, this definitely makes a lot of sense.
Especially playing the Neon Cat to the backstage, gives the opportunity to trigger climaxes and go back up to 8-hand once again.
Unfortunately, milling 2 climaxes off of that Ruby combo, but he did pick up the level 1 Winter, which is another strong option that Ruby has to deal with these 2-2 standby out cards. She doesn't sit at a very high base power at only 4,500, but on play, if you have another Remnant, she gets 2k, bringing her up to 6.5. And when she attacks a level 2, exactly level 2 character, as long as you have 2 or more other Remnant characters, she's going to be getting an additional 6,000 power, bringing her up to 12.5. Definitely more than enough to clear that 2-2 Kurumi coming up on the next turn. You see Simon just getting hit very swiftly to level 2 as of that combo. And we have another hit on the coin flip. Neon Cat going right back to hand, allowing him to retain that 8-card hand size.
It just never stops.
So considering that Simon has gotten sent to an early level 2, he's going to want to really use this as a turning point of the game, bring out some extremely strong level 3s, bolster the board, hopefully cancel some incoming damage, but also at the same time deal some big damage with those direct swings because of the opponent's opened lanes when they have to crash into your big board. And that is exactly how he's going to try to get back into the game from this point out.
Yeah, definitely following sort of the same strategy that we saw 8 Standby Sword Art use earlier in the day. Just winning lanes in order to make up that damage deficit. But unfortunately, looking at what Yuri's shown so far in hand and off of searches, it might be difficult to actually execute that strategy here.
Right. And I think we could see potential Nolan value coming up here. He can't just rely on front row attackers for much longer. The only really big attacker he has is that 2-2 Kurumi, unless he decides to hard play something from his hand, which doesn't seem to be the case. He's playing 2 very weak characters in the level 0 Kurumi and level 1 Toka.
It looks like maybe he's trying to pump the 2-2 Kurumi into absurd power levels on defense in order to keep it around.
Looks like it. Between the 1k buff from this Brainstorm that he's probably about to bounce, in addition to the double buff from each of the 1-0 Tokas, that will bring this 2-2 Kurumi up to a pretty massive 14k power on the defense. So we'll see how Yuri can deal with that in his upcoming turn. Unfortunately, his other 2 lanes are basically forfeited to Yuri, though. I think it's entirely possible that we do see potentially like more Ruby combos, or maybe the return of the Yang clean cut. Oh, choosing to bring out the 3-2 Kotori. All right, 16k. That is a 16k 2-2 Kurumi.
So big.
He's going to be one attacking with these weenie lanes first. Oh, no. I was going to say he wants to attack with the weenie lane first so that if he triggers standby, he can standby over the weenie lane that has already attacked, but unfortunately triggering that standby in the first attack, that is not something you want to see. And he's actually electing to not take the standby at all.
It is certainly very awkward. We saw the same thing actually happen to Sword Art, but they elected to standby over their Silica level 0.
Right.
Here, however, Simon has elected to keep his 0 on the board.
Unfortunately, that is the only standby of the turn. So we are going to see Yuri here in a great position with basically 2 free lanes to kill in this level 0 Kurumi and level 1 Toka. And he's in a great position in terms of damage and deck state as well. We could potentially see this 2-2 Kurumi being contested, although he's got his work cut out for him. Winter, like I said earlier, reaching around 12.5 by herself. We could see a couple boosts from this Nora Brainstorm, as she does have a secondary ability where when the opponent's battling character is reversed, you do get to assign 500 power to one of your characters. So that could be another potential 1k buff to Weiss. So then she is 2,500 off to tie, 3k off to win. Or we might just see him forfeiting that lane altogether.
Yeah, there's a lot of power to get through this Kurumi right now.
I do want to say, though, that I think it was a good idea for Simon to play a back row level 3 off of his standby as the imminent threat of Nolan. If he were to bring out a front row profile, for example, his level 3 Kurumi, could be easily thwarted by that Nolan coming onto the board, locking her in the back row, and then suddenly you just look at this level 3 attacker sitting in your back row, not attacking. You're kind of sad.
Yeah, very, very unlikely that any level 3 attacker would have gotten to do anything during the next turn. It seems like Yuri is struggling to try to figure out how to answer this board state right now.
Depending on the contents of his hand, it might just be the play to give up on trying to kill the Kurumi. And that Brainstorm missing doesn't help much either.
It really doesn't.
You're going to see an Amber here. Pretty unique Salvage Ricky in that she's actually not level restricted. She can actually just salvage any Remnant character through using her Salvage Ricky effect. And based on the positioning of this Winter, it does not look like he's going to be contesting that 2-2 Kurumi. Instead, just using the Winter to take out one of these level 0s.
Does definitely look like it.
And Simon just continues to eat damage. 500 power buff going on Amber.
Definitely, definitely a situation where, you know, now Simon's already reached the point where all of the level 3s are live as standby targets. So taking more damage at this point is really just detrimental. There's no benefit to gaining extra levels over Yuri at this point.
Right. The only thing that would enable for him is being able to hard play some of his level 3s, but I don't know how much he really wants to be doing that right now. I mean, I guess that is the best way to bolster the board right now because his board is super weak. But the problem is that going to level 3 this early is going to put him in pretty severe danger of dying over the next few turns afterwards.
Yeah, I think you'd much rather just be, you know, canceling the damage instead of taking it and getting to play your healers, like hard play them.
Question then becomes, if he does cancel these attacks and stay at 2, what is he attacking with? Level 3 Kotori is not something that you really want to be putting in the front row. His other back row character is just this weak level 1 Toka. You might just be playing more zeros. Brainstorm to the front row, maybe. I'm really not sure.
Brainstorm would not surprise me. Being able to play the Brainstorm to the front row, rest to the back row in order to Brainstorm. And go from there.
And we know he has the Brainstorm in his hand as he has bounced it multiple times playing standbys.
Right. You know, Brainstorm plus maybe the Swimsuit Kotori could be used to set up the hand and fix it for later turns rather than trying to win board on this turn exactly. Oh, we see a free fresh counter.
Wow.
Declining refresh, but using the counter and canceling.
He really wanted to open that lane, I think. But it also allows him to use the damage, or not the damage scry, the on reverse scry ability of his Toka. Is he actually allowed to use both copies?
Yep. That's a great question. Yes.
Okay. And I believe he elected to keep it on top, though, so...
Yeah, first one stayed on top.
Just a cancel then, and we're looking at him being 6 out right now with a 7th in stock. Yuri hitting a gate here, unfortunately, with no target. So Simon needs to find a way to get out of this deck, as it does look like he still has a pretty sizable chunk of cards remaining. Brainstorm will probably do the trick, but he probably also wants to pay out that first attacked climax as well. So I'm curious to see how he can orchestrate this turn. Some of the various ways that Simon has to potentially pay out stock would be the level 0 Shido, being able to pay 1, sack himself, look it up to 4 cards from the top of the deck, choose a Celestial Spirit or Date character from among them, add it to hand. That's definitely one way to pay out stock. That doesn't really take up a slot on the board, as it's going to be there for pretty much like 5 seconds before you sack him off, and then that can lead into playing the Brainstorm afterwards. You also have the option of the Drop Salvage, although using the Drop Salvage into the Brainstorm would cost 1 extra hand, as you would have to play over the Kotori or play over something. And it is going to be the Shido.
I have to wonder if it's worth trying to pay out all that stock to get to this climax here.
And it's one away, because he played a free fresh counter on the last turn. And then the Shido is 1. And then, okay, looks like he's just going to finish off paying out that climax with a 1/1. So he's 7 out for sure. The fact that he left himself with 4 cards in deck makes me think that he has the last standby potentially in hand.
That does seem quite possible. Though I don't know what you would... I suppose you stand by a finisher to the back row and just hope that Nolan doesn't make it useless.
One thing that I think we should examine here, if he does decide to... Oh, I guess not playing a standby. Maybe he has the last standby climax left in deck, and he's gambling on the 1 and 4 that it's on the bottom, perhaps?
Well, he knows the bottom 2 cards, because he bottomed 2 off of the Tokas.
Oh, that's right. Swing for 2. Yuri still not at level 2 quite yet. Now going level 2. So if these bottom 2 cards, I wonder what they could be and in what order they are. And it is going to be an attack for 3, which Yuri is going to cancel. So 1 card left in deck. This makes me think that that last card is a climax, although being 7 out with the climax being the last card in deck does mean that Simon doesn't have a standby in hand. So if he does get sent to level 3, he does not have immediate access to being able to use that powerful Kurumi combo to try to get back into the game a bit.
Yeah, definitely on the back foot. Kind of either way. You're going to be taking damage or not being able to push on the next turn. And already sitting, 4 damage behind.
Well, that's another thing that to be examined in this particular game, is that Simon's list does include that 3/3 green event, the basic realizer. That is a minus soul event, allows you to choose one of your own characters 3 separate times, and you can stack all of these on a single character, but it gives the character a cross from the chosen character -1 soul. So it's basically giving -3 soul split amongst your characters however you want. Now the thing is that when you're playing an event like that, just like with the money counter that we saw earlier in the 8 standby Sword Art Online, you do want to be holding down the board if you want any chance of using that optimally. And Simon's doing a pretty good job of maintaining that 2/2 on the board. These other lanes might be in for a bit of hurt. Maybe not the center lane. The center lane is actually quite big. I believe it got the boost from one of the 1/0 Tokas, as well as having the 3/2 Kotori behind it, bringing it up to probably 11k.
Yep, and if we're looking at the basic realizer counter, something else that Sword Art Online had to keep in mind was that you do need your color to be able to play that card. And I don't think Simon currently has access to green. So that's also something that would have to be set up in order to play that defensive counter.
Looks like we're going to be using Nolan to lock down that 2-2 Kurumi off to the side.
Interesting.
Going to develop a level 2 Cinder here. This is going to send the 2-1 Amber from Waiting Room to Memory, if you have 2 or less cards in Memory. And that is going to turn on not only her own effect to give 1500 power anywhere at the start of the climax phase, but it's also going to turn on the 3-2 Cinder. You do need a copy of that Amber in your memory if you want the Cinder to be 11k. Otherwise, she is only 8k. And looks like we're going to be seeing level 0 Nora just placed as a chump attacker, but the level 2 Weiss here from the trial deck has the same climax combo as the 1-0 Ruby with the initiation gate. Will we see that combo come out here?
If we do, that's a lot of cards potentially going back to Yuri's hand. Except that combo with just one Weiss can get you 4 cards.
Right. Combo giving both herself and one of your other characters the ability on reverse, look at up to 2, add up to 2 remnant characters, but we are not going to see the climax here. We are going to see Simon refreshing. The bottom card of his deck was not a climax, so you have to wonder where that last one is.
One other thing that we haven't really seen at all from Simon this game is the 1-1 Yoshino anti-change, which is a card that has kind of gained notoriety in Data Live lists as a much bigger threat than I think people originally thought it was. Being able to field swap your own characters at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase. This not only allows you to, set up where you want your anti-change to be, but also to keep things like the 2-2s and 1-1s alive in the face of characters that might have reversed them.
That's especially relevant in a deck with big bodies, as Data Live is able to put up, as you can retain those bigger bodies as both offensive and defensive threats for future turns. It's not nearly as strong when your lanes that you're swapping with are also quite small.
Right.
Here we did see the 2-1 Weiss being able to beat over that 1-1 Kurumi. Through her own effect on play, she gains, or she can assign 500 power times the number of your remnant characters to any of your characters, probably to herself in this case, bringing her from her base 7k up to 9.5. In addition, we had the 1500 buff from the Cinder back row at start of climax phase, and when Nolan reversed that Toka on the bottom lane, the 2 copies of Nora probably assigned 500 power apiece to the Weiss, boosting her up to 12k and allowing her to beat over that 1-1 Kurumi despite her high power of 11k. We see Simon getting pushed here into early level 3. He does not have green, but he does have yellow to potentially play the 3-2 Kurumi yellow, as that is a healer. Healing would be pretty nice to see right now.
Yep, we could also see another Kotori assist hard played, since Kotori does have some pretty powerful, relevant effects on play from hand. Being able to choose between giving all of your characters 1,000 power and a soul, which is something that Data Live 8 Standby typically can't really push too hard. Salvaging a character from Waiting Room, or looking at top 3 cards of deck and adding anything, which could help get, a climax for the finisher combo or the 3-3 event.
Right. Salvaging could be really good here, assuming he had another copy of the Kotori, but salvaging could be really good to secure copies of healers. If you had 2 Kotoris backing up a single copy of the 3-2 Kurumi combo, that could be really, really large. 14-5 before assistance from that 1-0 Toka that he has just put in his front row. I do want to note that it is quite an annoyance that 2-2 Kurumi can't move right now. So this 1-0 Toka is going to have to fight either the Nolan or the Weiss in this upcoming attack phase.
That is true.
So searching a free fresh counter there off of the Brainstorm hit. Only 2 out. That 8th one still missing, I believe. Going to be dropping a 3-2 Kurmi onto the board, get that heal. Try to get down to a safer range. And what is going to be done with this 1-0 Toka exactly? Could play a standby here, bounce that Brainstorm back, give it 1k buff cross turn. That will allow it to get over the Nolan, but at the same time get sent to the bottom of the deck herself. So there's really no winning here for this Toka as long as she's up against that Nolan. Either she's going to lose to it outright, or she's going to beat it and then get sent to the bottom of the deck using his cost 0 bottom decker ability.
Yeah, there really is no good position to be in here. And unfortunately, Simon can't really move any other characters in front of the Nolan because the 2-2 is locked in place and the 3-2 is needed in order to reverse the 2-1 Weiss.
Quite a predicament here. Definitely not the spot you want to be in, considering that he's already this far behind in damage.
Yeah, we already see a 6 damage gap here.
We are going to see the Kurumi standby. I imagine this is one that he kept through his refresh, and then looks like he's going to be bringing out that 3-2 Kotori in the back row. That is going to allow the Toka 1-0 to defeat this Nolan at the expense of her own life, assuming she front attacks. And then we did also have some deck counting from Yuri earlier. I think a stock swap is in consideration here for Simon with his 3-2 Kurumi combo. Of course, having the option between 3 very powerful abilities. You can either stock swap your opponent, as in send all of their stock to waiting room and replace it with an equal number of cards from the top of the deck. Or you can shuffle 3 cards from your opponent's waiting room back into their deck. Or you can discard 2 cards and deal 3 damage to your opponent. All very powerful abilities. You have a lot of flexibility with that Kurumi level 3, and it's definitely a big reason why this Kurumi is such a dominant force in the current metagame.
They're definitely all very powerful abilities. Though one noteworthy thing is that they all lose a bit of power, apart from maybe the burn effect. When your opponent's deck is fresh right after a refresh, due to your shuffle back is going to be best against smaller decks where they only have 0 or 1 climaxes left in order to guarantee damage. The stock swap is going to be good when you can force your opponent to refresh with it so that all their climaxes get stuck out of their new refresh. And the burn is kind of just whatever based on compression. But Yuri's deck state did seem to be in a pretty good spot to where none of the effects are super impactful unless a lot of climaxes got shoved into stock right there.
Big thing with stock swap, you do want to try to ensure that your opponent is unable to recover from that situation where you just threw a bunch of random cards into their stock. You don't want to give them any time to react. And so that's why when you're using these stock swap abilities, you do want to try to be doing that when your opponent is in a position where they will probably refresh soon and they will not have a chance to pay out that stock and have any sort of reactive play.
Yeah, it does look like Yuri's probably not going to be able to actually pay all that out before refreshing. But there's also the whole chance of, maybe there weren't really many climaxes put over there anyway due to the deck being so big when the stock swap happened.
I guess we will find out as of this last set of damage. 2 damage coming in here from the Toka with a pretty small deck left. You have to wonder what is going to be coming out here off the standby. I feel like the most reasonable play here is to standby a 3-2 Kurumi over the 2-2 Kurumi, but it seems he's electing not to go for it at all.
I think I would agree with the 3-2 Kurumi play there. Either the 3-2 Kurumi or the yellow 3-2 Kurumi, the Icy Tail, since that's also a relatively large body with the memory kick effect, and can provide an off-climax finisher on the next turn if Simon's unable to draw the Kurumi standby.
So as we look at Yuri's board here, he is at 2-6. There is potential for him to go to level 3 here if he chooses to clock. And I do want to mention the level 0 Amber potentially giving him good value if he decides to go on the offensive here with his Cinder healers, as clocking for turn would only put him at 3-0, thus making it so that any healers played would not get any value out of that. But the Amber, using her on-play Salvage Ricky, hitting yourself to get extra cards, could be very useful here if he does want to play the healers anyway, allowing him to basically get extra cards without having to worry about that damage.
Like a lot of counting here being done before any actions are taken.
I think actually Encore 3-stock Encore might be on the table. Get out some of that unknown stock. Save a character on the board.
It is possible. But there's always the unfortunate outcome of paying out the 3-stock and it all being clean, right?
Right. 3 climaxes in waiting room for Simon. 4th one in stock. At 3-1, not exactly the safest range that you want to be at right now. Yuri going to level 3 after all. Go ahead and level that Neon Cat. Doesn't actually have any relevance here in terms of color. Probably the least useful card overall. We are looking at the waiting room here. These are some very interesting cards that he's choosing to pull out. Looks like mostly level 3s, climaxes, counters. Oh, this is the refresh. So I guess Simon asking for a count here. Did he stock swap every single Cinder Gate into stock? I don't see any Cinder Gates.
Certainly possible. This might be where we're looking for the climax swap.
Or Neapolitan. She is a very strong card for a reason.
Neapolitan would actually be quite good here.
Yeah. If all of those Cinder climaxes did end up getting thrown into stock, that means that they are in the perfect position to get paid out and then picked up off of that Neapolitan level 3. With her 2 on-play abilities, one of them not going to be useful here, as Simon does already have a full board, so doesn't need to make use of that secondary ability on play, discarding a remnant character to summon 2 characters from your opponent's waiting room to stage. Although her first ability, very, very useful if Yuri does not already have the gate climax for the Cinder, allowing him to pay 1 extra stock in addition to the 2 that you need to play the Neapolitan in the first place, allowing you to salvage the climax of your choosing from your waiting room. Now the question becomes, how does he get to the Neapolitan? Because he runs 1 copy, and we did see it there in that group of cards that Yuri was examining before going back in with the refresh. So maybe a drop search could be the way to get to it here. Perhaps needing to use a brainstorm, trying to sack it off of the top 4. We are going to see a Cinder developed onto the board here, 11k healer. And then when backed up...
Sorry? The drop definitely seems like the most consistent way.
We're going to see the Cinder onto the board. She's going to be an 11k healer when backed up by the Cinder assist. 13k healer when backed up by the Cinder assist. Looks like he is going to go for a second copy. Did he just have one in his hand the whole time? We do see another copy of it paid out of stock there, so there were at least 2 in stock. Maybe he just had one all along. Brainstorm missing.
Too surprising.
I can't imagine that he would play 2 copies of Cinder here without already having the combo in his hand, right?
I would hope not, but it is at least always a healer.
But he played a second copy onto the board while still at 3-1 after healing down to 3-0 already, which makes me think that he already has it ready to go. And this is going to be extremely strong if he does have it, as not only adding additional damage, but part of the climax combo, sending the opponent's reverse character to the top of their deck. It's going to be guaranteed removal for this 3-2 Kurumi, which I'm totally sure that Simon wants to keep that card on the board at all costs, but it looks like he's actually just not going to go for that Kurumi after all.
Very interesting situation we're in here. This board state definitely makes it seem like Yuri does not have the climax. Either that or does have the climax and is too scared of the high power in the center lane.
That is a crow being played to the front row.
Here's the thing, that Kurumi in the center lane is currently at 16 or so.
If the 1500 buff from the Toka was given to the center slot Kurumi, then yes, that means she would be 10-5, 14-5, 16k. Yep, but he does have the combo. This could be potentially game-winning here for Yuri. He can get some of this damage to stick, and these top decks definitely going to help a lot. Looks like the Cinder in front of the assist, assuming he gave the 1500 buff, is going to be at 13k, 14.5, 15.5, 16k, assuming he gave the boost from the Nora Brainstorm as well. 16 going into this Kurumi, which is only at 12k, I believe.
That not even 12k anymore, right? Because the empty slot on the board from the top deck kick.
Oh yeah, you're right. So potentially looking at only 11k, far below the threshold of Cinder. We are going to see a burn 1 here. Cancel into the top deck.
That is exactly what you want to see here. Because that 1 would not have helped numbers-wise at all.
Yeah. But that snipe definitely putting Yuri in a position to just win the game right here with this last attack for 2.
Lethal 2.
That burn 1. It's for 3 now. Simon has 2 chances because the top card of his deck is guaranteed to be clean since it's that 2-2 that just got top decked. I think he's in consideration for a refresh counter here.
Yep. Might have to, depending on how many climaxes are out.
Looked like he was out 5 with 1 in stock because it was his last trigger. So that means he's got at most 2 in deck. I think this might be the refresh counter.
I think if this attack is only for 2, you definitely have to refresh counter here.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, wow!
The soul trigger, signaling the downfall of this finisher turn here.
Yeah, that was actually such a clutch cancel there. It doesn't look like his deck is that small either, so it's very lucky that he was able to get one of his remaining 2 cancels out of that remaining deck.
And
I think the
now,
question here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the question here becomes: does Yuri 3-stock this Crow just to reduce incoming damage and leave a body on board? And it looks like he's going to.
It's one of Data Live's biggest issues is reach. It has good like decompression tools, but it doesn't have a whole lot of reach. And I don't know that Simon is going to have the hand size to be able to use the discard to burn effect of Kurumi and attack 3 times and play the climax. Unless Simon ends up just pushing the Kotori back rows up into the front and slamming the climax to go.
Pushing Kotori to the front might be the play, but actually looking at his waiting room, I think he's out all of his Kurumi climaxes already.
That might be 4 and 2.
If that's the case, I think the play just has to be either pushing up these Kotoris as 2 soul beaters or somehow finding another 2 soul beater. I think the 3-2 yellow Kurumi is probably the best option to go for here if he's able to find it somehow.
There is a world where you try to find the drop salvage, play it over the Kotori, drop salvage the Kotori back, and then play the Kotori to pump 1,000 and a soul maybe to the board.
Oh, that is also definitely a consideration. And he does play 4 copies of this drop salvage, as I think most Data Live 8 standby lists do, as the utility of that top chick 2 rearrange is extremely important for not only Data Live, but 8 standby decks in general. So if he has it in hand, that could be the line to go for.
Right, and that essentially acts as a 1k1 climax, and you get knowledge of the top 2 cards for triggers. And that could be a lot of what helps get to the end of the game here.
Simon clocking here This indicates that he must have another healer in hand, or he's just going to grab one off the top. What a Toka effect, being able to snag that 3-2 Kurumi. Otherwise, based on his deck size, he couldn't stay at 3-6 for very long. Otherwise, that refresh point from attacking was going to cause him to lose the game on the spot. But grabbing that Kurumi, definitely, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. Oh, we are going to have a climax swapper here. Maybe he has that last climax in his hand, and he's going to swap it with the Kurumi climax in waiting room and go for double Kurumi combo here.
Yep, there it is.
Oh my god.
That is pretty good. Pretty good. And probably just enough hand. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, we do have to do that. Maybe not quite just enough hand to use the burn effect.
Right. In this case, if you're unable to go for 2 copies of the burn effect, the one that you're going to be going for is probably going to be the shuffle back 3, as a stock swap for 2 here really isn't helping all that much.
No, I think there might be enough hand for 1 shuffle back and 1 burn.
We're going to see Kotori played over and then immediately brought back by that standby, wanting to get that extra power off of the Toka Brainstorm so he can clear this Cinder off the board for sure.
I would argue that there's still a pretty good reason to push the standing Kotori assist up into the front for the 2 soul. Because that 1 soul on the Toka level 0 really is not helping the reach here to get to 7 damage.
Right, because if in this scenario, if he is burning for 3, assuming the 3-6, which it does, a 2 plus a 1 is not enough to take the game here. But the 3 actually canceling last card. Looking at these last 2 attacks, we have a Kurumi attacking for 2 and a Toka attacking for 1. I really hope that not pushing this Kotori up to the front row isn't going to be the difference. Otherwise, this is potentially a heartbreaking outcome for Simon. But he does get that last trigger.
There's also the question of Simon burned first. And I think there's a pretty good argument to shuffle back first so that the burn goes into a decompressed deck.
I think that is a valid argument. Shuffling first is ultimately going to allow all future attacks to have a higher chance to stick. It's pretty marginal, but I do agree that doing the shuffle back, not only would it allow for a slightly higher chance for these attacks to go in, but it also means that those 2 cards that he discarded would not be going back in with the refresh.
That's also true, yeah.
All right, so this is the moment of truth. This is the last attack for 2 here. And Simon more than likely going to shuffle back 3. Unless he's feeling extremely ballsy and wants to go for a 2-card stock swap into a deck that is already out, I believe, 6 climaxes? Maybe even more?
We have definitely seen some at least a stock swap today that was very powerful off the top, but
looks like that was it though.
Appears to be it.
I think maybe the 2 players just agreed to take a look at the top card of the deck, see what that outcome was going to be, and then maybe if the attack did not stick, maybe it was going to be a forfeit from Simon. Maybe he didn't feel like he could win the game from that point. But regardless, we do have Simon coming out with the win here in Data Live at the end of a really, really tense game. That end game definitely coming very down to the wire.
Indeed. Definitely an interesting game. The first time we've seen Data Live on stream. And we got to see it, struggle a little bit against some of Ruby's tools throughout the game, especially the Nolan and the high power lines. But it also showed some of its own strengths and how high it can get on defense, able to hold its own against even some of those very powerful tools.
I do want to take note, though, the 3-2 Kotori really just showing up in this game, using her back row power to really buff some of these characters. What little characters that Simon was able to put onto the board. She was there starting from level 2, buffing the board, ensuring that those characters stayed on stage. I think a really big part of that last turn, actually keeping that Kurumi in the center on the board and not letting her get top decked by the Cinder combo was quite important.
For sure. I think that keeping that Kurumi around was definitely one of the deciding factors of the game by the end of it. Being able to get those extra effects on the last turn.
Yeah. As far as the Ruby deck goes, we did see Ruby displaying a lot of very interesting traits that Ruby has going into this metagame, such as its high offensive power. We did see there at level 2, we did see that Weiss 2-1 getting to some really high numbers, being able to buff herself up to 9-5, using various abilities from the back row to boost her up even higher. And it just goes to show that that Weiss combo just by herself is really no slouch. But when you combine her with the various early play options you have, such as the Blake early play, as well as one that I don't believe we got to see today, but the Nora early play, another very strong card. Those two are very strong combinations with the Weiss 2-1, not only allowing you to take control of the board by having high offensive pressure, but also supplying a great body for you to put that Weiss combo onto to get additional reverses.
Yeah, definitely. With the Nora being one of the plus 4,500 power and no backup until end of opponent's turn effects. We've seen those very popular in a number of sets, especially Kaguya-sama. So it's maybe a little bit of a surprise that we haven't seen any in the Ruby builds that have shown up.
Speaking of cards that we haven't seen in Ruby builds, so we've looked at 3 builds today, and notably there was one card that among all 3 builds did not see any play, and I know it's a card that both you and I think of very highly, and that is the level 0 Wukong. So the level 0 Sun Wukong, able to gain 2k power on play if you have another Remnant character, and when he reverses a battle opponent, you can pay 1, clock the top card of your deck, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, and add up to 2 Remnant characters from among them to your hand. And instead, we did see players going for the Yang clean cut instead. We did see that as a fairly common option between these decks. What are your thoughts on comparison between these 2 profiles?
Yeah, I think that Sun Wukong is definitely a very powerful card. I think a lot of people are probably maybe worried about, you're getting 2 random cards off the top. You can miss on climaxes and events, which some people are wanting to play in Ruby, whereas Yang is always going to get you your 1 card. But I do think that Wukong always gaining power as opposed to needing to hit his top check makes him a little bit more of a good, just aggressive play to get rid of your opponent's board, especially oversizes. And I think that getting 2 cards off the top as a potential +2 is long-term more impactful than Yang's +1 of some level 0 on your board. Though I do think not only did we see Yang in a lot of these lists, but we also saw Neon Cat show up quite a lot. And that was a card that I haven't played with a whole lot, but definitely seemed to be putting in maybe a lot more work than either Yang or Sun Wukong as early game plays today.
I do think that the Neon Cat's usefulness does sort of depend on the way your opponent is able to construct both their hand and boards at level 0. As we saw in this game, Neon Cat was continuously able to bottom deck characters, as Simon was not able to field a lot of cards on the board at level 0. But against a deck that is able to field much more level 0s, that Neon Cat is going to drop in usefulness significantly. And something that I've actually personally been looking into in certain decks, not necessarily ones that are out in English yet, but I've been looking into specifically in the upcoming Mushoku Tensei, as well as the Bang Dream extra boosters, potentially playing multiple 3/5 runners in the front row on turn 1 going first, as not only a countermeasure to cards like Neon Cat, but also just to be a really annoying presence at level 0, as if the opponent is not able to address these 3/5 moving cards, then they just kind of get locked out of dealing high amounts of damage with the direct attacks during the early game.
Yeah, and it does appear we've just received an update about the situation that was going on at the end of the game there with both players. It appears that they did go to time in the round, and the win did go to Ruby.
Oh, really? Okay, so
Due
on
to
hitting time there, yeah. Being at 3-5.
The damage difference at the very end, just barely being in favor of Ruby, appears to have given them the win.
Okay, so with that out of the way, we have the result of the game and some clarification on what happened with the situation there. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take it to break, and we'll be back with you guys soon.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin, and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region. And yeah, been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and yeah, really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So yeah, just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. When it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So yeah, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and yeah, we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have gone to I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there, it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and yeah, it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. Yeah, it's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk like how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Yeah, because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably like I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events. And at one point I think I was playing like card games for like 14 hours straight, so I was pretty dead. But yeah, I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. Take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends. Make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun, be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, yeah, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V, But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Nice meeting you.
How's it going, guys? Welcome back to the live coverage for BRO 2021 Weiss Schwarz. So, as you guys just saw in that last game, if you guys did miss the outcome of that game, what actually ended up happening was the game went into time, and the win was actually awarded to Yuri based on the clock. He was at 3-5 at the time was called, whereas Simon was at 3-6. So unfortunately for Simon, even though he was on that attacking turn looking to win the game at that point, the win was awarded to Yuri. So we're going to go ahead and actually get into round 8 here. We do have, for our round 8 feature match, the 2 remaining undefeated players, and let's just go ahead and get right into those decks. Connor, would you like to take it away with our first deck?
Sure thing. First up, we have Chronose. This is Love Live Sunshine. This is the only Love Live Sunshine in the tournament, I believe, currently playing at Table 1, undefeated. It's a pretty standard list. It's going to be looking at a relatively low level 0 count, since we do have effects that are based on what level we top check on the top of the deck. We want it to be as high as possible. Level 1, we have the Chica combo with Stock Soul. We actually talked about this card earlier when we were talking about Gale Online. It is a level 1 reverser and on reverse salvage. So pretty good card, especially if you get to beat over level 0s with it and start 2-for-1ing your opponent.
Right.
Also,
oh, go ahead.
Also playing the Mirai ticket package. That's going to be the Rico, Chica, and Yo that Love Live Sunshine is kind of notorious for. That lets you early play multiple level 3s down at level 2 and start doing burn effects for free.
Taking a look at our second deck here, we do have, for our second 7-0 player, we have Asuna playing That's Not Sword Art Online. That is That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime with a lot of the cards from Volume 2. He's going to be playing that 8 standby deck. And in particular, we do want to look at some specific matchup things here. The level 1 Rimuru combo, typically in 8 standby Tensura, you're looking to bolster that defensively by standbying out the 2-2 Geld and using the 2-2 Geld's sack self ability, giving 4k to the character being attacked in order to preserve that character on the field and just take control of the board from there. But in this matchup in particular, because Love Live Sunshine's level 1 game is going to be Chica reversers, it's going to be pretty problematic potentially for the Tensura player in order to retain their Rimurus on the board, as that Geld's basically not going to do anything. However, that being said, with the Love Live Sunshine player, if they are going to be crashing in those Chicas, they are going to be opening the lanes anyway for those Gelds to take the front stage. And of course, we are going to be leading into that end game with the Milim level 3 being able to play that Drago Buster event. Very powerful event.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two players sort of dance around each other with the level 1 reversers and wanting to get value out of Gelds.
Alright, and let's go ahead and get right into the game. Our contestants are ready for this final round. We're going to be ending this round with one undefeated player, and it's going to be one of these two. So, looking to get into the game, our player going first is going to be... Who do we have going first? Anything particularly special in the mulligans here? Does not look like it.
We do see the Mirai ticket Chica in the mulligan and in the clock, which is interesting. You normally need to keep at least one of those in hand for some point in the game.
Maybe he has a third copy in hand already. So Chronosei opening with arguably the best turn 1 play, which is the Yoshiko runner, using her mill runner ability to move out of the way of danger, assuming the mill hits. Additionally, she can give 500 power to any of your characters on attack. And she is going to be met with Tensura, arguably their best level 1 play, or turn 1 play, which is the level 0 Milim, a massive 3-5 chaser. She gets to go to 3,500 power just by all of your characters being Demon Continent, which is the entire set. So unless there's some way to interact with traits, she's going to basically always be 3-5. We're also going to see the level 0 Shizu here. At the start of the opponent's attack phase, she will be able to use her Pay 1 ability to move to back row, not only saving herself, but also giving Milim more free reign to move around the front row.
Yeah, this is actually a really solid opening for Slime. In the case that they had hit some soul triggers and maybe knocked Love Live Sunshine closer to level 1, having a chaser and the backstage runner pretty much completely denies Chica unless they're able to get 3 copies.
Let's see how Chronosei follows up here. So his list, as we mentioned, very, very low 0 count compared to usual decks. I think usually you're looking at probably around a like 18-ish level 0s, would you say, is probably around the norm?
I would say that's about right, yeah.
Although, even by Love Live Sunshine standards, this 15 level 0 count is actually probably a little bit on the higher side. Usually you will see something around 13, 14, wanting to keep that level 0 count low in order to maximize the targets that you have for Yo level 3, Mirai Ticket Yo, to activate her burn ability.
It's actually pretty interesting here. We see 2 runners now on board, but this list is playing 3 of the runner and 3 of the anti-runner. And if those had ended up being the anti-runners, this could be a lot worse for Slime right now. Potentially with Sunshine being able to reverse both cards on the stage.
Seems like Chronosei decided to side attack there. He does have the back row Hanamaru Brainstorm, which is able to give a 2k buff if you're able to trigger a climax. However, without any knowledge of the top card of his deck, fronting there would basically either be trigger climax, win the lane, and punish Milim running in front, or you front to your death.
Yeah, definitely probably not worth risking the climax on top there, especially hitting the Brainstorm that turn.
He is deciding to leave himself with 2 mill runners. This is going to reduce incoming damage a little bit, just on the basis of having bodies on the board, preventing some direct attacks. If he had gone with the front attack there, he would have just basically opened up 1 more soul damage from Asuna's side. And Asuna is going to develop his second copy of that level 0 Shizu. It looks like he's only going to be looking to wipe out one of these Yoshikos here. Or actually, no, neither of the Yoshikos, because I forgot that she can move to that other slot. So getting 2 mills out of the way, and both of these players' boards maintaining relative safety against each other's level 0 game plans.
We do see 1 anti-runner hit the clock there, potentially allowing a Brainstorm to fetch it back next turn. But Asuna's board here with the Slime is still very, very safe against Sunshine's level 1 combo.
The level 1 combo needing to reverse is extremely problematic given what level 0s Asuna was able to present on the board. If the level 1 Chica tries to reverse one of these Shizus, she can simply retreat to back row. Meanwhile, if she tries to contest the Milim, you can move a Shizu to back row and then move the Milim to the slot where the Shizu was previously. So it's very difficult to get reverses.
See 1 copy come down. We see the Kanon in the back row. It's going to be a very important card later. And the wrong climax.
I think this might actually be just fine for Chronosei anyway. He has been adding a lot of cards to his hand over the turns just on the basis of these runners repeatedly living. And this is just a good way to get some good damage output in if he's not going to be securing a climax combo anyway with his Chica.
Yeah, this very well could be just a case where he has the correct climax and is choosing to play this one to push damage this turn and force Asuna to put some characters that he can actually reverse on the board.
So Asuna electing to move both of his Shizus to back row. This is potentially opening up quite a bit of damage, but with that first cancel of the turn, looks like Asuna is going to be in a pretty comfortable spot moving forward.
So yeah, 3-stick.
One really important thing to take note of here in Asuna's clock is that the 2/2 Geld is there, ready to be standbyed out with the level 0 or with the level 1 Rimuru combo. Is unfortunately taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, that is going to put Asuna a little bit behind on the damage, but we are probably going to see a number of twin drives here that might give the opportunity to trigger check some soul triggers to catch up on soul.
Now, with regards to the deck state, considering that he hasn't triggered any standbys and he also hasn't been canceling too much in this early game, you have to wonder if Asuna is thinking about trying to get through this deck at all, or if he just wants to let his deck just kind of chill there and then gamble on some cancels coming into the next turn.
So to say, I think we might just see a bunch of Gelds hit the board this turn.
Oh, if he just triggers a bunch of standbys?
Yeah.
That could definitely be something that happens here. Sneaking a peek at Austin's hand, it did look like he had the level 1 climax for the combo. He's moved his 2 Shizus back into the front row. What is he going to be playing down as his final attacker? If not a level 1 combo, then what?
Probably, yeah, just level 0 utility. Gonna give some deck control after he finds out what's been triggered. We do see a standby come down from hand, so that's gonna be 1 Geld.
Notably, not the standby for the level 1 combo, so maybe he is saving it for a future turn.
Very possible. Maybe not wanting to twin drive a lot with as many climaxes as might still be in the deck.
That is very true.
Or maybe overthinking everything, and neither player just drew their level 1 climax.
Maybe. Chronosei here now being given the option to mill with these Yoshikos. Electing not to mill though. He is going to be losing that center slot Yoshiko as this level 0 Rimuru with the Fukujiro effect is at 2500 power. He gains 1000 power if you have 2 or more other Demon Consonant characters, putting him over the Yoshiko. Unfortunately, these other 2 lanes not going to be doing very much work. I think he's deciding on whether or not to front or side with this level 0. We are going to probably be seeing a second copy of Geld coming out right now, if he has one.
There it is.
This one's actually going into the front row. Saves the open slot for potentially using the Shizu's ability to move herself into the back row, saving her for a following turn, but simultaneously presenting a very large body that Chronosei is probably not able to deal with at this point of the game.
Yeah, no, Love Live Sunshine's definitely just... It pretty much puts all of its board clearing power into its level 1 reversers, and doesn't get much else in the way of winning board until it starts putting the early plays down.
Here we are going to see a level 1 Chica combo finally coming down with the stock soul climax that Rimuru Fukujiro presenting a tasty reverse target so Chronosei can finally get off a combo and building a very, very nice bed of stock there to go into the mid to late game.
Interesting enough, electing to stock the trial deck Brainstorm. A lot of times you'll see Love Live Sunshine players stock the Yo level 3 with their stock soul, expecting to be able to pay 1 stock for their Rico assist, pay 2 stock for the Chica early play, and then pay the last 1 stock to pay out the Yo in order to play the Yo to the board.
Right.
But perhaps he thinks that the 1 copy of Yo in Clock currently is good enough for that.
And this is a surprising amount of damage going in. You would have thought that these climaxes would have been coming up soon, but it's absolutely taking it.
Yeah, this is not how we would have expected this turn to go with only 1 climax triggered last turn. Now the opportunity to pay out that stock soul even.
Right. We might see potentially a brainstorm coming up, although I have to wonder what is going to be happening with this level 0 Rimuru as well.
It seems like it could potentially be a little dangerous to try to mill with it too much, risking not hitting any legal targets to add to hand.
Right, but at the same time, milling too much means that Asuna does not have potential for a very good brainstorm into the next turn, because the deck size might not be favorable in such a way that you can brainstorm and then whatever climaxes you hit, they still go back into the refresh based on your total deck size. Seeing the Soe come down here has that on play, discard 1, reveal the top card of your deck, and salvage equal or lower level. Revealing a level 1 here with 6 cards in deck.
6 cards in deck.
So with 6 in deck, considerations have to be made for how much of that deck you're going to be going through with your abilities if Asuna decides to go for that level 1 Rimuru combo. So the Rimuru goes through 1 more card than normal, as it uses that Twin Drive effect to trigger a second time. So between 2 vanilla swings and a single copy of the Rimuru combo, that is going to go through 4 cards of the deck, leaving 2 in the deck at the end of the turn.
2 is a number that will leave Slime with guaranteed clock compression here. So that's pretty good. Despite it being at high level 2 instead of high level 1, still something to shoot for.
Unfortunately, on the flip side, that does mean that leaving 2 cards in the deck, assuming you unfortunately get like some sort of worst case scenario where all of your climaxes end up getting triggered right now, and you're left with 2 clean at the bottom of your deck. You're left with 2 clean at the bottom of your deck.
Right. Yeah. Pretty not optimal situation to be in, but I don't know that Asuna really had access to another copy of the Rimuru level 1 here.
I think even if Asuna did have a second copy of the Rimuru, I think you probably just want to have board presence with the 2/2 Geld, especially as Chronose potentially is getting pushed to level 2 here, and he can start doing level 2 Love Live Sunshine things.
Right.
Like a direct for 3.
And the 3 sticks. Interestingly, Chronose is at 1/6 here. Yeah. There are 2 options. 1, you can side for 1 with the Geld, hit him to 2/0 so that the Yo shuffles back in and he might not have an early play target. Or B, you can just pass so that Chronose has no way to get the early play condition into clock other than hoping he hits it off of the refresh point.
Right. This is definitely a very big point of contention when playing against Love Live Sunshine. Their ability to develop their level 2 board depends entirely on being able to get that level 2 Rico assist into the clock, as it is the clock condition for the 3/2 Chica. And if you're able to put your opponent in a position where they cannot put that Rico into clock, it can become quite a problem. And as Connor was saying, passing here might actually be the play, as Chronosei would draw for turn. They would still be at 1-6, and they would not have any way to put the Rico into a level 2 clock. Instead, clocking there would result in them going to level 2 and the Rico being lost with that clock going back into the deck. Unfortunately, the play that he is going for here, honestly, this is kind of like a most plays all plays lose sort of situation. But Chronosei is going to be able to reach level 2 off of this refresh point, and then instead he's going to just clock a Rico from hand, and he's just going to be able to get his early play game plan started.
Yeah, this is really sort of the worst outcome of all possible scenarios, with Chronosei getting A, clock compression, B, the Yo in the waiting room that was in clock, and C, being able to clock early play condition. Just sort of everything lines up for him, as opposed to, maybe some of it getting denied.
In addition, Chronosei also has access to the level 0 Kanon in his back row. She can use her effect. If one of these early plays is dealt with, she can sack herself from the back row in order to bring back that character in the front row that was answered. And at the same time, in doing so, when she is sent from stage to waiting room, you can check the top card of your deck and either leave it on top or put it on the bottom of your deck, allowing you to control upcoming draws. Although there's also strategic usage, playing over this Kanon during your main phase in order to check through the top cards of your deck, try to get specific levels appearing in your scries so that you can get some Yo burns with this level 3 Yo. Speaking of the Yo, oh boy, what a board. We are seeing 2 pairs of the Chica Yo early plays coming down here. Early play condition for the Chica, as we mentioned earlier, needing that level 2 Rico in the clock, and the level 3 Yo having an ability where when she attacks, you reveal the top card of your deck, and if it is a music character, you burn your opponent equal to its level. And the Chica is able to bring it out by paying 1 stock. When you play the Chica, you bring out the Yo from waiting room.
This is definitely one of those scenarios where memory kick counters are pretty good. If you can send the Yo to memory so that the Kanon can't bring it back. But unfortunately, it would take a lot of resources for Asuna to be able to do that here.
Right. Now, taking a look at the way Chronosei set up his board, this is actually something very similar to what we saw back at BSFO 2021 back in May, where instead of promoting the second copy of the Yo burner to the front row, he's instead leaving the double Chica in the front row, as each Yo does give 2,000 power to these Chicas, so they are sitting at a very tall 14,000 power. And the idea here is, with these big bodies, to try to shut Asuna out of having a board going into this mid to late game, as that is obviously something very important for a standby deck. You want to have your board, and by contesting it with these gigantic Chicas, he is not going to be able to do that.
So we saw it in BSF. It was in a Goblin Slayer matchup, and I believe Ken was the Love Live Sunshine pilot, one of our AO commentators.
Yeah,
using the Chicas to wall out the Priestess level 3s in Goblin Slayer in order to prevent them from setting up minus soul effects.
Right, that's some very strategic uses as well.
It looks like we did see the counter come out here, though.
Memory kick counter plus the Geld sacking, and then using 3-stock Encore. That does bring the Rimuru... Actually, no. Did he even need to sack a Geld here? Because the memory kick counter brings the Rimuru up to 10k with the Benimaru giving global 1500 power. But based on the amount of stock he has, it does look like he did do a Geld 3-stock Encore to retain Rimuru's body on the board.
It does look like it. So Rimuru is 55. The counter would put him to 85. So yes, 10 with the Benimaru. So in order to not tie he did need to also use the Geld. Though,
Interestingly, we did just see some side attacks from these two Chicas. Both of them side attacking into these Gelds. Chronose really wanting to maintain this hold on the board as 8 standby Tensura, extremely strong on the defensive by being able to use that 2-2 Geld's ability. Not nearly as strong on the offensive, so wanting to keep these Chicas on the board, eliminate any possibility of Asuna potentially using these Geld's defensive power to keep his hold on the board.
Yeah, it is interesting that we saw the sides there. Because despite the one Yo leaving the stage, the Chicas are still slightly bigger than the Gelds. So I guess this was just a scenario of being afraid of, reversing one Geld and then it just sacking to save the other one.
We're seeing Milim, Dragobuster Milim coming out here, primarily being used as a healer as Asuna is very far behind in damage currently. We are going to see her moved up to the front row. Dragobuster Milim, a very unique card in that she allows you to play an event from hand as part of her climax combo. She climax combos with a standby, and based on whether she is doing a front attack into an opposing character or a direct attack, you have a different finisher option. So if she is directing and you have the standby climax in play, you can pay 2 stock to burn for 2. And her other effect, if she is front attacking and she reverses her battle opponent, you can play a Dragobuster event from your hand for 2 stock instead of its usual 5. Dragobuster is a very unique event. Basically only really 2 cards like it in existence, both itself and one other card, which is not currently in English. The Dragobuster event, 3-5 event, you need a character with Milim in order to play it, which if you have the 3-2 Milim on the board, it's easy enough to have a Milim. And you get to reveal the top 7 cards of the opponent's deck, and then you shuffle those revealed cards back into the opponent's deck and clock shoot cards from the top equal to the number of climaxes revealed.
And we see Chronose does play the Ruby counter there to keep his Chica safe from the Milim, saving himself for at least another turn.
And that mill counter did also mill one more climax. Asuna is out another climax here.
We see Yo pushed up to the front, Rico assist in the back. Now we're going to get some control over the top card of the deck, and that's a 3.
Oh boy.
Exactly what Chronose wants to see here, because that means there are currently at least 3 attacks for 3 damage on board, and 6 is lethal in this state.
So considering that the Yo can only get up to 11-5 when supported by the Rico, do you think Chronose ever puts the Yo into the open slot and then tries to use the Chicas to go over these Benimarus?
It's possible. It does put you in a spot where if the 4 sticks, then both Chicas are lethal without needing to trigger a soul trigger, which might be better for overall damage numbers anyhow. Hard to say. And we see a stock soul come out.
These are going to be some really big attacks. We're going to see 3, 4 to begin with off this Yo. Then we're going to see 3, 4 again off of these 2 Chicas before even accounting for any triggers.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot where any 2 attacks sticking wins the game. We see both of these Benimarus at 12,000 power, I believe, with plenty to back them up if necessary.
What do you think of the possibility of Yo siding here for 1, as that trigger is guaranteed?
I don't know that it does anything really favorable to the math.
It does allow you to retain the Yo on board more easily, and that is actually what he went with. He did go with the side attack.
Interesting.
And this is going to be a direct for 6. Please no. Don't do it.
Look at that. This is not the first time today we've seen a 2-soul trigger cancel on the last damage.
Oh my lord. And that is a front for 5 now. Asuna technically getting timing on their Geld ability first. Oh wait, no, sorry. That stock soul was the one that was played, not one that was triggered.
Asuna living to see at least one more day. And dealing 1 damage with Benimaru upon reverse. I believe, right? Yep. And cancels the 1. Not particularly meaningful, I don't think, but exciting to see.
You would rather cancel the 1 than these, you would rather, as Asuna, from Asuna's position, you would rather they cancel the 1 than cancel these upcoming attacks, because these attacks are going to be for 2s and 3s.
Yes. Depending on how many climaxes are out, it potentially puts Konase in a position where you can get some guaranteed damage. However, if you're planning on slamming Drago Buster or something like that, maybe seeing the climax come out is a little less exciting.
Very true. Especially considering how few climaxes Chronose seems to be out. Does not look like Asuna has enough stock for a main phase Drago Buster either.
Yeah, no main phase here. But we could see the combo come out potentially targeting the Yo. So I believe she is a little bit smaller than the Chica currently.
Yo's 11.5 compared to Chica's 12k. And any Milim that comes out here is going to be at least 14,000 power, just due to the 2 copies of the Benimaru that are currently present on the field. Those 2 giving 1,500 power to all of your other characters.
Unfortunately, still is a little shy of a Ruby backup.
That being said, if Asuna is able to go for a Milim combo here, potentially they could stand by out further support from the waiting room, perhaps a 3rd copy of Benimaru, as there are 4 copies of this Benimaru in their deck list, and only 2 currently on the field. That's another way to gain additional power, using that level 0 Rimuru. When a climax is placed, you can bounce him back to the hand, and give 2k power to any of your characters until end of turn.
Now we're doing a check top 4, I believe. Trying to decide how many to look at.
You are able to look 1 at a time here.
Having to be a bit careful, because I believe Asuna is at 3-6.
Despite being at 3-6, this Milim coming down will heal him out of that lethal range.
Yep, there we go. Now the question is, do we see the climax come down?
It's definitely a make or break turn for Asuna. Because from this position, being at 3-5 already, being very close to refreshing, looks like Asuna is going for a direct attack with this Milim. Maybe that means that...
That tells me no climax.
No climax.
Because currently, both either that or wrong climax and bouncing the Rimuru to pump one of the Benimarus.
Right.
Both Benimarus are high enough power to get reverses to burn 1 each currently. And I believe Asuna has exactly enough stock to do that.
We are seeing the wrong climax coming down here. Probably bringing out this Benimaru. Gonna give another 1,500 global buff.
These Benimarus are now sitting at 13.5 apiece. One of them is actually 15.5, right, from the Rimuru that bounced back to hand.
I don't think it really matters here where you put the extra power. I guess if you want your opponent to be unable to counter on that Yo lane, you would put it on the top one. But even if they reverse that Yo getting out of counter range, Chronose still has that level 0 Kanon that has just been chilling there this whole time that can sack herself to waiting room in order to make sure that Yo maintains her position on stage.
Alright, we need 5 more damage coming through here. And there we see the correct climax. Unfortunate for Asuna.
Typically in this 8 standby late game, you typically want to be looking for copies of your level 0 Milim Brainstorm. Her effect allowing you to potentially discard a card and sack herself to look through the top 3 cards of the deck and find whatever you want. But instead, we are seeing
Benimaru.
Quad Benimarus.
Quad Benimaru. Unfortunately, the cancel on the direct attack pretty much, I think, seals this game up. Post refresh, Chronose will only need to deal 1 damage.
We might see some precision Kanon strats coming out here into this next turn. Using the Rico, her effect to rest herself, discard a card, reveal the top card of your deck, salvage a card of whatever level or lower from the top card of your deck. That will always be able to salvage level 0, so we'll always be able to get this Kanon level 0 back. As we mentioned earlier, being able to play over the Kanon during your main phase does allow for precision top checks to fish for that exact amount of damage that you want on your Yo burns.
Yeah, I think this is very possibly a scenario where you would rather restock the Yo here instead of using the Kanon just to have access to more of the lengthy Kanon chains in main phase to guarantee the burn.
Right.
Especially if Chronose has access to a second Kanon. You get multiple top checks out of that. And then would still be able to use Rico to grab yet another one out of waiting room. So I think we could see as many as, maybe 4 or 5 cards on the top checked to try to find the burn for 1 to end the game. And all else fails, you play a climax and find a soul trigger on top.
There's also the possibility of Chronose playing his one of Yoshiko Musashi.
That is
could
all.
Also be another instance. He is using the Kanon ability though.
Interesting. So it's going to control his draw for turn, but not going to give him any information on his burns here.
Straight into the Rico effect. Gonna go ahead and discard. Really anything is fine here.
And it's a 3, as always.
I think the question here is, do you just take the burn 3? Do you just take it? It's damage. It's not 0.
Well, we have the Yoshi. Oh my lord, we have the Yo and the second Yo. So yeah, I think you just take the 3 here, especially if there's a climax in hand. You side.
This is 5, potentially 6 instances of damage incoming. This is gonna be quite a trip.
This is very.
If Asuna can get through all of this, that is some next level canceling.
And
unfortunately, going to get taken out there by that first instance of damage. And that is going to be our 8-0. Chronose with Love Live Sunshine.
Love Live Sunshine 8-0 in the year 2022. Still missing multiple releases that they have access to in Japanese, but that doesn't stop them. They're strong set regardless, it appears.
I would argue the most impactful inclusion or potential inclusion from some of the later sets is definitely the inclusion of Standby Trigger. Being able to standby out the 2-1 Rico at level 1 just gives so much versatility, so much flexibility through the strategy, and it also means that you get to save a stock from not having to play a Rico hard play at level 2, and also not having to hold multiple copies in hand, one to clock, one to put on.
Yeah, let's get more Love Live Sunshine sets in English.
So Taking a look at that last game, we did have that was the only Love Live Sunshine player in the entire NA event. I'm actually gonna check right now, see if we had any in the other regions. It's like we had none in AO, 2 in EU. So out of only 3 Love Live Sunshines across the entire 3 regions, Chronose able to take it 8-0 and secure their undefeated spot into day 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a powerful deck. I think maybe a lot of people have just sort of moved off of it or gotten scared off of it just due to how RNG some of the top checks can feel sometimes. And for a while, I think the meta was pretty hostile towards Chica level 1, denying lots of reverses at level 1, making that combo a bit harder to play, hurting the deck's consistency overall. But it looks like now we've moved back into a position where the deck is just fine. Chica level 1 probably has plenty of decks to bully. It makes 1/1s especially hard to keep on board. And as long as you can deal with, maybe missing your yo burns every now and then, it has a solid top end as well.
I think that's especially true in modern times where there's a lot more emphasis on this level 0 aggression. So Chica, just like the level 1 Len that we saw earlier today, is a combo that you want to be hitting level 1 with this deck before your opponent so that you can use Chica's combo, farm your opponent's level 0s that they left lying around, and then when your opponent tries to play their own level 1 combo, they are going to end up getting reversed on the crackback. So you can get a lot of value out of these Chicas there. And I think that considering the way level 0 aggression is right now, just like, putting 3 cards on the field, just to get that initiative, get that aggression, build stock resources, things like that. This might be a field that is really quite suited for Chica, despite not a lot of players really recognizing Love Live Sunshine right now.
Yeah, and I think we'll definitely see moving forward, even if not in Love Live Sunshine, we might see Fate Grand Order's Camelot decks have a very similar level 2 game strategy. We might see that take off as sort of the spiritual successor to Love Live Sunshine.
And I assume by that, I mean you're referring to probably the 2-1 into 3-2 Lion King, right?
Yeah, it's a level 2 assist that by resting both itself and a level 0 Brainstorm and paying 2 stock, you can play the level 3 from hand at level 2. And it has the same on-attack, reveal top deal for level as Yo does, but also has a climax combo to heal, similar to the Yoshiko Musashi effect, though it's on climax placement heal instead of needing to reverse. So overall, it's a very strong card, easy to bring out, one every turn, similar to Yo, as long as you can keep them in hand. So that's definitely something that I'll be looking forward to seeing in the English meta moving forward.
Actually, recently we just had the JPWGP, and there were a couple FGO 8 standby builds going into this strategy that Connor is just detailing, and I find it quite interesting. Being able to basically do what this English Sunshine deck would like to do in terms of like standbying out those burners that you can use at level 2, get a lot of damage in during the mid game as opposed to going for like an end game finisher.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see whether people will choose the an extra standby trigger or a comeback trigger, or use the choice that actually combos with the level 3. Since the combo is it's just a heal, it's good, but it's not tied really to the main strategy of the deck. So you can very easily play other climaxes and get away with it and just try to increase your sort of explosive power.
Right. So with that being said, Fate Grand Order Camelot, if I'm mistaken, please correct me, is one of the sets that is confirmed for an English release coming up, right?
It is. We have it scheduled for summer 2022. We don't have any official dates yet. If I had to guess, I'd probably put it somewhere around June.
Okay. All right. And then as far as some of the other upcoming English releases that you guys should be excited for. So the next one coming up is actually this upcoming week, I believe, we have the next Bang Dream expansion. We have the extra boosters for Reza Suilen and Morphonica, as well as Roselia and Pop and Party, and those have some very strong new cards to be introduced into Bang Dream. And after that, I believe it's Rent a Girlfriend, right, in February.
Yes, we'll have Rent a Girlfriend on February 11th, and I am definitely looking forward to that set. I think that set's going to be really cool. It's one that's been mostly overlooked, I think, as sort of a meta deck, similar to I think Beaufry and a couple other sets. Magia Record were kind of, they came out and people looked at them for a few weeks and then kind of just they settled back down into the people that really like the series are playing them, but not as many people, as Data Live, Kaguya, those decks. And I think Rent a Girlfriend unfortunately suffers from that same issue, but it has some really cool effects. It has lots of themed decks around each of the girls that really have some sort of powerful effects just restricted into their single decks, so they're really fun to play.
Yeah, in particular, I do really like the 1/1 Ruka event, having that heartbeat flavor, burn 79, and then summon 2 copies of the Ruka level 1 combo from your deck. So
really cool.
So with that being said, we're gonna cut to break right now, and we'll be back with the standings after this short break. So we'll see you guys then.
COVID-19 has definitely made this difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to Remote Fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to Remote Fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin, and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region. And yeah, been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and yeah, really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So yeah, just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. When it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So yeah, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break, and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and yeah, we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have gone to I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there, it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and yeah, it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. Yeah, it's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Yeah, because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably like I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events, and at one point I think I was playing like card games for like 14 hours straight, so I was pretty dead. But yeah, I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time, take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends, make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun, be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, yeah, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
And welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for Weiss Schwarz. We just finished 8 hot, exciting rounds of Weiss Schwarz for today, and we're not even done yet for the weekend. We have top 8 coming up once we get them figured out. Boys, I want to ask you, what was your most memorable moment of the day? Randall, start us off.
I think definitely those 2 games between the Mob Psycho 100 versus what with the Glitter Green Ras deck. I think that was definitely one of my big highlights, as well as seeing the Green Fate deck versus the Red Albuta deck. Definitely like a matchup made in heaven for both myself and I think for the viewers. I think you guys probably enjoyed that a lot.
What about you, Connor? What game and what moment stuck out to you the most over the day?
Like Randall said, we definitely had a lot of cool decks that I'm sure the viewers enjoyed. The personal highlight for me was the Beaufrey versus Green Yellow Ruby build. That match, being one of my locals, was just really cool to see. But the game was also just crazy back and forth the entire time. Very like tense for both players. It was definitely one of the bigger, like, on the edge of your seat games I felt like we watched today.
For me, myself, I think like one of my most memorable moments was actually the entirety of the tournament. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we saw the same deck twice today. Every deck, despite, like, especially for Ruby, despite being from the same series, every deck had its own little hint of flavor. I think we saw, like, all the different possibilities of the climaxes that we could, and like no overlap. And I think that's just really cool to see, that specifically for Ruby, but also just like for the current environment as well. Like, despite seeing how much representation of Ruby and Data Lives there was, there is still that little hint of like variety between a set.
Yeah, we never dropped below, I believe, X1 tables. So everyone that we watched on stream had at most 1 loss, and they were all playing 16 different decks.
Yeah, looking at like the full list of decks, there were still some that we were not able to feature today, especially some of these more rare ones. So like we did have 1 Attack on Titan player, we had 1 Batman Ninja player, but we did get to see a lot of these one of decks, and in some of these like higher tables no less. So we did get to see the Gurren Lagann, the 1 of Love Live Sunshine, the 1 Albuta player, and the 1 GGO player. So definitely a lot of really nice diversity from not only the pool of decks overall, but just the games that we were able to take a look at today.
I really have to agree with that, because like once we come to tomorrow, like depending on what kind of decks we see, as we like start filtering down and like get into like the upper echelon of the meta, we can like kind of assume to like basically extrapolate from the data that we saw from the AO and the EU side what kind of games we'll be expecting tomorrow. So I think it's really good that we got like all of the very unique matchups out of our system, and we can kind of go like full on hard boy demon mode for tomorrow and just like get some really nice games in as well. And like despite even though seeing meta deck go against meta deck, and it might be the same thing twice. This will be then featuring the players who topped 8 and like what kind of nuances they do between each different game that like kind of separates them from the rest. And I think that's like the main narrative we're going to try and put here in BRO 2021, that instead of looking at just the deck, let's take a look at the players, right? So we have like these big teams like Strictly Broken TCG, WCC, like these big Bushiroad teams, and even now TXC, which I believe Chronose is part of, who went clean here. So like big props to the team TXE being able to produce someone like Chronose after like various testing, after like multitudes of testing, to provide this kind of narrative of being able to dominate in today's Swiss.
All right, so I believe we have the standings actually ready going into day 2. So we will be able to take a look at our top 8 and see who's going to be moving on to day 2. So, out of the way, why don't we go ahead and take a look at that?
So yeah, just like we said, leading us off at first place out of Swiss, we have Chronose playing the Singleton Love Life Sunshine deck. At second, we have Asuna playing the Slime 8 Standby. At 3, we have Tanjiro. At 4, Alan Liu. 5 will be YB. 6 will be Samuel. 7, Joey Chen. And 8, sneaking into top 8 will be Yuri, the Ruby player that we did see on stream. Now, these are the 8 that we will be seeing tomorrow, but we have to give a big credit to the next 8 and 916 for playing so well, but just unfortunately falling too short. Connor, why don't you take these away?
Sure. So for our 9th through 16th place players, at 9th we have Simon. At 10th we have Soro. 11th we have Desmond 17. 12th we have Diablo Moose. 13th we have Mutski 0884. 14th we have Kenneth, our Fate player that we saw. 15th we have Elliot, and 16th we have Serval, who I believe was the choice standby Ruby player we saw earlier in the day.
And notably, amongst these players, if we can go back to the top 8 real quick, we do actually have a defending champion, rather, in Samuel, the winner of BSFO 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that is the case. So we'll have to see if he's on the Data Live as he was in Springfest.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to defend his title in the upcoming top 8 for tomorrow. Now, we do know that Chronose is on Sunshine. We do know that Asuna is on Slime. We don't know about Tanjiro, and we don't know about Alan Liu. We don't know about YB. We can extrapolate that Samuel might be on Data Live again. Not sure about Joey Chen. We do know about Yuri also being on that Ruby. So knowing that at least half, or extrapolating half of what we know about the top 8, what kind of matchups are you guys excited to see tomorrow?
I'm especially excited to see how Ruby stacks up against some of these decks. As we saw earlier today, Ruby has some very nice counterplay to some of these more popular decks. Things like, especially against Standby, being able to utilize certain tech cards like the Nolan 1-0, for example, as well as creating these very, very large power lines across multiple lanes using various buffing abilities. And even though Yuri is the only Ruby player that we know of within this top 8 crowd, maybe there's another one in there that can show us a little bit something special that we haven't already seen as we go into this top 8.
Yeah, this tournament was definitely the first big testing grounds, the proving grounds for Ruby. So it's great to see that at least one made top 8 here, and I believe one also made top 8 in one of the other regions, EU, I think. So Ruby definitely showing itself. And the other thing I'm thankful for so far, at least, is we've got a pretty good set of diversity from the decks that we do know in top 8. We're not looking at just 4 of the same deck yet, at least. We don't know what they're all playing. But hopefully we get to see some really cool matchups between the top decks.
Well, one of the matchups that I'm very interested in seeing would be the Love Life Sunshine versus the Data Live matchup. Now, as we had kind of talked about in the post-match discussion, about how the Chicas being level 1 reversers is actually pretty good into this meta, filled with a lot of like 1/1 standby targets and just a lot of like level 1 combos that just tend to stay on the board. So I wonder if being able to, as the Sunshine player, hit level 1 first and produce this like level 1 board of reversers to get the like extra value out of them, forcing your opponent who is playing a standby deck, so naturally not having that global soul to even like try and side for some damage. They're forced to front in if they want to even do any damage, to get that double value out of that Chica reverser, get them to reverse your opponent on the defensive. That way you can use like your lower value attackers and still get value out of them with the direct attacks. And I think that's something I want to see. Like I want to see Love Live Sunshine kind of be like the anti-meta to like what we're seeing currently be the meta in today's format.
I definitely think that if, apart from what you just said, I think if Love Live Sunshine does end up showing up against these 8 standby, these more board-based decks, I definitely think it's actually going to be at level 2, like we just saw in that game between Chronosei and Asuna, being able to play those Chica Yo combos onto the board, but not emphasizing the Yo burns, instead emphasizing the Chicas for their large board size, especially if they were also backed up by a 2/1 Rico, could potentially be pretty devastating towards some of these standby decks if they aren't able to match the power level of those really, really high power early players.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Love Live Sunshine use its level 2 game with the early plays to win board. I mean, today we saw it for sure, and in the past, as we were talking about, we've seen it. And it's something that maybe people don't quite realize. You know, you look at Love Live Sunshine and the Yos, and it's play down your early play Yos, deal a bunch of damage for free, like real quick, like aggressive deck. But they can hold board pretty well. The Chicas can get up to 13k, 15k, and you know, really wall out a lot of potential opposing threats.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you guys have said. Now let's take like a short, quick recap about what happened today. In round 1, we saw GGO, a one-of in the tournament, versus Kaguya, one of like the big current meta contenders of the format. What were one of your favorite moments in that matches? Like quickly, just one from each of you. Connor?
For me, I think I'd have to say just the level 1 reversers, how much work they put in throughout the game, sort of pressuring Kaguya in ways that you wouldn't expect.
I think for me, the highlight, not necessarily a moment in the game necessarily, but I think that the deck composition, specifically of the Kaguya player, had a few unique techs, a few unique ratios as well. Especially liked the inclusion of the level 0 blue Kaguya, the one that has the on play, you can pay 1, potentially swap a card from hand with a card in level. I think that's quite an interesting option and makes for some pretty interesting lines for Kaguya.
Mm-hmm. And then in round 2, we got to see another one-of in the tournament, being Gurren Lagann, playing up against my son Roy Choi, playing Sword Art Online, that 8 standby list. Personally, one of my favorite moments there was all of those like very clutch cancels coming from both players there. Do you guys have any favorable moments from that matchup?
I think my the biggest part for me was coming from level 0 into level 1, the Sword Art deck. Just how important it was being able to hit those standbys early in an 8 standby deck to set up a level 1 game that really set the pace for the entire game in terms of how much advantage Gurren Lagann was able to generate. And it really shows you that these 8 standby decks, no matter what series you're playing, can really have impactful level 0 games and level 1 games.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree here. The way that those early standbys were really able to control what the Gurren Lagann player was able to do, especially with their level 1 combo, which was a relatively low power reverse combo and on a stock soul no less, definitely demonstrates maybe not so much like the weakness of like reverse decks, but just some sort of nuance that you do have to take account when you are constructing your decks, when you are choosing which options you want to go with.
Great points. And then let's go into round 3. We had Servo playing Ruby against Dan the Man playing that Sugaha waifu deck. Very cool to see. And for me, I think my most memorable moment in that matchup was definitely first of all has to be the bling from Serval's side, but also the dedication from Dan O'Man. And actually, like, once again, Dan O'Man playing to his L's. I think, like, despite choosing to play a waifu deck into a tournament like this, but still managing to take names and steal games off of people because you're playing to your decks out. I think that was one of my highlights for that match.
I'd say it has to be learning about the dangers of relying on your opponent to level up to resolve your climax combo.
Yeah, so I obviously wasn't on to commentate this one, but Dan is actually another one of the players that I'm familiar with local to my shops, and he definitely plays that Leaf of Waifu, and he reps it really well. It's definitely a deck that he is known for among our community, not just for the dedication to his waifu, Leafa Suguha, but also for the damage that he inflicts upon us. Like, you guys saw earlier today that he was unable to get his opponent to level up and activate his combos, but on the flip side, the story that you guys don't see is me taking 6 on turn 1 when he went first, and that's just the sort of stuff that makes him really just a really memorable part of my local community. And even though I wasn't able to commentate his game, I was really happy to be able to see Dan performing on stream.
All right, and yeah. And speaking of needing climax combos that require your opponent to level, we had Hymin play Bofuri. I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. Playing that 2-soul combo that requires your opponent to either level or to cancel the certain attack. Playing against Anthony ICG, one of Connor's locals, I believe, on Ruby. Connor, what was one of your favorite moments about this?
Yeah, learning about the dangers of requiring your opponent to level up to resolve your climax combo. It felt very strange that we had that happen back-to-back rounds.
Back-to-back and almost back-to-back-to-back, except for that one game in between.
You don't even really see, like, people play those combos very often, so, like, having it on stream 2 rounds in a row was odd, to say the least. But also just getting to see such a cool Ruby build.
Yeah, big ups to that Ruby build as well. Playing away from that red, and I think between most of the level 1 combos that people tend towards for the Ruby build, aside from the standby, we have the door combo from the TD, which does require a reverse. We have the choice in the John, which does require a reverse. Whereas the treasure combo that we did see from Anthony's deck was actually kind of independent of what your opponent did, and regardless of what happened, you'd still be able to get that advantage back. And I think seeing how it worked out in this deck, sometimes when the opponent's deck was empty, still being able to resolve the effect to mill that extra 2, I think it did make a pretty nice difference to it. Randall, what about you? Did you have any memorable moments from both three?
So first, just quickly touching on the level 1 Penny, as this is a card that we, as in like Connor and I, didn't actually like go over with you, I think, when we were looking at some of the Ruby cards, getting you a little bit more familiar with the set. But we do have another level 1 gate combo that is similar to the Penny. Instead of milling 2 cards, you mill 1 card, and it has an effect that allows you to send the Amber Fall Maiden, the Salvage Ricky, to memory when you play it. And this is not a combo that we saw today, but it's definitely another option. The main difference between the two obviously being the color. Red being typically a more dominant color throughout Ruby as a whole, green being significantly less common. And looking at the deck that we saw today, the green was working quite well, but I do have to give mention to one card that I noticed was missing from the top end as a result of not really including very much red in the deck, and that was the level 3 Salem. If we take a look at the game, there were points where the Bofree player was sitting on a massive amount of stock. And I remember as I was watching the game, I was just thinking to myself, man, this would probably be a really good situation for Salem to come in and just, stock swap that all away. But that option was unfortunately not available. So this is kind of just one of the things that you take into account as you're building the deck. You are making some sacrifices when you spec into one package over the other. And in this case, choosing to spec into green did sacrifice a bit in the red department for the Ruby.
Definitely agree with that point as well. Salem and Neapolitan being like one of the big 2 1-ups in that we see in a lot of Ruby decks that are just like common per out. And like you said, it is one of the things that we had to sacrifice in order to be able to include that green package that we did see in Anthony's deck. Now, speaking of green, right after that round, we actually had Kiora, one of my locals, someone that I like praise highly, being able to champion the glitter green deck very well, versus Ian TCG's very own Ian, playing a very cool Mob Psycho deck. Randall, I know that you had one very favorable moment. If you want to just re-elaborate on that one again.
Oh yeah, of course. You know it's got to be that spoon event with the Ritsu level 1 combo. That is definitely an interaction that I'm never going to forget after I got completely wrecked by it. So just that interaction between the Ritsu, if you aren't aware of your attack order going into playing against that deck, you could just end up giving your opponent like free cards, letting your opponent get free reverses even if you just like use spoon as just like a 1500 counter by adding an extra marker. There's a lot of intricacies with that level 1, and it's a big reason why I'm really fond of that deck, and I'm really glad that we were able to commentate that game today.
Yeah. What about you, Connor? While you were watching, did you notice anything that like very popped out to you in that game?
5k cross turn clean cut.
Very large. Yeah, very large. Like I said, normally clean cut's a card you expect to see to be a going second card, but being able to combo it with like this very strong back row that Ian's Mob Psycho deck was able to produce, being also able to use it as a turn 1 card as well, but you're also putting the pressure on your opponent saying, I have a clean cut here that if you can't get rid of, I'm going to abuse it and I'm going to abuse you. And I think that kind of like just really printed a really good picture as to like how that level 0 game went. But as for like one of my favorite moments from that game, it was definitely, once again, the spoon, like we were talking about with the level 1 Ritsu. The moment in Kiora's, like when, like I can tell you probably the exact words that came out of the mouth, and it was like, wait, what happened? just not really understanding, like, I thought I reversed that one, or what does that do? Something along those lines. Just like the first time you fall into the mistake of attacking to the spoon, you will never make that mistake again. Very good learning opportunity for Kiora.
It's kind of like the green Kantai collection though, where like even once you know about it, it's like it's just a nightmare to try to figure out like where to attack in what order, like to actually get the best scenario for yourself.
Mm-hmm. And then in the next round, we had, like we said, we had the mono red Bunny Girl Senpai versus the mono green Fate series, playing the 8 treasure versus the 4 standby 4 door. And my favorite moment from that was basically talking about how we could use the Rider's negative 3k debuff to actually send the 0/0 Bunny Girl straight to the waiting room to activate its effect to send the 3/2 Mai straight to the memory. And not even 5 minutes after saying that, our player actually managed to do that to get to that extra 3/2 memory that we needed to get the Tri-Field Mai.
Yeah, I definitely think I would have to agree. That is one of the highlight plays, especially considering that you called it. Like, it was just really funny to just see him slap the Mai onto the board and then just point towards the level 3 rider and just be like, "Oh yeah, this kills this, right? This goes to waiting room, right?" And then off it went. And then here comes 3/2 Mai, and it was just really funny, especially in the moment. Just like, wait, he's actually doing it. He's doing it. Like that was super exciting.
Yeah, we always talk about like, oh, Ruby can do the Ruby combo if you like play over your 1/0 Pyrrha to send the last copy to memory or whatever. But like, nope, this just actually happened. Like we finally saw it. It wasn't a theoretical anymore.
And then in round 7, we got to see a clash of the titans. We saw Yuri pilot Ruby and Simon from WCC pilot Data Live. And both players played out of their mind. I was watching and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. And it was very much down to the wire, and unfortunately did go to time. But very, like, one of my favorite moments was basically on that last attack on Yuri's turn. All of like the decision making that Simon did, whether to hold the refresh counter, whether to not use the refresh counter, and it paid off for him, but unfortunately the time was just not there for him to eke out the win.
Yeah, I'm not. This game had a lot that was just sort of all over the place. We thought going into it that Ruby would have, the offensive power lines to sort of break through everything. And then Simon kind of put a lot more power into into like a single lane than we really expected, and just sort of focused on winning that one lane. I think that was a really cool way to approach a matchup where, your board might be wiped every turn. So just trying to focus on that one lane to keep it around for a while.
I think a big highlight for me out of that game was that stock swap from the Kurumi combo, that single Kurumi combo in the mid game. That stock swap we didn't think was going to be as high impact as it ended up being at the time, because we didn't have a very clear idea of like how many cards in deck Yuri had left, and like when the refresh would be happening, and how soon he would have in terms of how much time he would have to react and potentially pay out some stock. And there just ended up being like all these climaxes just stuck there in his stock as he went into a refresh. But he was able to try to swing back with the level 3 Cinder combos, and those combos really just do a lot of work, especially against this sort of deck where you really want to just get bodies onto the board, and then your stock really doesn't go anywhere. You could just use it for Encore if you want, but using Cinder's Climax combo ability, which is able to remove opposing characters from the board, send them to the top of the opponent's deck, definitely a really strong counter mechanic in that sense.
And finally, in the last round, we had Chronose piloting a very old friend in Love Live Sunshine versus Asuna playing the time I got reincarnated as a Sword Art Online, as a slime. One of my favorite moments in this match, watching from the sidelines, was the level 0 footsies. We saw runner, back row runner, chaser for, I think it was 3 turns straight. Just a lot of this footsie gaming. But what kind of pushed the advantage towards Chronose was the fact that his didn't cost stock to survive. So we were able to amass a large amount of stock over the level 0 game, whereas Asuna had to keep using stock to pull the Shions back to the back row and promote them again, which weren't strong enough to actually kill the Yoshikos on the offense, so had to use another stock to pull them back to the back row. And it was just a lot of footsies until someone kind of committed to something that could be reversed by the Chica combo.
It was definitely interesting seeing like 5 cards that could move on the stage all at once. That was you don't normally see that many between both players, but I think I'd have to pick my my favorite part of the game probably as the last couple turns, just sequencing like the Yos and the Chicas just to win board as well as Chronose was able to, and especially seeing a level 3 on like every Rico top check.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree that similarly to Ken Zabutan's game from BSFO, where he did utilize those Chica Yos extremely well in order to just wall up the board instead of prioritizing his Yo early plays burns, I do definitely think that Chronose's act of doing basically the same play here into this 8 standby Tensura game basically just had the same effect in terms of how much it wowed me.
Now, since we do know that Chronose and Asuna, being the 2 XOs that went into the final round here, will be once again appearing for tomorrow. If you were in Asuna's shoes and you do face up against Chronose again, what kind of strategy would you employ to win in the revenge match? Rhino, what do you have to say about that?
I think honestly the game plan overall just could have been better. There was a bit of bad luck in that first deck rotation that I think could have been quite a bit better. So I think with a more stable overall plan, I think things could end up being a lot different, especially at level 2. I think level 2 is a very, very high impact area.
And Connor, if you were in Chronose's shoes, knowing now that if you were to face up against Asuna's probably definitely going to be like prepared to like for that salty run back. How would you be prepared in advance to kind of like still kind of keep Asuna at bay and keep your title as the XO?
I think I would definitely be keeping an eye out on the memory kick backup, being one of the best answers to Yo. I think I would try to always keep track of where that is, so you're not just losing Yos for no reason. And probably also just trying to maybe play that footsies game again, right? And try to set it up in a way where Chica combos can favorably come out of it at the end, rather than maybe being a bit unsure about where you're going to be able to play them.
And I think just for another topic of hypotheticals here, one of the matchups we didn't get to see today was actually the two titans in a lot of the other formats, and that was Kaguya versus Dao. Now, we did see one Kaguya list, and that was Nicholas Banville's, and we did see one Data Live list in Simon's. Now, typically, how do you guys perceive that matchup to go? Is it very much dependent on who hits level 1 first? Like, Kaguya being a combo very dependent on getting their reverses, probably wants to play towards him that level 1 first. Do you think Dao might actually be incentivized to do maybe a clock draw pass? In that way, they actually don't offer damage to the Kaguya player and puts the incentive on the Kaguya player to actually swing first, therefore hitting level 1 first on the Dao player side and being able to produce a very strong 2-2 board that the 1-0 Kaguyas will not be able to overcome. What do you think about that statement, Randall?
I think it's ultimately, I feel like a lot of it actually comes down to how many standby triggers you're able to get. And the reason for this has to do with how many 2-2s you're able to get in your front row as soon as possible. Because on either side, obviously, when you're playing your first standby, you're typically not going to be playing that first standby target to the front row. Obviously, today we did see it in one of our Data Live games, playing that 2-2 to the front row on at level 1. But I do ultimately think that standby triggers are going to be a big part of this, as Kaguya, if you want to have any chance of maintaining good hand advantage into Data Live, you're probably going to want to be consistently hitting those level 1 combos as soon as you hit level 1. And you're going to probably want to develop the 1-1 level assist to your back row in order to bolster the potential board that you can build later on. And standbying out additional 2-2s in addition to the 1-1 support is going to allow Kaguya to potentially just build a board that Dao can't play around with their first offensive board at level 1. That being said, at the same time, with Data Live, if you aren't triggering very many standbys, basically the only 2-2 that you're going to be able to develop is probably the one that you standby out, and it's probably going to be in your back row. So, with that being said, in that sort of game state, you wouldn't have the same ability to deny reversal against Kaguya's level 1 combo if you don't trigger any standbys and really start developing a really, really large front row board as soon as possible.
Great insight. Thanks for the comment and statements. Now, Connor, do you have anything to add to that, regarding the Kaguya versus the Data Live matchup?
Yeah, I think I definitely agree that Kaguya wants to hit level 1 first, just to get some easier reverses with its level 1 combo and start building advantage early. But I think one of the biggest things that the matchup might boil down to a lot of the time is the Yoshino anti-change, being able to field swap. A lot of Kaguya's sort of tech options to deal with other standby decks rely on winning a single lane. You've got the level 2, the anti-level 2 Miyuki. You've got the early play that gains a bunch of power and can clock kick. And some people are playing the 2-1 Kaguya that gains 6,000 with Resonate. Those are really good at winning one single lane. But if the Data Live player is able to control what characters are in what lanes with their Yoshino field swap, it can really throw a wrench in a lot of Kaguya's plans to answer them. And I think that's something that can swing the matchup in Data Live's favor sometimes.
Very good points from both of you. Thank you very much for answering the question. Now, I do bring the topic, choosing the topic to you. Do any of you guys have anything that you guys want to bring up as we wait for the brackets to be formed for our top 8 tomorrow?
I think I really want to just bring up the disparity between certain dex ratios between the different regions. So, if we take a look at some of the other regions, we in NA had significantly more Ruby than either of the other two regions. And what are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you think it's because of, just different regional popularity of the franchise, or do you think people in other regions just didn't think Ruby is as good of a deck?
I definitely do think it has to be something with the regional popularity. Ruby is very much a Western kind of media so most of the people here in the West would be more likely to adventure themselves into it. And because of such, they're able to actually dip their toes into the card pool that Ruby has. Like me myself, to take as an example, I've actually never even batted an eye at Ruby until recently, and then I saw like actually how strong their card pool was. And despite not having the deck at the moment, it does look like something I would even consider. So maybe it's just the fact that it is one of the media franchises here more so than in the other regions, probably brings a good reason as to why it's more played here.
Yeah, I definitely think the popularity just regionally has something to do with it, especially with the creators being, I believe, Texas-based. You might just see more advertising for it and stuff like that in North America and the US. But at the same time, I think you also have to look at maybe the time that it released, being like just days before Christmas. We know that with the world situation right now, shipping is an absolute hassle. And maybe some regions like Europe might just not have been able to, get their product distributed fast enough for people to sign up with it. And that could have also had an impact on it.
That's a good point. Now, it does look like the brackets are good to go. So let's take a look at what our top 8 contenders will be looking like tomorrow for our top 8 round in Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the Weiss Schwarz format. So running us down from the top, it looks like our first match will be Chronosei playing Love Live Sunshine against Yuri playing Ruby. So also not a matchup that we got to see today, and I'll be very excited to see this for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that, as we mentioned earlier, the Ruby deck has a lot of really interesting dynamics. Now, one thing I do want to take note of is that if Chronosei decides to go for that strategy that he went for in today's match of playing like double Chica front row with having one of the Yos stay in the back row, I do think that there is potential for Nolan to have some shenanigans if he's able to contest the Love Live Sunshine board and remove some of those using a combination of the Cinder Blake level 2 package that we saw. And then Nolan might be surprise tech, kind of, lock that Yo in the back row, make sure she isn't going anywhere.
And in the next bracket, we have Alan Liu versus YB. And the bracket after that, we have Asuna playing Slime versus Joey Chen. And finally, to round off our top 8, we have Tangjiro and Samuel. Connor, did you have something to add in about any of these top 8 matches coming up for tomorrow?
So the only one that we know, both decks at least. Another thing about Love Live Sunshine that we brought up was the low level 0 count. I think Neon Cat could also prove to be kind of problematic for that if Yuri's able to just keep bottom decking Chronosei's level 0s and sort of starve him early game.
Very good point that you brought up, and I hope to see that is what kind of the footsies game we'll see tomorrow. But rather than two people playing footsies, we might see one playing footsies and the other person playing with a mallet.
Yeah, whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole, trying to hit those runners straight to the bottom of the deck and just kind of like force Chronosei to keep replacing the runners, replacing the level 0s. Meanwhile, we saw Yuri with a very, very high hit rate on that coin flip. Normally something you don't expect to see hit 3 turns in a row, 4 turns in a row, and just that much consistency on a card that is literally called a coin flip, supposed to be 50-50. So I wonder if Yuri's able to use that Neon Cat to very good usage tomorrow.
All right, so I'm pretty excited for tomorrow's matches. We've done a lot of work today. We've done a full 8 rounds, doing all sorts of commentary for you guys. So hope you guys have been enjoying the stuff. I think we should pretty much get to our closing thoughts before we end the day here. So, guys.
Oh, yeah. Connor, closing thoughts.
I think it's just a great event overall with lots of diversity. in decks that we saw. Lots of players looked like they were having fun, getting to rep their favorite decks, even if they weren't sort of like the big meta ones. Lots of cool, creative builds that we saw today.
Great. Randall.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The fact that we were able to see such a wide diversity of decks, and honestly, not even just the decks themselves, the interactions between some of these decks have been just absolutely like super entertaining, and I couldn't have asked for a better event throughout the day.
As for me, I think one of the best ways to wrap up today was basically, like I said, back in the day when we wanted to argue which one of our favorite waifus was better, we'd have to do it to text. But today we got to show it on paper. We got to tell your opponent over the webcam, my waifu is better than yours, and that's why I'm sitting XO at Swiss and you're not. And tomorrow we will get to see what each of the top 8 players will be playing for their decks as we break down each deck separately and then go into a top 8 commentary with all 3 of us at once. But aside from that, big thank you to the staff, big thank you to the production crew, and big thank you to you, the viewers, for coming out and just enjoying the stream. It really does make a huge difference. But aside from that, I have been joined by...
I'm Connor, Boats Don't Sink.
I'm Randall, aka Shizukatsu.
And I am Tony, aka Toku, and we will see you guys tomorrow.